Hey, peace and love, everyone. I don't plan on being too long. I just wanted to let everybody know since the debate is coming up this Sunday, uh, that is December 7th at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on BAP's channel. It is a free debate and it's going to be me versus Lucky. We're going to be talking about is the A00 genetic marker originating from Africa or America? So it's going to be a good debate. I hope to see a lot of people come out on Sunday. I think it's going to be a lot of information that's being shown on both sides. Hey, Mike, peace. So I think it'll be interesting. Obviously, it's always going to be a little bit harder coming from the side where you are going against what the consensus science says. But I think we've gotten to a point that we understand that consensus science isn't always the truth, and they be having their own funding and agendas, and that's important when they're saying that they can uh, tell certain things from DNA or make mathematical equations or make up some kind of DNA that a particular group has or doesn't have. So, all of this is just really important for us, especially when we go about talking science in the future and for our kids, so we can really build on what is true. What do we pass down when it comes to science? What do we say that is straight up fake? And it doesn't matter what a teacher is trying to teach about it. Um, we don't want to pass those bad practices down. I think a lot of that stuff is why we're stifled as a community when it comes to the fact that we were the biggest scientific community of the world at a time. And here we're rebuilding back science for being something that the kids even enjoy. But of course, who's going to enjoy them lying to you or saying that you're a monkey or saying, oh, it's not that we're saying you're a monkey. We're just saying that your common ancestor down the line is a monkey and it led to human like apes that eventually led to you. Like it's crazy some of the things that really they will go to bat for as this is unobjectively the truth. Fight to be a monkey or for your great 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 grandmother to be a monkey. But that's the stuff that we definitely should be talking about, that we definitely should be just chopping down at its root because it's just not true. Give me 1 second, y'all. Hey, I was just about to message you. What's up, OTK?
Hey, what's up, sis? Give me a second.
Okay. But yes, so I think this is just a starting point. Of course, we should definitely talk about A00. It's going to be a fire discussion. But I think this should lead into genetics overall because there has to be a point in time that we're the ones that are investing into genetics. We're the ones that are investing into the research, what we're having the children learn so they can further this information and they can build on a foundation that's true. Because right now, the foundation that we're building genetics on is just, uh, it's crazy. It's crazy that they are really having us build genetics on of being like, hey, I can take this chimp over here and I can take the chimp's genetics and then I can take where genetics are missing from this human being and I can build a full sequence because I have this chimp to as a reference. Like that's crazy. Insane. Sonetta himself knows it's not true. He only doing it for the money and entertainment. I think a lot of people know that it's not true. I mean, or to the point where they'll say, "Oh, it's not that we're monkeys or anything. That's just common ancestry." But it's like you don't even want to be a monkey. That doesn't make sense for us to be like our tree of branches go back to old world monkeys. Where? They're just making it up. And the foundation of all of this is scientific racism. So why should we be going by the actual colonizer, what they say? I've never understood that of people arguing for the consensus science side. They'll say, "Oh, well, you're listening to this white person." And it's like, "Yeah, I'm listening to a white person, but you're literally listening to the racist white person." What's I mean, how can you justify this? We can literally say all the bearing of this is foundation in racism, in undercutting indigenous people all over the world. And you'll shame someone just because they're listening to a white scientist while you are listening to the colonizer. It just doesn't make sense. I think there'll be a time where we can get at least each other on one accord and we can have the basis of how we want to teach science and different things. And I think other people are just always going to be lost, but it's not going to matter. So I definitely saw two, and I think we both were kind of keeping under wraps what we're going to be presenting on Sunday. But I see a big thing about them is A00 and what ancient remains have been found with it. So I think that's going to be interesting. I can't wait to show y'all a lot of that information as far as them finding whatever they say they find on some ancient remains. What's
That
up,
shit's weird.
OTK?
What's up, man? Yeah, I had to get out that noisy environment, man. I'm on the way to the house so I can get on the computer and stuff
Yeah,
too.
we're
Yeah,
also ice cream
after
and
listening to what I heard tonight, though, sis,
when I was ice cream and
I see that they're going off of
met some
suggestions.
old white
They're
man.
going off of
Some
subjective
I didn't
work.
where.
You
I
know
was
what I
told
mean?
my
It's
mom
not
said to
objective
us.
because the census don't agree with
And
them.
yeah, and so
You
he was,
know what
oh,
I
you like
mean?
that
And
shit?
I'm glad you said that
Right.
nobody in the scientific
And,
world says what they saying.
I did his granddaughter's
Go
birthday
ahead.
party.
Exactly. When he was trying to say that there's something older than Albert Perry, what they found with A00, that's not true at all. Like even consensus science is going to be on my side. Now they debate of how old the DNA is of Albert Perry, and they're in between of being like it's 200,000 years old to it's 340,000 years old, but still that's older than anything that they found, any other remain that they found in Congo or Cameroon or Central North Africa or anything. It's older than that. They're dating it older. The consensus science
So
is dating it older.
so now
Oh,
so
yeah,
that's
yeah.
why I have my problem at because
Well, no, this shit
when
right
I
here fucking passed
asked
me out.
who
I
are
couldn't
they
feel myself.
testing
And I
this
woke up.
ancient, that is
Well, I
considered
woke up and
ancient
took some of my
DNA,
mom's
correct? Albert Perry?
more
He would be
medication.
considered ancient,
Exactly.
correct?
And
Yes.
then I ended up
Yes.
texting him
So
on my phone.
that's why I asked the
And I
question,
was just
who
learning
is
from
they
Jennifer.
testing him up against now?
Just to have somebody to
And
talk
when
to.
he say modern day
She
people,
responded, and I was just
that
watching
right
and talking to
there
her,
is you done lost right there just by saying that right there. So
This is for
now
the
you
house.
can't say it started there
Like 11
because
o'clock at
now
night.
you're dealing with eugenics and evolution. You see what I'm saying? If you're saying that everything come out of
Absolutely.
How about
Africa,
us?
and that's a
My
definitely
my
question that
brother
you need to
Trey, and
ask.
the
Do
only reason
he
I know this
believe
is
the
he
out
told
of
me.
Africa theory? Because if he
He
do,
found me
then it's no sense to
struggling in
even
the hallway
debate him. You understand what I'm
in the
saying?
Florence
I
house.
mean, you could beat his
Yeah,
ass
but
and
I
beat the
think
shit
this
out
is
of him,
good because
but
this
What are
is
you
going
go
to
doing?
ahead.
place all this science because they try to separate the science to be like, this is not, this has nothing to do with out of Africa. And it has everything to do with it. This is in the midst of it. So I understood where Chief Jonesy was coming at too with the question he was asking. Shout out to him. But that's why I was like, we're really going to get into a lot of those presets in the debate because a
But
lot of
I've
this
still
stuff
never
is
seen the Harry Potter movies.
all
I've never
Darwin
watched
all
the
over.
fucking Harry Potter.
All of this
I
is
woke
Darwin.
up.
It's not it's Darwinism, but it's not Charles Darwin. It's his Darwin family line that continued that and
Huh?
started eugenics. See, Darwin didn't actually
Right.
start eugenics. He was testing birds. He actually got shunned because of the shit that he was saying. He was like, nah, y'all making shit up, dog.
Yeah,
I'm not
just
saying
bugging.
that. And he actually got shunned behind that shit
No.
to
How
where
was
that's
that?
why they started this pseudoscience shit on that bloodline and shit like that. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
exactly. And
Which
it's
that came
the
after
debate
him.
is Sunday Truth. It's Sunday at 7 o'clock Eastern Standard Time on BAP's channel. And it's a free to debate, y'all. Everybody come out because it's free, no charge. And make sure y'all are supporting BAP. Shout out to him for hosting this debate. He has BAP clothing,
Yeah,
I think
shout
it's
out to
.com,
Bap.
right? And then also, make sure y'all hit his Cash App. So it'll be good and it's free. So I hope a lot of people do show up to see what it's about. But yeah, it's definitely OTK. And I say Darwin, but yeah, it goes back way before Darwin or anything. But I'm just saying in the basics of by the
Where you
time
been at?
haplogroups come around in
Huh?
2002, they're not coming to be like, let's be the benevolent, figure out really how world populations or human populations align. They're already going on the basis of out of African theory and then attaching these haplogroups to that thought train or that thought pattern. Y'all can hit the link too. Obviously, more stuff will come out on Sunday when we actually had the debate, but I thought it was good. I saw that all the crew, all his little crew came up to ask questions like YK and NAC. So I think a lot of them will be in attendance as well when it comes to Sunday and going through that. But yeah, I think that's what's important to understand. I think genotyping is important to understand what they're saying that they're doing all together because they'll make it seem like they're comparing full sequences to each other and they're not.
What the
Hey,
fuck?
Dosey, let me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, what the
You can hear
fuck? I
me?
was like, hey, listen, I'm not
Let
trying to
me
hurt your
let
Yeah,
me
I
feelings.
can
ask
hear
you
you.
this
I
real
don't
quick.
know.
Let me ask you this question real quick.
And me and
Uh,
Christian
um,
together. We good?
um. Okay, so this haplogroup study started like what,
Hold on.
1970s,
Studying this shit right
something
now.
like that, right? And then it
But
got
Right.
official by 2002.
I'm not trying to
Can
hurt
you
your
tell
feelings
me
because
who created the haplogroups?
I went out on.
Well, it's going to be like a series of different scientists. So they kind of in the 1970s, that's just when they're in the foregrounds of genetics and being like what genetics can say. But then once you see they come out with the mitochondrial Eve, and once they come with the mitochondrial Eve theory, that's where they attach that the greatest diversity is in Africa, so Africa has to be the origin of society, backing up the out of
We can crank up
Africa
the car.
theory. And
Just came
then from
outside. No.
there,
So
you
that's
see how
not
they
the
want
Y
to count
then, right?
population.
That's the
No,
XX, right?
that's the X. It starts with the X and then they go to the Y.
No, I said,
Oh,
bro,
so
I went
so
home.
there can be a problem there, correct?
Left her car cranked up in the driveway. On
When do they
like
Yeah, it's
switch
a
pulling into
over?
the
major,
drive,
even
like
how
on the
they're
street.
going about it. There's a
Go ahead.
major problems. And the people who think that I'm not going to be able to produce a scientific journal that's talking about these major problems, y'all are out of your mind. Scientists did not just agree with what was going on. Scientists didn't just agree with haplogroups across the community. There was a lot of combat that was going against out of Africa and the haplogroups in the time from scientists, from biologists, from
But anyway,
archaeologists.
I got home at like
And is
7:30 in the
is
morning.
evolution the second split of
Walked outside,
science?
didn't talk to her.
Because the
Went and
first split
fucking
of
took a
science was
shower for like
proving that
30
God.
minutes. Took a
Hold
shower
on,
for
hold
like
on,
3
real
o'clock
quick,
in the
man.
morning.
Shit. Go. I'll ask the question in a second. Go ahead.
I was not proud of that.
So yeah, I think and when talking about the splits of science, I think we just always have to talk about from the foundation there's been all this, and I would say of course we call it pseudoscience, but there's these agendas that have been attached to science. So people have come out and introduced all these different theoretical hypotheses and different things that they're saying, oh, this is scientific. but it's been based on who's funding them, what they've been funding them to say, type of thing. So when we're talking about science, hopefully we can get to a point altogether where this conversation that we're having, we can say what part of it is really science and what part of it is not. Because a lot of this stuff isn't even based in science or anything scientific. It has nothing to do with the scientific method, meaning that they had an observation and then they started asking scientific questions. Wouldn't a scientific question that you ask once you find this ancient DNA or unknown DNA in Albert Perry, wouldn't the next question be, where is this DNA from? I would think that would be a good question to ask, but that's not a question they asked. They immediately went to West Africa to try to figure out, how does this DNA tie to West Africa and why? How would you be able to automatically say, without asking the question, this ties to West Africa?
Yeah. So that that. So let me ask you this, Dosey. Is they trying right here to the left? Is they trying to tie Albert Perry to a slave story?
I've heard that. I haven't heard specifically people be like, "Oh yeah, Albert Perry's a slave," which hopefully they not, because you look at when he was born. But I think they do try to say someone's a slave or anything like that, and try to be like, this is how he came, especially his origins being in South Carolina, as you know, OTK. So as soon as anyone says black man out of South Carolina, they're trying to tie it to slavery. Yes, and the leaders, one of the leaders on their side are African, but I also have some people on the other side that were African that were saying, "Hey, this isn't right. This haplogroup thing that y'all are trying to say is scientific is not. And all you guys are doing is pushing the same old racism, the same old race theory that we've already said is pseudo. All you're doing is trying to justify it through another way, through another premise." So a lot of scientists weren't for this. This was going backwards in their mind when we should be going forward.
All right, Dosey, I made it. I made it in the spot. I came home early tonight just for you, sis. After hearing that bullshit, you know what I mean. You can hear me, sis.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah. So what I was about to ask you, so about the split. So we know the first split in science came when science was first being created to prove God. All right, let's not get it fucked up.
Right.
Science was created to prove God existed and shit like this. Uh, Jesus too. That was all in the discussion. All of that came in the discussion too. So when this group went against that shit and they said, no, we can't prove the existence. It's a Big Bang theory or something like that. This is when the scientific world split. Now, the second time the scientific world split, was it because of Darwinism?
If I think putting it like that, yeah, most likely, because first you see that split, like you were saying, science to create religion. You see that split amongst the agnostics and the super religious, as far as it, which are trying to be more so, we can only focus on the things that we can prove, and trying to be like,
Correct.
let's take leap out of it and let's just get into what are the facts of the situation. But over time, yeah, I think the Darwin, that made a big split, because then there was this big agenda of I think for a lot of people, like for white people, for example, they're trying to figure out where they're from. They're trying to figure out their origins. So when it came even to introducing this whole evolutionary theory, it was just about them finding out where they come from.
Correct. Correct. And and in that of them trying to find out where they coming from, did they not have a into Africa theory?
Yep, and then that's where the multi-regional theory comes from, and you see out of African
Hmm.
people taking on that to be like, oh, it's still out of Africa,
Hmm.
but you see multiple waves out of Africa and then back into Africa. So that's where you see a lot of these scientists combating that too, of just being like, we don't have the connections.
Yeah. Correct. So now that we got a out of Africa theory by some scientists, and now we got a into Africa theory by newer age scientists, how can they back and say that what they're saying today is facts when science has always proven itself? Can you tell me, sis?
They are highly into the religion of science. It is now a religion. It's no longer even a science anymore. It's what you believe. That's why they're willing to go to bat. People are willing to put their lives on the line to be like, I'm an ape. Like, oh, not, I don't want to fight you
Big
about it. Just
facts.
like, you can be an ape then. But it's crazy. I think it's almost like a social experiment to be like, what can we get these niggas to believe? Because
Yeah,
we can make
and
them
you know what's
believe that
even
they were
more
monkeys.
crazy, right? And you know what's even more crazy is when I hear the word mutation. That is the craziest word that I ever heard when they talking about human beings. What we call today human beings, us. When they say a mutation. Now, can you have a mutation in your gene? Uh, mm, I don't think so. That might cause sickness. That might cause health problems.
Yeah,
A
it's known
mutation
to
within your
cause. They'll
body.
try to argue and say, oh, well, it's not
Right.
always known. And there's all these mutations that have no effect. What? A mutation has an effect. If you're saying that they just deleted an allele or an allele shifted places or an allele, whatever they're saying happened to that allele, that is going to have some kind of
Mhm.
effect on your body. So for them to be like, oh, there's all these mutations that don't have any effect because they're trying to prove metamorphism is crazy. Like, no, mutations have an effect.
It's crazy work. It's crazy work. I don't see humans, what we call today humans, and what we are today, what they call it in the science world. I don't believe it was a mutation. I roll with the adaptation. We adapted to our surroundings. We adapted to the environment. And reason why I'm asking you that, and the reason why I'm saying that is because doesn't your environment changes your DNA from what the scientists say, sis?
Absolutely. And we know the two major factors is adaptation and hereditary. That's what DNA is. You can't take DNA outside of and be like, oh, there's other components. It has nothing to do with your mother and father. It has everything to do with your mother and father. You can't take it away from that. That's what it is. So yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, I see it as an adaptation as well. What you see is genes, but genes that you've already gotten passed down or anything like that, you can see them
Right,
perhaps strengthening certain points of you strengthening just because you need to do it. Like you do a lot of swimming. If you swim a lot, you're going to notice your body develop certain things that help you over time with swimming. So it's just anything
right.
like that. You're just adapting to whatever your environment is, but your genes that were passed down are passed down ancestrally through your parents. through their parents' parents and then parents' parents, and how they try to
Mm,
turn having a common ancestor doesn't mean you're related to them. I don't know. That's crazy. You can't say, oh, they're not
mm.
saying you're a monkey, but you have a common ancestor with the monkey. That means your auntie, some auntie out there, has a monkey in you. Like, you can't take that
But the
away and
thing
try.
is, though, sis, you know how they hide it, though? When you ask them, what is the common ancestor that we split from? They don't know.
And it's going to be
So
the
how can you
same
say
on
we got a
Sunday with
common
these kids.
ancestor when you don't know what the common ancestor is? So DNA can tell you
Exactly.
all of this, evolution can tell you all of this, but they can't tell you where to split. That's where Bat was going at with his question about the mutations. So this DNA can tell you when your bloodline mutated, correct?
Yes, what they
You
say.
know what I
They
mean?
say so. Exactly. But they
Right.
can't tell you where this branched off. That's where I'm like, this is absolutely has everything to do, because what they're saying is how the Imbo people and Albert Perry have this DNA because certain 17,000 years ago it branched off and became the two distinctive groups. Well, okay, where did it branch off from? Who's the group it branched off from?
Facts. That were back to out of America theory, not the in the America theory. You know what I mean? And sis, you
Yeah.
know I'm skeptical with that. You know how I be with that. I be looking for proof all day about the migrations from over here, over there. You know I be on it, boy. I ask 1,000 questions with that. But when you see stuff like Albert Perry, and if you believe in science and stuff like this, and there's science that they're conducting or whatever like that, when it's giving you these things like this, how can you go against it, but yet you agree with everything that goes with you? I don't
Yeah,
understand it,
exactly.
sis.
But that's why I say that, and I've always made a big emphasis on parts of this is science and parts of it is not. That's why I think knowing the scientific method is so important as far as it, because they'll tell you that the scientific method ends in their conclusion. And you have to go with what the conclusion says. No, the conclusion is supposed to be the conclusion of the hypothesis experiment. That's what the conclusion is. Whatever happened in the experiment, now you get your conclusion. So why they're putting
Yeah,
assumptions in the
that's
conclusion
that's
and
your
all this other stuff,
results. Yeah,
that's not exactly,
yeah.
that's not even scientific to be using assumptions and
Oh,
inferring in a conclusion. The conclusion is supposed to be what happened in the experiment. That's literally what a conclusion is supposed to be. So they're teaching us, okay, this is the scientific method. This is how you do science. They're having us run through experiments when we're real young, but then they just switch one day and all of a sudden it changes from it being this is something that you can test for yourself and come up with the results. It changes to an authoritarian. Oh, an authority has to tell you what this means, what this is. That's not science, that's religion.
right. And that's what I was about to tell you. And we know who was head over the science field. Uh, 90% of the scientists was Christians or Catholics. The ones who became pseudo scientists were atheists, or they believed in more than one God, or they believed that they wasn't teaching religion the right way and they just wasn't going to accept it. That's what pseudoscience came out at, because it was going against what what they will call today a
Consensus, yeah,
consensus. Yes, what they will
yes,
call
the
today a
authoritarian,
consensus.
because
Correct.
as you were saying, there at a certain point there was no difference. The separation of church and state, they were one and the same. So church was state. So when you see it, it's the same with science. They're all one at a certain time. So who's running the scientific community? King James, King George, King Charles. They're the ones that are funding this, doing all these different things when you're looking into the evolutionary theory. No, go ahead, OTK.
Hold on, sis. I'll be right back.
Okay. But yeah, so you see like them being one and the same at a certain point. And that is changing away from science because when you really look at America, especially in the golden age, after Reconstruction and prior to this being like the United States of America, there's so much evidence that science is was a huge part of the culture. Whether you're talking about just how they're aligning the pyramids to the stars. That's science. How they're making their calendars. That's science. How they're forming their food in comparison to what's happening in the sunlight, what's happening in the moonlight. All that is science. So there's nothing that says that America hasn't had science from time immemorial. But we see it being taken out of the real sciences to whatever you want to call this fake stuff we have today. And this fake stuff is just not science. It's not backed up by anything scientific. It's just something that, okay, this authority says this is how you should look at this. And because this authority is a geneticist, this is what the consensus is saying they agree on. And I think Dr. Joy DeGruy or Joyce DeGruy, I forgot which one it is. I think it's Joy. But I think she says it best in post traumatic slave syndrome that science can never be wrong in their eyes. So even when its science was flat out wrong with whatever they said, they're never going to say, oh, the scientist was wrong. They're going to say, we learned more, we adapted, we evolved. Never that, oh, this was just flat out wrong. And when we look into race, there's so many scientists that say race is not scientific. But how are they then turning around and putting race into genetics? That'd be the question. How is that scientific if you're clumping or you're using the clusters of people or you're trying to genotype the people by race? And race is already a pseudoscience. Race is already something that the scientific community says that you should not follow because there's nothing scientific about it. So then, why are we listening to people that are trying to give snips from a particular race of people? How does that make sense? Where there is money there, where there is an agenda, follow the money, and that's a fact, Nisha. Because with all this stuff, you can follow the money, see where they're getting funding. These excavations aren't just cheap. People didn't come together and say, "Hey, let's just go get a couple shovels and go over to Cameroon." No, they were funded to do that. And why were they funded to do that? And why so a little time after finding A00 in the Albert Perry lineage, because they found it and was working on it from 2011 to 2012. But by 2013, when they introduced it to the public, it's already associated with Cameroon and Imbo people. How is that possible? How did they already know the origins of something that was unknown? What's up,
Hey,
Savage?
Dulcinea. I ain't doing nothing. What you doing, Dulcie Doe?
Nothing. We just had this square off, so we're just talking about some of the stuff that happening on Sunday. Were you able to see that, me and Lucky?
I seen a little bit of it. Yeah, I seen a little bit of it. But I don't think you're gonna have no problems because I seen he was trying to get you to agree with him so he could bring that in the debate. Oh, she agreed with me on this. So, but you handled it well.
Yeah,
I think you
because
got
that's
it
what they always try to do. I mean, me and Unc had this heated discussion over that because evolution, they say evolution is a fact and a theory. So the fact that there's facts that are associated in this, they try to lean on the facts to be like, oh, well, because there are facts associated with this is true. But no, the facts are the facts. We can separate
right.
it from the theories. Like we don't have to
Correct.
say they're one and the same. They're not. So that's what they want to do. Just like when someone asked him, is it admissible in court? Everybody knows he was talking about is the DNA spitting in a cup, finding markers, finding snips admissible in court. And it is not.
Correct. But they gonna try to say, no, so if you take a DNA test with the child, that's the same formula. No, it's not.
Exactly. That formula would be how much shared DNA is in between Albert Perry and them Igbo people. I won't hold my breath for someone to answer that question, though. But yeah, I think it's good. And I know all his little plays. I even have a few articles I know he's going to bring to the forefront. So I'm excited to get behind those and show where they're really coming out of. Because I know people don't know. Even haplogroups. I learned so much about haplogroups through this debate because I knew haplogroups is a lie. And I know that they be basing it on races, which isn't scientific. So haplogroups aren't scientific. But to know who funded it, why they were doing it, we don't know these things.
Ooh, trouble. Find your man and put him in the trunk. Yeah,
Facts.
I can't wait to
And these Pan Africans gonna have to go in the trunk with them or either
right.
convert because either you gonna side with the colonizer or you gonna side with the people. You can't have it both ways. So if you're gonna side with the colonizer, stand on that you're siding with the colonizer.
I think that's very important to keep pointing out that they are siding and promoting the colonizers' agenda. The same person they say they hate.
Yeah, like even morally, think about this. What they want to for someone to win this debate from the American side, they want us to be grave robbers like these colonizers and start digging up people's bones and graves to test their DNA when they would not even have found this unknown DNA of Albert Perry had not his descendants gone and taken a DNA test. So you're finding things based on living people, and y'all are still trying to justify people going and robbing graves and desecrating people's ancestral burial grounds. Like it's crazy. And they don't even hear themselves how much they sound like colonizers.
I think that's very important to point out and put in their head. You are the modern day colonizer. You took this man's play and now you're pushing his agenda. And he's dead. I'm pretty sure.
Yep. Every time.
Wild Savage, what's going on with your kinfolk?
What's going on, OTK, Big Wild Indian?
The goddamn trigger. You got the right name right now. The goddamn
Right, the
trigger.
trigger. Because he is triggered
Yeah.
by you. He
Hey,
keeps
I
bringing
like
up
that
you,
Wild
Savage.
Savage.
Oh, she
I
has
like
to
that
go
Wild
because
Savage. The trigger.
Savage won't come out and won't do a debate. You have these niggas really, really triggered. They really want a debate with Savage. But
Right.
Nisha asked,
Right. Hey,
can you
Sister
talk
Nisha.
about why haplogroups are not scientific? And I'll definitely go
Okay.
more
Yes.
into it on
In the
Sunday.
debate. You don't
But
have
the
to give out
basics
too
of
much.
it is the
Yeah.
categories. So the same racial categories that we know have been based on scientific racism, and we've said that these are unscientific to be grouping people up and saying you're Negroid, you're Mongoloid, you're Caucasoid, and all this other stuff. And we said how unscientific that is. Haplogroups is just taking that, oh, let's put all the Caucasoid people together and then put a reference point of what their DNA looks like. Let's put all the Negroid people together and put a reference point of their DNA. So it's unscientific because you're saying that all these human populations can be put inside 3 to 5 categories. That's just not true. If we were actually looking at these populations distinct from one another, we would be making so many more scientific strides than what we're doing now, trying to lump people with the pseudoscience of race.
Damn, I like that, sis. The pseudoscience of race. Mm, I like that. You know that the pseudoscience of race, because race is pseudoscience.
I think this is
So,
gonna be
sis, let me
a
ask you this,
massacre.
sis, real quick. Was DNA invented in America or over there?
Um, I think they might have been
The
trying
testing
to
and
do
all
the
of that.
pre-testing, but the
Well.
strides that they've made in DNA have all happened over here. Everything that they've actually learned, the facts of DNA, have happened basically across
Okay.
the Americas.
So when they test somebody from America, are they testing them against modern Native Americans or ancient American Indians?
It depends on the group that they're testing of America, which I'm going to pull out as well. But again, because of
Mm,
these categories, they've already
uh-huh.
decided it doesn't matter that you're in America. If they decided you're
Right.
Asian, your DNA is
Mm,
going in the Asian
it's going
compound.
in the Asian
No
group.
matter that you and your parents and your parents' parents and your parents' parents, so on and so forth, have been in
Right.
Mexico, they're going to automatically say you're in the
Right.
Asian group.
And that's pretty much what Rick Kittles was saying when he gave that speech, when he told dude like, "Yo, Oprah's from there. You made her from there." So that's pretty much what he was saying. Like when they created this thing, this so-called DNA stuff, and tying people back to Africa or whatever like that. When they created this, at the same time, Oprah had, schools out there where she was getting women castrated so they didn't have no kids. I hope everybody know about that. That was worldwide news. So, and that's crazy how all of this is tying in together. You got major funding, you got major people behind you, and now you can push this worldwide movement. And then when 23andMe came out, it's funny that 23andMe came out and she was the wife of the person who came out with Google. And when Google came out, everybody was putting their information in Google and on Facebook. When that came out, MySpace, all of this shit that's early, they was putting all the information out on that. So this is how they was able to make ancestry trees and get links and stuff like that, because 23andMe was tied in with Google. It's shenanigans to me, man. It's all a hoax. I mean, what you think, sis?
No, absolutely. It's all a hoax, exactly. And just how these, like you're saying, these different people are working together. It's kind of like when you heard Bill Gates is coming out with the vaccine, like, like I'm good on that vaccine. I don't
Yeah,
need Bill
right?
Gates being
Like
my
what?
my doctor. Like what? So yeah, they're
What the
all
fuck?
tied together. They all working together.
Like you ain't
And
even no
especially when you're
doctor
talking
in the
about
doctor field.
population control and actually collecting people's genetics, because think about, that's what we're, just like you said, why it's a big deal today. Why is it a big deal today? Because now your genetics aren't safe and they're about to sell your genetics on the market, whatever that may mean for the future of what they're going to do with your genetics just because you spit in a cup. So this isn't a new thing. This has been an ongoing thing. How do you get people to submit their genetics to you for eugenics? You tell them, hey, we can help you find your family.
Yeah, that's crazy. But the thing is, though, they didn't help you find your family though over there in Africa.
Exactly.
They just gave you a region. So
And gave you
this
pride
another
in
thing
that.
too. Yeah, this another thing too, sis. With this autosomal DNA
They
crap,
basically they
is it?
did
Oh,
help
go
you.
ahead, Wild Savage. Go ahead, Wild Savage.
My
Go ahead.
bad.
Go ahead.
I
That
was
was a
gonna
pause.
say,
Go ahead, Wild Savage.
nah, they did help you. The only thing is, the entertainment part was the markers, but they did help you find people that was living, or you know what I'm saying, family of people that was living
Right,
in your genealogy.
right.
You know what I'm saying? They just
Right, but
started your genealogy.
you had to do that genealogy work. Little do we know though that was genealogy work, and other people
Mhm.
was doing genealogy work. That wasn't because of
Right.
no test. Well, I mean, unless it was a parental test. See, and that's a big thing. That is not the same goddamn test. A parental test, because if we're going off of parental test, Dosey, can a woman find her father without any of her father bloodline in the system?
No.
Okay. So that right there lets you know DNA is flawed right there. That lets you know DNA
And
is
I would
flawed
not
right there.
unnecessarily call it flawed, but I'd say that's how you know the DNA is dependent on ancestry. They're
Dependent.
one and the same. It's dependent
You
on it.
got
So
to
you
have
can't take ancestry
genealogy.
away and say, "Oh,
Right.
we can tell things by DNA without anybody ancestry." Once you're using DNA, you're
Right.
using someone's ancestry. You can't say,
Correct.
"Oh, these
Right.
people have these genetic markers that are the same, but they're not related." That how sway
Right.
that's not how DNA works. If they have
Right.
shared DNA, they're related.
Right. Right. And Dosey, you know what's crazy? Lucky them boys don't know that for a whole year I had to battle with you with this DNA thing because you was on it with this DNA until I show you a Dosey. You can't have DNA without a paper trail and a reference panel. That means you got to give a name and you got to have some genealogy research. Without those two, it's no DNA. So what is they
Right.
doing? They just really doing genealogy. But it's up to you to put in that. And then they try to find those same people. But other than that, bro, listen, if none of your peoples ever got caught for no charge or no none of that, they ain't had to turn in no DNA or no none of that, and you a woman out here and you going to take a paternal test to find out who your daddy is, if that woman don't have a name to try, even if she got a name, she can give them the name and they're gonna try to find his DNA. If they don't got it in the system, they're gonna try to find his brother, cousin, first cousin, or something. But if that's not in the system, she will never find her daddy. That's why I
Exactly.
say
It's
it's
completely
flawed,
dependent.
Dosey, because what about people like Luzia? We can never find Luzia daddy because we don't know who Luzia daddy is because we can't find her that marker. And this is their DNA.
Right. We
What
would
their
never
DNA
be
is
able to
saying.
tie back the Y and be like this. Even if Lucia is
Right,
A00, we
right,
wouldn't be able to tie that back to a Y for her. So yes, that's
Right,
definitely a thing. But I can tell you they're not
right.
looking for A00 in America because that would negate their whole premise of what they've been trying to push to the people. So anything that goes against their narrative, they're not even looking into it.
Right, exactly. And that's the problem. And Dulcie, I applaud you, sis. Um, you always been a student, and you always been one to where if you was wrong or if you didn't know something, you were willing to ask and you was willing to learn it, and then come back and ask questions about it to further understand it. That's why you gonna be successful, sis. You know what I mean? I'm speaking this into existence for you. Real Indian,
Yeah,
big
I
ass
appreciate
Indian
that.
business. You know what I'm talking about? Um, you I don't give a damn about no debate or no none of that, though, sis. I'm just telling you, you got a type of aura, a demeanor that is unmatched. You feel me? And I just want you to keep doing what you do, sis. And you know I'ma always support you. Day one, day one, for real. 'Cause you always been there to support me. Even when I've been wrong, you tell me if I'm wrong, you JB, and you know what I mean, and vice versa, man. And I love that, man. So
Yeah, but
you
we're
know,
always, of course, we love you and we always gonna be here. And that's like a study group. I've been thinking too. I'm like, maybe we should bring the study group to Patreon because people don't even have access to a lot of this. There's a lot of these materials that we be reading because we be reading. That's one thing I
right?
had to laugh about Grateful. G like you and your bookership, yes, because I'll be reading. But
Yeah, we
it's
be
not like you
reading.
read to be like, oh, whatever this book says is the end all be all. No, you read to
Hell
understand
no.
what are they even saying because you're gonna find the flaws in what they're trying to say. Like people that read these scientific journals, it ain't gonna take you
Hmm.
long to reading it before you see, oh, you can't do that. Like what you trying to say you did right here? That's not true. All this other stuff. I'm
Right,
so excited to
right.
like go into points of the journal that these people want to be like, oh, it's for sure this because the conclusion said it's this. When the journal is saying we didn't even collect data on that. What do you mean you didn't collect the
Mm.
data? Like what? So you inferred
Is it
data?
fair to say that there is a scientific world and there's a reality world, a natural world?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you definitely have those premises of people that were trying to make that one and the same, the natural to the scientific world, and they were trying to
Uh-huh.
understand it, like the Albert Einsteins or anything. But you have the
Right.
people where it's completely separate, where they're just trying to do whatever agendas, whatever science, and they're taking it out of the real world aspect of it completely, just because I need you to believe this because real world aspect, we wouldn't believe half this shit that they try to get us to believe. Like what? If you looked over a chimpanzee, you would not say, "Oh, that's my cousin Bernie" in a real world aspect. But that's what they want us to do. Oh, I just talked to Cherie. She should be coming. But what do y'all think? Like, I know y'all know basically what Lucky is coming with. But what do y'all think about these 15 minutes rounds? And what do you think Lucky is really gonna be coming with on Sunday?
I think they got um some Google research, some scientific racism articles that half of it that they gonna read supports they uh tries to support their argument, and they gonna cut the half off that tells you that it's basically a scientific guess. Think it's gonna be a lot of
Right.
trying to slender you. Um, it's not gonna go on the information. It's just gonna be more slander and trying to get a laugh and get the crowd persuasion off of his insults.
Yeah, and I think so too. I don't think he'll go too far or anything, Lucky, because he usually keeps it kosher or whatever. But I can only imagine when I do win this debate, what will happen afterwards of the people that are hitting the panel and all kinds of stuff that people are going to say. But I don't mind that. I'm a beat Lucky fair and square. That's why I agreed to a free debate. He said, "Oh well, it's not going to be fair if it's not free because I can't get a lot of my side to come out and pay for these debates. So that's why we had it be a free debate where everybody's welcome, all this other stuff. So there's no excuses at the end of the day. This information is going to be put out to the people, and then the people are going to vote whose information more aligned or made more sense." Hey, Nisha.
Hey, I think that hey Savage, I think that
Hey, Nisha.
I think the basis is going to be um the out of Africa theory, just because of how he thinks already. So that's really going to be his foundation. So that's what
Yes,
I
for
think.
sure. And I think they'll try to make it seem like it's not, but obviously it is. That's the whole foundation because how did they end up already searching Africa for Albert Perry's DNA and they barely found it? Like they went straight to Africa. So that doesn't mean y'all didn't even try to test Asians. Y'all didn't try to test the Australians. Y'all didn't try to test Greenland, nothing. Y'all went straight to West Africa to be like, we're going to find this DNA. To me, that's suspect already. Just how is that science?
It's cause Albert Perry is black. Respectfully.
Yep. P. Cherise. Yep.
It's
Exactly.
cause he black and they think we all come from Africa and they
Cherise.
gotta go to Africa so fucking bad to find something out. And I mean not to interrupt anybody, I hope I didn't, but I it just blows me away
You
because
came right in on time.
if they discovered it here first, that means they discovered it in his great grandson, Albert Perry's great grandson, that this AOO was founded in this land. And then when they do go over here and they do all these projects in Africa, then they do it in Cameroon or whatever it is, and they only find like 10 or 11 people with the same AOO. It doesn't mean it originated in Africa. That's not what that means. And it almost feels like that's what they're interpreting this as. And I just think it just go along with like that same pseudo scientific racism bullshit that we constantly have to deal with when it comes down to like proving anything. Like the out of Africa theory is really got shit jacked up. It do.
Right.
So I
Fact.
think yeah, I think you're gonna do a good job, girl. So,
But
you
think
know.
about it this way too. Let's say Cherise has some very ancient DNA and I don't. But they lump me and Cherise in the same reference panel. That means that now because Charisse has ancient DNA, that reference panel, they're going to say everybody that's associated with this has ancient DNA because they're using a reference panel using the people that have the DNA with people that don't. Just because they're not specifying, okay, let's really see what group holds this DNA instead of making it a whole category.
And I think what you gonna do good at too is like because your argument is that did it come out of America? And I think that yes, it did. When we're talking about where it was discovered first, it was discovered first through Albert Perry's Y chromosome, father's line, whatever. It was found here first before they could go out and research it anywhere else. So I think that that's already a common given, and I don't know why that's being overlooked because they found a couple of people in the Cameroon who have it too, and they obviously didn't look through
If
the
they have
Americas
it
enough.
too, sis. If
Right.
they have it
Yeah.
too. But here's
Yeah.
the
Yeah,
main
if
thing. So if you're here, we don't know how long out of Africa's been going. It's been going on since like the 17th, 16th century. They've been like, oh, Africa. So that's how long they've been in Africa, just robbing graves, all this other stuff. Why did it take coming here to find A00? If you're already in Africa, you already have the science, you already are there studying the body, studying the remains, you shouldn't have needed America at all to find A00. It's from Africa, right?
Hmm. So what about the African ancestry people? Wouldn't they would have came up with that first, right?
Exactly. They should have been knowing about A00. It shouldn't have been unknown by the time Albert Perry. It came out of Cameroon. They were already in Cameroon. So they should have known. How is it unknown?
I think when they first found out about it, I think it was submitted through some family tree thing or some shit.
Yeah,
When they
family
first,
search. And then
yeah,
like the great
yeah, when,
grandson got it through the
yeah, like
consumer
y'all
basis.
just found
That's
out.
what I'm like. If you're already digging up by this time, how many skeletons have they dug up all across Africa at this point, pushing the out of Africa theory? So you telling me
Facts.
all them skeletons you done pulled up, none of them could have made it where you knew about A00 before Albert Perry, but you're still trying to say it's out of Africa?
Exactly. And I think they
Don't
miss.
make
They're
sense.
missing. Yeah, they're missing it. They're missing it. And I think you're gonna do a good job of being able to prove it, because that is. And that's why I kept saying, I was like, well, 11 people in Cameroon is not a lot of people. And you obviously didn't test anyone else in America. You just said, fuck America. We just about to go to Africa when you found it in him here. I didn't understand that part of it. I do, ultimately I do think it's just like that pseudoscience bullshit, equating everybody to Africa, especially everybody black in America, the same old nonsense. And that's why we can't move forward in terms of like just being able to establish new discoveries and, being able to justify why we say we've always been here, because it's like rooted, ingrained in the membrane to think that we all came from Africa. I think it's really a sick notion. That shit's sick to me. So
Hey sis.
hopefully that should have stopped.
Hey,
And
hey
I
sis
think,
Sharice, what's happening?
Hi,
hey,
OTK.
And
Hey,
that is
hey,
real, even when it comes
uh,
to medicine. I just wanted to back up what Sharice is saying with that, which I'll talk a little bit about that too. Because think about it, like even taking us out of the equation, let's just talk about Africa, the continent of Africa. You trying to make medical strides and find medicine that can go for different people and all this other stuff. You can't just say the Egyptians are the same as the South Africans. You need to find the medicines that apply to the Egyptians and not make the assumption that they have the same genetics from Egypt on down to South Africa. If they do, then fine, but you have to test it first to know that they have the same genetics instead of just saying, oh, we're lumping them together because Africans have the same genetics. And that's what's happening. That's why we're not making any medical strides or different things like that, because they're still using these racial categories that are putting us in a predicament where we're not learning new things. We're not saying, okay, these different group of people, this is what will really be good for them. This group of people, this is what would be good for them. We're just trying to lump them all together and say, oh, they're all African. So this is what we're going to do for the African. And that's what's happening in the medical field. While we're dying so much, while they're not able to even take care of the little things like pregnancies, why so many babies are lost, so many mothers are lost, just because they're not trying to even learn our genetics separate from Africans.
Exactly.
And that's why I agree with R RJK RFK, what his name is.
Yeah, RFK.
Yeah,
RFK.
RFK.
That's why I agree with a lot that he says because it makes sense. But people get, they got their panties in a bunch when it comes to anybody affiliated with Trump. But he make a lot of sense when it says that we don't need the same medicine as other people need, or the amount of dosages that other people need. We don't. We different.
Way stronger immune system from what he said.
And so, and to back that up is, let's just speak about, they like to say, oh, if you got sickle cell, that means you come from Africa. That means you come from Africa because sickle cell was something that the immune system developed over there, they say, to fight off malaria. So yellow fever over here is equivalent to malaria. So I asked him, then what trait do we got if we already living over here and we dealing with the yellow fever, but when y'all came over here, y'all caught it and y'all died off from it. So what trait do we got? Are y'all calling that too? See, it's a bunch of stuff out here, dog, that they done been brainwashing people on different levels and different aspects. And Dosey, I'm glad you're doing this debate because this is gonna make their big guns come out, and that's what we waiting for. We're really waiting for the big guns to come out because they done been in hiding for too long. When they go live on their own little personal vendetta and they vent and all that. They block you if you go in their chat and all kind of stuff. They never drop the link for you. So I'm glad you're doing this debate, and I'm glad it's free because everybody gonna share that shit out with the information that you bring. The same way how they tune in when they thought you was coming on there to say that you been from Africa when you was showing your DNA results. This is how they go tune in again, sis. So you know what
Right.
I mean? I already know what time it is. You feel
And I
me?
have this article. I couldn't get to that point, so let me, since you brought up sickle cell, let me read it or anything. But I will be bringing up other parts of the article. But hold on, I'm pulling it up.
Yeah, why she pulling that up? Because I don't mean to be running my mouth too much, but I just want to say this because I ended up purchasing a Science Direct article, I believe, on this whole Albert Purry shit. And it was saying that, like the Albert Purry thing was an accidental discovery, and that they just knew for sure that at least one man who did not descend from the Y chromosome Adam, who lived like what did it say, 60 to 140,000 years ago, they knew somehow, some way that he had to be related to other people, and that it might have broke off at least 300,000 years ago, at least. And it was just saying that they tested other. They said it's possible, it's likely that it's 1,500 other American men that carries the same Y chromosome as Albert Purry. So it's interesting. Like like they said, if it's 1,500 other American men, and then y'all only found 11 living in some village in Cameroon, the math ain't mathing to me.
Yeah, if you trying to say that the clusters mean that's where you come from, so the cluster will be here. Right, Dosey? Remember, that's why I asked that question. Does that mean when you see a cluster, what he's talking about, does that mean that started there? Or could that mean somebody went there and they started a family there?
Right,
And
admixture.
you, right, correct. So, yeah, but yeah, they sis, that's serious. That's definitely the truth. Let me tell you who this man bloodline is tied to. William the Fridge Perry off the 1985 Bears Super Bowl champions. William the Refrigerator Perry. They got a wood company upper South Carolina. They chop wood with axe, no saw. They chop wood and split it with axe and sell it. That's what they had. His brother was called he was the fridge. His brother was called damn, what was he called? The Ice Box or something like that. But his brother was big too. Boy went to Clemson. I'm talking about big, humongous, like, man, big people, dog. They like big. I ain't lying to you, man. They like a freak of nature type stuff that was in the NFL at that time. They was too big and too agile to be that true. That's the same bloodline. In this bloodline, you will also find in Florida. Because if you go deeper into the research, they let you know that Perry and his family them came up from Florida way, fleeing. They was fleeing the bullshit that was going on in Florida, and they fleeted up into South Carolina. We got stories of this. Not to say they true or not, but we got stories of this. So it's just some more research that we got to do. But one thing's for sure, he's definitely from here. He ain't come here. So, you know what I mean?
Yep. They leave out like the
Right.
obvious shit, pissing me off. Like y'all
Mm.
found it in Africa, it must be from Africa. Is y'all insane?
Nah, but that's
Smoking drugs,
evolution,
is they
though. Just
cool?
because yeah, the crazy thing about it, though, sis, that we, one thing about over there is that they wrote a lot of their history down. You hear me? Whether it's true or not, they wrote up even the winners and the losers. They was writing. They was writing and documenting from the time that they can write. They was drawing pictures and whatever to describe things. And one thing I know for sure is that it always been a migration into Africa. It always been something going on in Africa where they was taking people out and other people was coming in. So by the time they start testing Albert Perry DNA to, to modern day people of Africa today, dog, how we know that them people in Cameroon ain't came from over here and
Liberia.
came from China, yeah, or came from Liberia through there, or wherever they come from. They could have came from South America. We don't know where they came from over there. They could have came from Pakistan, Afghanistan. They could have came from Persia area at the time, the Hittites. You know what I mean? We don't know because over there they got a bunch of conquering stories that was happening in Africa and a bunch of relocation. That right there waters down a whole story unless you from there. And then when you from there, you gonna speak about tribes, your chieftains and stuff like that. You ain't gonna speak about no whole nation name, no Ghana or oh no, none of that. Man, come on, man. They gotta stop this, man. It's madness, and I'm sorry, sis, that this type of shit makes you mad, Sister Reese and Dulcie. I'm sorry that you gotta go through this. Every year we got to prove our love. And Sister Nisha, you already know I love you, sis. I appreciate you for all the work that you do, man. You that in-depth researcher, man. You know you very tedious with your work. And I like that. Dosey, you gonna beat the shit out of them though. But the thing is though, I want you to teach at the same time. Teach them something at the same time. Because what you're gonna be saying is gonna be a lot of teaching. And like Bap say, you know, in layman terms, are y'all gonna break it down in layman terms so everybody can understand? That's a
Get
good thing
your
about
ass
you,
off the
Dosey.
pulpit.
Yeah, Dosey, you can take something that's serious and you can break it down in layman terms. And I can't
Yeah,
wait.
that's definitely what
Dog,
I
nah,
plan to
Wild
do.
Savage, I'm amped. I'm
I
amped.
have
Wild
been
Savage.
trying to mitigate what parts to bring in, what parts to not, and then just really break it down in layman's terms. Definitely, I do want it to be a teaching moment, but I want it to be a We're all a research group together. And that's what I want to turn it on Sunday, especially by the time of our third round, because I feel like we can all be researchers and really go through this scientific method and get this answer for ourselves where A00 is coming from. And we can use the data and the results will tell us what the truth is. And I think that's what we have to start doing with everything is being
So
like
what would be the
we're
experiment
not
part?
absolved from being their peers. I just wanted to say that we're not absolved from a peer review just because we're not geneticists or anything. The whole point is for us to be able to read it, understand it, and question it if we need to question it. And they should be willing to answer. That's what science is. But what were you saying,
All right,
OTK?
so
Sorry.
is it two different scientific methods?
Nope, there should be only one.
All right, so how can you experiment DNA? How can you test that over and over? That experiment. How can you do the experiment? And how can you test it over and over?
Well, a main thing would be since we even found this DNA through a great grandson of Albert Perry, we would be able to continue to experiment and learn from it if we went through his line and his lineage to say, okay, let's keep building on this information from his genes and his genetics and the ones that have been passed down to his generations, not going to West Africa to try to find it, but sticking with his family where we know it is, and then expanding from there. And we can do different tests like full sequencing, comparing the clusters, like he was saying before, comparing the clusters from a great grandfather to a great grandson to the great great grandson, things like that, for us to get answers first. And then once we have that reference panel that we built from his family, then we can go out and test that reference panel from others.
So in other words, you
Those
telling me that they never experiment or never did the scientific method with Albert Perry per se?
No, they did not.
So
They
how
took
can they
their
call
big
it
bucket head asses right over
scientific?
there to Africa.
So how can they
Right,
call
to
it a
prove a premise that
scientific
they had
fact?
already been trying to prove for 30 years with DNA that they had already been working on. Mitochondrial Eve had already been a theory that they introduced in the 1990s.
There you go, Sister Nisha, a theory.
And you know what I say about theories. It's just a theory. It's
You
not a fact.
don't know. Good. Go ahead, Wild. My bad, bro.
no, I was gonna tell Dulcinea to make sure that if not just in the debate but in the question round, just point out clearly what they're showing is a reference and what is the fact, basically. You know what I'm saying? You gotta highlight what they saying is a theory or a guess, and then what actually can be proven.
Yeah, and that is, and I plan to start there because I plan to
Yeah.
start shooting. But that's why I asked him tonight about genotyping, because at the end of the day, there's two forms of genotyping. There's what that and what they're trying to convince us of. So full sequence genotyping is taking the full segment as far as the DNA and then directly saying, okay, this allele is here, this allele is there, so on and so forth. But what they're doing is inferred genotyping, meaning they're not even taking some of the specimens' full sequences. They're inferring from a reference panel, like you said, Savage, to say this is what should be here, but it's missing. How can you say what should be here? We don't know. This came to us as something that's unknown. How can we come with something that is unknown to us and say, well, this allele should be here? How do you know that? This is unknown DNA. What do you mean?
hmm hmm Yep.
And can I, what is because I didn't get a chance to listen to the face off like I really wanted to. Um so what is Lucky's premise behind this whole thing? He believes AOO is African.
Yes, that his premise is not only is it African, but I can't wait to shoot him with this. Is that the more recent journals have been coming out and confirming their out of Africa theory with some other remains that they have tested and said that they have found A00 on in West
Of
Africa.
course. Of course. And I feel like with any type of scientific journal that I've read, especially the one about our particular ancestry and what they say, a lot of it just goes back to a bunch of historical research that they've already done. They'll say, well, yeah, this is based off the history of the transatlantic slave trade. Like, I mean, a false history. I mean, not to kind of get sidetracked, but I noticed that like this is kind of what they do with these types of journals or these when it comes down to these DNA testing things. It's not even just about, like testing certain groups. It's about the history behind it and why and this is why they go and do certain things. So that's why I say it's because Albert Purry is black and they got this history put on us about being from Africa. And that's the only thing that I could think of as to why they would do that wild ass shit.
Yeah, facts. But guess what, Sharice? I know you'll get a kick out of this. Guess what university, and I mean like almost all the articles got a scientist that is from this particular university, but especially the ones when they were first building up haplogroups. Do you want to guess what university that these scientists were coming out of?
Girl, don't tell me it's Harvard.
That too, but think of
Or
think of David Eltis.
oh, Emory?
Yep.
Emory.
Emory.
Yep.
Yep.
Child.
So
So
these
all he was
science,
Yeah,
so
doing
see
was
they
y'all see?
they
regurgitating
doing the
their work.
history
Yeah.
and the scientific.
Yes.
Big words.
See,
What?
That's why I'm like, hold on, wait, Emory? Wait
regurgitating
a
their
minute.
work.
Yes.
Shit.
Yeah,
Oh
see?
shit.
I already know.
Oh
Because
man.
Elsis was mentioned
Y'all big
in
out
some of
here.
them little publications. It's no surprise.
Exactly.
It is no surprise. Yep. That makes all the sense in the world now. Yep. There we go. Okay. Suedos on top of Suedos, child.
No, follow the
Word. They
money.
don't
Follow
agree
the
there.
money.
Yep. Every time,
Yeah.
follow the
Yep.
money.
Follow the money, god damn it. You get your corporate.
And
Ooh.
I'm happy to represent the people and globally, the people globally, because what did the people feel about this? And we're going to talk about that Sunday, what the people actually felt. And we can see what the people feel about it because we know the majority of the world are not going and running to submit their DNA anywhere, especially no company. So we already know the majority of people wasn't fucking with it. But we're going to see a lot of
I'm
people
gonna
be
let you
like,
know
yeah,
this.
no.
I'm gonna let you know this too. On a side note, you ask any Native American tribe, these Native American tribes, if they do DNA, they will tell you no. They are not giving up their DNA. And I asked why. You know why? Because that will show that you came here. You ain't been here. They don't do no DNA. So who is the Native American that they testing this DNA up against in America? Can you tell me, Dosey?
Exactly. That's a good question. Because yeah, they ain't going to no tribes. They most likely,
They
them
ain't gonna
white
take
people,
none.
them
They'll tell
$5
you.
Indians outside of
Right.
it.
They will not take no DNA test. They will not take them. They will not take them. Just like them African tribes out there. They will not take them. The only
Because they know
DNA they
what
got for
DNA
people
gonna
out of
take them.
Africa is the one in England. Yeah, they ain't gonna take them, sis. For
They know
real.
where
We
that
don't
shit
talk
gonna
to
take
them.
them right back home.
Right. And
It's
we
Yeah,
and
because they
sis,
established.
know
that's
too.
why
They
they
be
had to come out and say
skeptical.
that they
They
know
like, why
they
you
came from Asia.
want my DNA? What you trying to do with it? Africans came straight up skeptical from the jump. What you trying to do with my DNA? No, thank you. Because
So
obviously,
Right.
whatever they're putting in the forefront, we don't believe that's what they're really doing. And now people are
Right.
living that in real time right now with 23andMe and worrying
Right,
and trying to delete data off a site that can't be deleted. They said it can't be
right,
deleted. All you can do is delete it from you seeing it, not them,
right,
because you
right.
already
And you
signed it
know what's
away.
crazy? And you know what's crazy? If those people over there in Africa, in that continent called Africa, if those people over there was taking DNA tests and we was taking DNA tests, dog, we will know each other. It'll link us back to them. So that lets you know that they're putting you in a place where people don't even take these DNA tests. The Africans or the so-called Africans that's taking the DNA test is the one that's going to college in Europe, in England somewhere. They the ones that's doing it. But ask any one of them, have they traced their lineage back to America? Hmm. That would be the
So,
big shit right now.
hmm, let me ask a question. So, if we already understand that the regions on these ancestry tests are not accurate, where do they get the indigenous and the native percentages from? What people are those? Are, I mean, like, why would they even use that?
That's a good question, Nisha.
What
I would
what
say,
indigenous, what indigenous and what native are they testing?
yeah. So
They
that's why
don't
I'm
test.
trying to answer her. Hold up, OTK. Let me answer her
Oh,
real
my
quick.
bad. My bad, Sharice. Yeah.
No, you could answer her too because you 1.2. But what I was gonna say was is that when I looked it up, when they what they qualify as quote Native American DNA is Asian descent, Asian people DNA. That is what's qualified as Native American DNA. That's why I told most black folks you won't come up as that because you're not an Asian. So like that, I mean, I know for a fact that that's the qualifications. And usually they'll test it in like central,
Fact.
like the Central Americas, and and only on the west, like that West Coast part of this country, where they test those southwestern Native American people over there on that side. But rarely do they do it over here on our side, on the southeastern woodlands. They not over here, but they be over there on that other motherfucking side. But you shit, that's an easy Google. It'll tell you Native American DNA is Asian DNA.
And what about the
And I'm gonna
indigenous
get in,
DNA?
definitely get into that as far as
They'll
Sunday.
try to
But
equate that to
also,
Mexico and
what
shit.
happens is when they do have this ancestry, right? When they have Lucia, when they have DNA from an ancient body or whatever that they're finding in Central America or anything. You know, when they test these Asians against them, they're missing whole sites, whole segments, whole
Facts.
percentages of
Big
likeness
facts.
to these people. But you know what? They
Big
come up
facts.
with an excuse for that. They say, "Oh, this is
And
because of
Luzio.
colonization that they're missing
Yep.
this DNA."
Yep. Even Luzio. Luzia and Luzio. Big facts.
Hmm.
Clearly
Big
they came
facts.
out with her as being black. Clearly. And then they turned around and switched it
Hey,
up. That's
that's a good
make this
question,
shit up.
Nisha. Hey, Nisha, that was a good question, Nisha.
It's a
Damn
great
good question.
question.
Damn good question, sis.
I just
You
was
know,
thinking it
only
because of my test. You know, my tests have
hmm
indigenous on it. So I
hmm
was just curious.
But I'm telling
Yeah,
you,
that could
you
just
got
mean
way
that your
more
stuff match with
indigenous.
some
You
people over
got
there. It
way
could.
more
And
indigenous
it's
than what
that
that test
too,
telling you.
because they do have ancient DNA on these. They don't just come right out and say it or whatever because they're doing a lot of testing in the background, as we see with Albert Perry. So I'm sure at first they didn't just
Yeah.
notify his great grandson that they found unknown DNA. They just automatically
Yeah.
started testing
That would have to
on
be
it because he signed
Smithsonian
the rights
then.
away. But a lot of
Uh-huh.
times it's the ancestry that they're getting from ancient unknown DNA too that they're tying you to, Nisha.
hmm
Like they'll have
But
some Yucatan Mayans or something that they'll
yeah.
be like they found that in your DNA, but they gonna say that
Hmm.
that's coming from the Native Americans.
Uh,
Right, right. But the Smithsonian, they will have to be in cohorts. So all of this new research just came out during the time when I started my own channel and all of that. All of this new research was coming out because one thing Biden and them boys did is they went to the museums and say, "Hey, y'all got to return all the artifacts to the original people. Y'all at Smithsonian, we need those bodies. Y'all got records saying that y'all got this amount of bodies and you know what I mean, preserved. We need all those bodies, and people need to come get their remains so they can bury these people." I don't know if people remember this, Dosey. I don't know. Remember when I was doing the shows on this and I was telling people like, "Yo, if y'all
Yeah,
in
I
these
remember that.
areas
And
in
basically
New
of
York,
them testing, it was
yeah,
like based on them testing the DNA and being like, that's not your people. Right. Because
that's
it
not
was a
your
chief that went
people,
up to them to be like, oh, we want this back. And then they were like, oh, yeah, that's not your
right?
people.
That's not your people's correct. So I did a couple of bills on that. I was doing something every day on that, man. I was like, yo, if y'all in these areas, go back and claim y'all shit. I'm telling y'all, old dirty bastard was out this area. All look like him. Go get y'all stuff.
Yeah, that's the same thing like with that article I had found back in like that they wrote back in like 97 when they had found the skeletons of they found some skeletons. I forgot where the fuck they found. I think in New York. I think it was I don't want to be wrong, but I got to go look at it again to get the exact location. But they found them skeleton heads, the bones or whatever, and the Native Americans was trying to claim them. And then they said based off how they look, they said, "Oh no, nah, these some niggas." So then they ended up deciding that they were going to go and try to figure out where they were from in Africa. Never found out where the fuck they was from in Africa, but they found the bones right here in this land. Like they be finding out shit, and then they like once they find out, or the looks of it, or if the teeth is saying some other shit, they're like, "Oh nah, this a nigga." I'm telling you, they gonna automatically relegate it to Africa. It's pretty sick, but it's real shit. Like they act as if I don't know, that slave story really got them whooped and fucked up, that everything got to go back to there as it pertains to us, as if there's only one place, there's only one civilization or one place that could populate all civilization. I think it's really interesting and misleading too, because obviously we can't really get down to the bottom of the truth when we got all these excuses around uh this is the reason why we found it, or this is when we found it, we discovered this. So that's why it's not indigenous, it's African. But you don't even really know because initially y'all thought it was indigenous American and y'all was ready to get that shit to the Native Americans. So it should be crazy.
Exactly. Exactly. And I don't know why I can't find where I put the actual articles. That's why I wasn't able to like pull the actual article up, but this is the article that I'll be bringing up. It's called Our Medical and Non-Medical Uses of Large-Scale Genomic Markers Conflating Genetics and Race. And why I wanted to show you OTK, and I'll put this link up because in this article it brings up sickle cell and it talks about how even though sickle cell is prevalent amongst even the Mediterranean, because they only want to tie sickle cell to Africans, they're not doing what they need to do to really figure out what's going on with sickle cell, how they can help people globally, so that are having the sickle cell trade or having themselves with sickle cell, and they've pretty much neglected the full Mediterranean community that do have sickle cell as well, showing that sickle cell is not just a African thing. It's not just an African disease, but because they treat it like such, they don't know how to treat other groups of people that end up having sickle cell. And then Milestone, he said, yeah, dude who had skeletons in his house. They said it was ancient Native
Right.
Americans. I remember that. And yeah, I remember I think it was Chief Holiday, I want to say, on either BAP or maybe on Cuddy's channel, but he was showing that video of the guy that basically they gave him a slap on the wrist, but he was like stealing all that stuff and grave robbing for decades. He had a whole museum in his house. It's crazy.
Oh wow. I don't know how people be messing with them
Yeah, he
dead
was
bodies,
stealing
child.
bones, girl. He was stealing bones and stealing all kinds of stuff and made a whole museum in his house.
Ooh, go off. Mm-mm. Don't touch my people shit, bitch. Uh-uh.
Exactly.
Ooh, interesting. I need to go look into that. Yeah, but I do think a lot of that DNA stuff is rooted in scientific racism, a lot of racism and a lot of ideas around caste system and racial ideologies. And I think that always need to be kept in mind when it comes to DNA testing of any kind. And I think that that's what's left out. A lot of that shit is rooted in racism. I don't care what nobody say.
Yeah, exactly. Because they're even what they're gonna do with it. It's rooted in racism. Did they tell Henrietta Lacks, "Oh, your cells are gonna save millions of people"? No, their family had to find out decades later that they were doing it. So they're not gonna just be like, "Oh, this is what we're doing." Really, they're gonna do the test, be trying to do STEM work. Probably in the future, that they will try to clone people and all kinds of stuff just because they have that genetic imprints. So yeah, you can never trust what they really got going on in the background.
And that makes me think about all of these fires. These mysterious fires from long time ago. Everything burnt up, records and all of this. They was destroying the evidence.
Exactly.
Hmm. Hmm.
That truth be hurting. They
Hmm.
can't let certain shit get out.
No.
And that shit is
Hey,
sick.
Tati.
Big Saji.
Man, I've been sick. Who won? I missed everything. I know Dulce
No,
won me
it's
anyway.
Sunday. It's Sunday. It was just a face off
Oh,
today. It was just a face off today. It's Sunday. You
He
didn't miss
said, shit, I miss it.
it. But yeah, they just came. They came. They tried to bombard me. He had his whole crew coming up to be like asking me and me questions alone. But I think it's gonna be good Sunday. I saw like a lot of people weren't really asking him questions, but there's really nothing that they can ask him really because everybody knows what he coming with,
he is finna lose horribly.
and he don't even know it.
It's about to be so bad. Oh my god. That's why I'm just laughing. I'm like, he don't even know what Dulcie coming with. He don't even know how she about to spank his ass real bad.
He might be in the bushes right now.
You know he is. He gonna be this about to be the topic of
Yeah.
conversation tomorrow morning at
He'll
9
probably
Oh,
clip
a.m.
it. Yeah, he'll clip anything they said. Oh, she trying to
what,
act
what,
like this not real science. Da, 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 da. I saw YK say that in the audience of being like, "Oh, are you actually going to debate something, or is it just going to be denialism?"
no,
I
no,
know
no,
he
no,
did
no.
not ask that.
See, what they don't understand is they can't read. They need to take their beliefs out of what they read and just read what the paper say, and then they might learn something. But until they can do that, they gonna constantly get their ass whooped because they in fairy tale land off what they believe instead of what the motherfucker studies actually say. That's what it boiled
Exactly.
down to.
Hold up. So who asked you questions, Dulcie? I know I saw a little bit. I saw YK. Who else asked you a question?
Robert Lee had asked a
Uh
couple
Oh
questions.
Lord.
Child.
YK and NAC came up there, and his main thing was because they want us steadfast on if I could not find an ancient body that someone digged up in America and it tied to A00, then it can't be out of America.
Dulcie, I make sure I send you over that
Until
Science
until
Direct
until they
article.
find until they find an actual match to A00, and don't be saying that we found some shit that we think came from it or created it, then they have an argument.
Facts. Because I was just talking about that earlier, Sachi. If they were in West Africa already doing DNA testing, already digging up these specific grave sites for 30 years, how the hell did they need Albert Perry to come up with A00? They should have already found it, right?
Hmm.
It's from Africa.
And they admit that they accidentally discovered it. They admit
Hold
that.
on,
It's
T-Dog. But the kicker is they say after Albert Perry's AOO was found, they went back and tested some old bones and found it again.
Exactly. That they
Mhm.
couldn't find the first time. Exactly.
All of a sudden, they just miraculously appeared. I swear they be all they do is lie.
Hey, that's the same thing with them 3,000-year-old Morocco bones. That is a monkey with a human face. That's all it is. It's an archaic. It's called a Homo. It has a Homo erectus skull, but it has a human-like face. So they saying because it has a human-like face, that it's the oldest human,
Is it
the
missing
oldest
wings?
Homo sapiens found. But this is my thing. How many pictures have y'all seen of niggas beside monkeys and with just people? I ain't gonna just say niggas because that'd be racist, but just people in general, white people, black people, purple people beside monkeys, and they look just like them. So does that make the monkey a human now? Because human-like face, all that means is they facial features resemble humans.
Yeah, I
I
did
know
that
people.
even in the debate with Sister Nepal. You know how many people have a pit bull face? Like, what? That don't make them a pit bull just because they got a pit bull face and they're stocky and
Facts.
everything like a pit bull. But that doesn't make them
Now
related
I
to
heard
spirit.
somebody saying monkeys was making fires. I don't know where I heard that shit at. I heard somebody on that
Yeah,
panel
I think
saying,
she showed a monkey making some ramen noodles.
"Man, you can't make this shit up." I said, "When monkeys start fires? When was they
Man,
doing that shit?"
these folks is
Because you taught a monkey to turn the knob and put it
hey, when
on
I talk to my
and
boy
give
Dallas
it a
though,
pot of
I'm gonna
water.
find the book. Listen, y'all, it is literally a book where the scientist is saying, "Give me a month or two, I'm gonna have all these motherfuckers believing they come from monkeys." It's literally a book where they were saying it when they was going to present this theory to a scientific thing in Europe. They literally saying in the book, "Give me a month or two, I'm gonna have everybody believing they came from a monkey."
I
That's the
believe
literal
it. I
statement.
said that earlier. I believe some stuff they say just to see it's an experiment. Like if we put an authority in front of the people, how far can we go and say shit and they believe it just because an authority said it? And I
We are
think
the
the
social
monkey thing is
experiments. There you
definitely
go.
yes. They definitely did that experiment to be like, can we make these niggas believe they were monkeys? Let's see. What?
Cause like if you
Yep.
actually read this stuff, it don't make they tell like this 300,000 Morocco bones. They literally saying we found a monkey, but it got a human face. So since the monkey got a human face, it's a human. That's what they saying.
They
Literally.
on their planet of the ape shit, cause ain't no way on my soul. Ain't no way people really believe we come from that shit or we evolved from that shit. Like, there's no way. Like, that is really super pseudo, in my opinion. Evolution, all that shit. Why do you niggas believe you came from monkeys and apes? Because we share characteristics? Because they can stand up and walk? I'm the fuck
No,
confused.
because they did. You can actually look up these people. They still got the hair on them and all that shit. It
Yeah.
is
And
so
the
you know,
tail, but it's not us, right?
it's
And
not us.
Keystone, are you going live tonight? But yeah, like, and with when it's like you're looking at that whole how they're breaking it down and they're giving you the bones, right? Half the time they're making it sound like they found this, like you're saying, Sachi, a full blown skeleton body and a human face or whatever. Half the times they find like three sets of molars and then they construct a body and say this is what this person would have looked like from molars that they found or from a femur bone. Like you can't construct a body just because you found its femur. What are you talking about?
They got a brain case and a jawbone and a tooth, and they saying that they put it
Exactly.
together
This
and
what
they
they
got a
look
human like face.
like.
That's what they do over here, just fucking with the people. Got us all arguing every day,
Nah,
all day.
nah, because people forget that science. If you looking at science from a scientific level, you just extract when you read these abstracts and stuff. You just extract the facts from it. You don't take their conclusions, theories, suggestions, and all that. You just extract the facts. That's it. The reason why
Exactly,
these
because
people
they changed what the scientific journal should even look like. Like I was saying, which I will harp on in this debate, a conclusion is not, oh, this is what the scientists say that you should believe after reading this journal. That's not a conclusion. A scientific conclusion is just the facts of what they found in the experiment. So when they have a conclusion in a scientific journal, it's supposed to be laying out this is the experiment we did, and these were the results from that experiment. All that other stuff is not scientific.
Because since the monkey got a human-like face, we consider it the oldest human remains. Not that we find, because that's what they literally telling you. We didn't find modern human remains. We found a Homo erectus with a human-like face. But because it got a human-like face, we consider it the oldest modern human remains found. That's what they saying.
I don't see how we keep going for this stuff year after year after year after year. I don't understand.
A human-like face. That's not a human face. The fuck?
Right.
Human-like similarities. That
Man,
ain't got. That's not the actual thing, though.
but
That's
we've been
crazy
putting
work.
pictures up. But all they doing is taking shit that we've been putting pictures up of people beside monkeys for how long, saying they look just like the monkey. And some of the people actually resemble the monkey for real. So do
Mhm.
they make all of the monkeys that we put on them pictures real people now? Because they got a human-like face. If a human resembles their facial features,
Facts.
Shit, I
And
would
the
argue that
fact
that's the
that
case with all animals. Animals got eyes, nose, ears, mouth. I don't.
exactly. That's why people
What?
compare it
Yeah.
and be like, "Oh, she looked like a horse or something." You can resemble an animal that's on this plane, but that doesn't mean that you are that. I was going to say, and shout out to Sanchez for pointing this out before, because that's where people get confused with the scientific racism. They flipped it to make it look like, oh, well, how is it racist for them to call themselves Neanderthals? Neanderthals are pre-humans because they're calling you Australopithecus. That's how it's racist. They're saying that the first Homo sapien was a Neanderthal. So the first
all they
time
gotta
you
do,
start getting the real human is when white people came as Neanderthal, is what they're trying to say.
all they gotta do is go back and look at eugenics, and then take everything that they were saying about eugenics and the subhuman species, and go back and look at the Neanderthal, the Denisovan. It's the same shit. They just gave them a name. Everybody that they were saying was subhuman species and shit in eugenics, they gave them different names. Homo erectus, Homo this, Denisovan, Neanderthal. They gave them different names in the out of Africa theory. That's all. It's the same thing. Same format, same science, everything. When people started complaining about eugenics, all they did was reformat it and give it back to you.
Right, put a skirt on it.
Right.
Yep.
You put a skirt on it.
And
I
that's
just
a
think that was
fact. And
funny.
AI will fight you on that. Like, no, this isn't a part of the eugenics movement. Yes, it is. It's all
Yes, it
eugenics.
is. It is. It's all racism. I don't care what no. I don't care. I don't care. Like I'm sticking to
I
that
mean,
shit.
how is it not the eugenics movement when everybody from the eugenics movement founded all of these principles that they calling themselves proven to be true with bones and DNA and all this shit today? All of this is old shit. Everything that they saying now ain't new. It's old. They just finding bones to confirm these old ass eugenic theories. That's what they doing. They finding bones and saying, okay, we proved Carl Linnaeus theory right. Okay, we proved, you know what I'm saying? That's all they doing. Because Carl Linnaeus divided the human species up into 4 groups from continents a long time ago. He said the red man was from America, the white man from Europe, the black man from Africa, and the yellow man from Asia a long time ago. And they've been sticking to this shit.
Trash.
Well, I guess we all on the same page about what's gonna happen on Sunday because mm, somebody about to be prepared to get schooled
He's
on
still gonna
shit.
think he
Yep. And
won't
that's
know.
why I asked him
He's so
tonight about
delusional.
the genotype thing. And I asked him, and it's really like they really are brainwashed about this, because I asked him, if you wanted to compare my DNA to someone in another region, would it be better to genotype me or if they were to genotype you and say, oh, we're both from America, so we'll probably have the same clusters. He was like, oh yeah, you could genotype me because we would have a lot of the similar DNA. How do they
Boy, that's
know
dumb
that?
as fuck. That's dumb as
I
That's
know
fuck.
he
so
ain't say
dumb.
that shit.
Makes sense.
That's dumb
Yes,
as
he
fuck.
did.
Like,
Yes,
like,
he did. I should clip it. Yes, he did.
man, you need to clip that and show and show how stupid they like nigga, you might got a white granddaddy that I don't have white DNA in. Like it's you know what I'm saying? Like
It's
everybody family
his
history different.
levels.
Exactly.
Wow. And that's
So
the problem now. Go ahead, Sachi.
I'm saying like how you they saying that's the problem with all of it. They trying to make us one big Negro. That's like when you look up the average genome or African American, they give you this 70 25. You know, they should give you 70% African, 30%, 20% European, and 10% Native American. Five of that shit. They only tested 500 people. How the hell
Right.
500 people speak for all of us?
For
That mean
40
everybody
million.
can then. That's crazy.
And listen,
Yeah,
in the study,
wow.
in that study, they tested more Europeans and other shit than they tested African Americans. And the study's supposed to be about so-called African Americans.
Mhm. Shit, I read one study that said that African Americans were not genetically like Africans, and that African Americans match more with Europeans than the Africans. So
That's what they
studies
say
say,
about our.
Yeah,
That's what they
I
say
know
about our
that.
anthropology. They said it about our anthropology too.
yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah.
Like that we're
Hmm.
not even genetically like them in any way. But
They
somehow they keep on trying to throw us out there with them coyotes and shit. I don't got time for it.
man, but see, once I done already proved that the CIA pays for Black Americans to promote African heritage to Black Americans through they got caught in the 1960s funding the American Society of African Culture, founded by Thurgood Marshall. They got caught funding an organization in America
Mm.
to to promote African heritage to Black Americans. Now, remember the name. It's the American Society of African Culture. Now Smalls coming out doing all this shit he doing, and he's a part of a group called the Society for the Study of Classical African Civilizations. It sounds just like the same thing as the American Society of African Culture. I'm just saying. All this shit sound like the same shit.
Facts. It is. And I'll explain like real quick what a loci is in genetic terms, the definition. So when they're saying they found loci in genetics, they're talking about a particular position, point, or place in the genetic sequence. So I'll be showing this that they said they tested like a little over 5,000 people and they took 359 snips. Out of those 359 snips for those 5,000 people from 80 different regions, they came up with 2 million different genotypes in those snips. And then they focused the loci to only 130. How is that scientific? How are you going to get any accuracy point when we're talking about statistics and probability? If you're taking 2 million genotypes and going down to 130.
Man, I forgot what study I read, but in one study I read, they said if you match too much, they said there's something wrong with it and discard it.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, that's true. That's true. I read
Yeah,
something
and
about that
it's
too.
probably the ancestry white papers because they talk
It
about
might
that.
be.
If you
Yes, it
if
is.
you don't match their reference panel and of what they say, like you have some kind of unknown DNA or it doesn't match what the reference panel should be saying, they throw out that DNA from being a part of the group. Also, when they come up with just ancient DNA that they deem to be ancient, they throw it as it's in Africa automatically. So of course it's going to
Hmm.
come out that it's African if you throw it in the African category.
Yeah, if you got ancient DNA that they haven't genome mapped yet, it automatically roll over to the closest thing. So it's Africa gonna be the closest thing because they mark that as ancient because it's based off the Africa theory.
And that's
Hmm.
why they keep having
Right.
so many updates every couple of months, and your
Yep.
information is constantly being updated. So you could be 32% Nigerian, uh,
One day.
right,
Hmm.
right, and
There
then
you go.
42% the next day.
That's
Now
right.
let's
That's
use
right, Nisha.
now let's use common sense. Now let's just use common sense here, everyone. If your genome is updating, they do not know your fucking ancestry. They literally telling you it's updating because they don't. If it's updating, they don't know. They still trying to find the right answer.
Right.
Exactly.
Facts.
And that's why I kept showing that Vox thing. I kept showing that shit about the DNA. Cause the dude kept saying it. Oh, his results got vague. It got vague. Like they had a confidence lighter. You know, if it's up at 100%, but once you start taking it down some, they're not as confident about the results that they're giving you. And they're making that very clear. And this is why I don't understand why that's so hard for these people to comprehend. And then they want us to keep depending on DNA science as a teller or end all be all to us being Africans and being from there. No, that's
Hey,
not proof.
that ain't proof.
You got to come better.
All they got is that, and I'm gonna tell y'all something else. The only other tactic they got into trying to get you to accept the African identity is shaming you. They're gonna say you hate yourself, all that type of weird shit. That's the only other tactic they got to get you. And see, that's what they really been doing to us, shaming us into taking an African identity. As I've been reading history, I've been noticing people been hollering about they Indian all the way back and went a long time. And then I read some shit where people is telling them that they not Indians, they ashamed of their blackness. The same shit that's
Hmm.
going on today. So all they ever have been doing is putting pity parties on us and calling us names and making us ashamed, saying that we ashamed of some shit to make us take Africa.
And every time you ask them was Indians called Negroes, they can't never be honest and answer the fucking question.
Not, but see, what I've come to realize about Pan Africans is they don't really know what's regular, everyday Black American history. They don't know nothing about it. They've been reading books about Africa. Because I stay whooping these niggas' ass with just regular shit that you're supposed to know is Black American history. It ain't. I don't even use Indian history. I be whooping them niggas with regular Black American history, like I whoop NAC ass with Carter G. Woodson because he ain't never read Carter G. Woodson's books. He came up here talking about Carter G. Woodson. Carter G. Woodson got a book called A Misunderstanding of the Negro. He was against the term Afro-American. That means he would be against being called African-American today. He said you niggas is only Americans. He said the school system is going to indoctrinate you into being in a servitude manner. They're going to indoctrinate you into thinking that you ain't shit.
Yep.
And that's what Pan-Africans think. Because all they do is big up the white man. The white man, we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the white man. The white man did this. No, the white man raped our grannies. Like, nigga, your granddaddy wouldn't bust his head. That's what y'all saying.
Yes, that's what they say, Sachi. I'm telling you, it's the perpetual victimhood for me. I can't take it. That's why I said like they want us to feel like we ain't shit. That's why I did a lesson on that like a few weeks ago. They want us to really feel like that, and it's a psychological situation where it's psychologically inbred in us, and that's why anybody who say they have slaves in their family or they wasn't subjected to that, a lot of people get offended. And when I tell people like a lot of y'all probably family members probably was not slaves if you really went and looked at the shit.
But see, the thing is, I don't really trip off the slave shit because it was more Indian slaves than it was goddamn African slaves. Motherfuckers want to tell the truth about this shit. See,
Yeah.
I ain't no slavery denier. Indians had slaves. Indians were slaves. It was 2.5 to 5 million Indian slaves. It was only 300,000 African slaves.
And that's
I'm
what
just
I
using the
found in
numbers that they
Georgia.
give me.
But that's the first
Shout
slavery
out,
that was
shout
in
out
the
to goddamn
Americas.
OTK. Shout out to OTK with that bringing
Right.
that.
But that's
That's
the
what I
first
came in this
slavery.
game on. God damn it.
But I'm just saying, everybody
Yeah, the
family
first
wasn't
debate. I mean,
subjected
that
to the
was fine.
same shit.
Mhm.
Everybody family wasn't subjected to the same shit. And you'd be surprised how many of our people come from free people of color in this land. That's all I'm saying. I think that is just always being relegated to all of y'all was getting y'all ass kicked, beat the fuck up. And we need payment for that. We
Man,
need
motherfuckers don't
reparations
even know
for
what
that.
slavery
That's the
is.
common shit.
Listen
That's
though. That shit that all that getting your beat, all that bullshit is that's the white supremacy. Slavery was not that.
It was
Slavery wasn't
not
that.
that. It was
I
prisoners
agree.
of war. You was
I
working.
agree.
It
I
wasn't
agree.
even
It was
really.
It
not
was a
It
that
was
root
picnic.
prisoners of
shit.
war, and then they wouldn't all that
Right.
way they say they was treating you bad. They was treating you bad like that if you was a whole ass nigga. Because I done read several things where the slave killed the master.
Yeah.
Big facts. It's plenty of
So
stories like that, bro.
so
Plenty,
you was
plenty.
getting treated bad if you just like on any job. If your boss don't respect you, they're gonna treat you like what?
Shit.
Like shit.
And then you're gonna be
So
gone.
And when you say something, you get fired.
exactly.
But
But
Hmm.
nowadays we see the same shit that was happening in the past. Like Sachi said, the motherfucking slave killer, slave owner or whatever, they boss or whatever. We see the same thing happening uh
man,
today. When the motherfucker
man,
get fired, that motherfucker gonna come back and shoot up the whole and not us. One of their own kind gonna come back and shoot up the whole fucking work job. For real.
but
I mean to laugh like that because people died and shit, but I laugh because it's the same shit.
see,
Same
I'm
shit.
gonna tell y'all what woke me up about slavery. I was reading court records in the county that I live in about slavery because I was doing my genealogy, and I seen that one of my granddaddies had bought a slave at the courthouse. So on the paper that his little shit was on, him and his son was on there. He bought a slave, and his son got locked up for beating the slave. But anyway, uh, on the paper that was on there, it was another case on there where the motherfucking sheriff had to go get warrants to raid the slave quarters. I said, hold on, they got to get warrants to raid the slave quarters?
Mm-hmm.
And that's what made me start looking at slavery different. Because you weren't supposed to have no rights. How the sheriff got to get warrants to raid some property stuff?
Big facts.
Right.
That's not no different today. Private property. That's what's called private property. You know what I mean? So that you right, Sachi, man. A lot of this shit is fugazi, bro.
That's the white
It's
supremacy. What they
fugazi.
did was put.
Yeah.
Cause see, what y'all need to feel, what all these weird ass stories is coming from is from the Democrats of that time. They was called abolitionists. The same way they put weird, they tell you lies. Uh, y'all know that y'all need to go out here and vote for voter ID, cause y'all rural Black Americans don't have no ID. Like motherfucker,
Right.
we've been having IDs forever. But a
Right.
lot of
And
this
that's
shit
what's
is
crazy.
that what I'm saying. Like all of this shit,
Yeah,
they
I
was
think
putting out.
they're tied to a lot of the
They
Europeans. But hold
are.
on, y'all. Let Truth get in. Hey,
Yeah, I
Truth.
wanted to make a point about that abolitionist point. Go ahead, Truth. Peace to love.
Man, PC, y'all. Nah, y'all good. Go ahead, continue. I was just listening. How y'all doing?
Well, let me go on finish what I was saying. All I
Yeah,
was
I'll
saying
come
is
in.
a lot of them weird ass stories that you hear about slavery, how the white man was doing this and they was beating people and rape. All that shit is propaganda written by abolitionists to get people to take on their cause back then. Same way the Democrats come out with different shit to try to get you to take on their cause.
Yeah, and I also say too, because I was showing a gentleman on my channel named Marcus Rediker. He's a professor. I forgot it. I think at the is it University of Pittsburgh? One of those schools up there in Pennsylvania. But that's neither here nor there. He made a point too that said that during the time of the transatlantic slave trade, that the abolitionists was going around showing the that graphic of the Brooks diagram, and also putting shit in newspapers about how they claiming how terrible this slave trade shit is. They were the ones going around trying to make it seem like it was something that it wasn't. That they were going in around and doing that shit.
Yeah.
Even in the
And
earlier
guess
times of
what?
that shit. It's facts, man.
Yeah.
It's
If I
facts.
need if I need
Yeah.
the people to get
And look,
behind
I
me and I'm
told
telling
you,
y'all I want to end it, I got to make the
sis.
people believe that it's horrible.
Yeah, I told you, sis, that ship was never built. It was never
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
I
just a
built.
know. That
picture.
was them
Yeah,
spreading propaganda.
yeah.
It was never
They
built.
doing the
It was a
design. This is what they go
diagram.
through. But think about all these people because they
Right.
Quakers. So now they tried to tie these Quakers to these pilgrims and all this other stuff. But now let's compare
Uh-huh.
the Quaker agenda to the Democrats. How is it different? Down to whatever belief system that they had, being Baptist, Methodist, like they are following it down to the T. They like follow the Quakers. That's what they
But
doing. So
one thing I got to say though, that Democratic Party definitely came from up north because down south ain't nobody been Democratic. We was Republican. We didn't become you won't know when we became Democratic, sis. Down south, we became Democratic when Martin Luther King got locked up. Check this shit out. When he got locked up and they locked his ass up and the lynch mob was coming to get him, but Robert Kennedy, not John F. Kennedy, Robert Kennedy, who was the attorney general at that time, went and got him. And when he went and got him, Martin Luther King persuaded the South to turn Democratic. Before that, you had a Republican president, a Democratic vice president, a Democratic president, a Republican vice president. It always was both of them in the chair. So it was kind of even. But now you see a Democrat, Republican now. So us down south, us Confederates, we was Republican.
And shout out to
We
Ron
was
Kennedy
the,
Sr.,
you know
man,
what I
because he was
mean?
getting
We
a
was
lot
the,
of black people out of jail. He wasn't having that shit.
yeah, we was
He
the
wasn't having
fucking
that.
the radicals. You know what I mean? That was one of the first names they gave us down south. And at this time down south in the 1800s, South Carolina was up underneath Negro rule with government. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts about it. That's why the whole Civil War, that war took place in 1865, because when those people up north came down south, they said, hold on, what the fuck is going on? This town is ran by Negroes. This can't be right. This shit is just too well organized. Look it
In
up.
OTK, it just wasn't a town. It was a couple of states. It was called
It
Negro
was
domination.
states like that. Right. Right. It
They had
was
a
states. But you know
they
what I
called it
mean?
Negro
Charleston was a
domination.
black Wall Street at one point too. Just to
Yeah,
let y'all know.
they called it, the whole period was called Negro domination, and the people that was trying to stop it was called the Lily Whites. That was the
The Lily
opposition to it.
White, the Lily Whites. Dog, these are the people who say that no more black people need to be in government. At this time, South Carolina had the most Negro delegates in Congress. Big facts. Now, I'm trying to tell y'all this before Reconstruction. Reconstruction is definitely what it's saying it is.
And
It's
them folks was all
Reconstruction.
Republicans. And this how you know it's Reconstruction, because they don't tell you nothing about Negro domination. They tell you that you didn't get the right to vote to what the Voting Rights Act.
Big fact.
I think
Big
I learned
facts.
about the first president being black probably in high school or college. What was he? The Hanson, isn't it like
Yeah,
John
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 Hanson? They
Hanson.
Hanson,
say he's the first real president.
Mhm.
And what was he? Republican?
Yes. So
the
all the South
Continental
was
Congress,
Republican, baby girl. All the
the
South
Continental
was
Congress.
Republican. They considered us Republican because the South was the rich. Up north wasn't rich. We was rich. Down here, we had the food, we had the the shit for the clothes, the cotton. We grew all of this shit naturally down south. They got mad. The war was over money and land. And this when they started bringing in Africans by the hundreds of thousands, bringing in Saudi Arabians, hundreds of thousands up north. They helped them fight the South because they was losing. And I mean to throw no shots out to John Smalls or you know what I mean, but his bloodline was some of the ones who betrayed the Confederate.
Oh, Giant
Do y'all
Smalls.
research? Yeah, do y'all research on
Shit,
James
based on this
Small's
conversation, his
bloodline.
family checked his ass about that Pan African shit.
Yeah, that Robert
With his own
Smalls.
with his own
Yeah,
words, he said his people checked him about that shit. So that's really a self-inflicted wound and shit. I don't even want to throw his family
self-inflicted.
up. Yeah, I don't even want to throw his family under
Yeah,
the bus because based on some shit he said, shit, he low-key got checked by that shit.
yeah, pretty much. The area he come from, sister Dulcie, is the same
Mm-hmm.
area where our bloodlines is at too. I'm gonna tell you like that. In that Georgetown, Owendale, you know what I mean, area like that right there. Yeah. Myrtle Beach, up in that area, Horry County. Yeah, definitely.
And
Straight up
I don't
motherfucking
necessarily
Indians.
see them as like straight up traitors, even though they probably are traitors. I mean, our family history truth isn't all, roses and stuff like that. And probably some of us did, especially how deep we are into, if you're finding people back into the 1790s on the census and
Yeah.
everything,
But it's a
they were
big
siding
story.
with
It's a big story on his family bloodline in
with the
South
United
Carolina, though,
States
sis.
and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Hey,
know.
This
Like my brother.
motherfucker, this motherfucker
I
took a
see them as
boat.
traitors. I
This
see Pan
motherfucker
Africans
took
as
a boat
traitors.
of weapons. Check this out, Sachi.
Well, yeah, the Pan Africans,
This
but I just
motherfucker
mean
took
like
a
in
boat of
our family
weapons.
when you have certain
That's,
people that
Yeah.
I
maybe
don't give
took
a
a
damn if
little
you my
side
cousin,
deals
you
or
still a
made
damn
money
traitor.
off
Cause
of it.
listen, I watch Pan Africans on a daily basis
Yeah.
go against their own fucking people to defend an African, a Native American,
Big facts.
anybody but their own goddamn people. So yes, this a motherfucking traitor. I don't give a damn if it's my
Right.
daddy. He's a traitor.
And this was supposed to free slavery, this war now for slavery to end. But he was free as a motherfucker. You know what he did? He took one of the Confederate boats that had ammunition and took that shit to Abraham Lincoln and boys. He became one of the first black Navy officers or had his own ship for the fucking Union.
You don't think they traitors? James Smalls with just what he know far as
So
knowing. He sit there and watch the
James
hold on, hold
Smalls
on.
might not be none, but his ancestors.
Listen, you don't
Hold
think
on,
Pan
y'all.
African
There's
traitors?
someone in the back. I'm trying to
Listen,
figure out because I can see him. I see you kick.com, but I just want to make sure I'm gonna bring you up and make sure there's no craziness and everything. But so we have someone coming up.
but how long James Smalls been sitting back watching his Pan African brothers argue with us about this Indian shit and he knew it was the truth?
That's
Good evening.
crazy
Right, that's
work.
them all though. That's Leonard Jeffries. That's them all.
Hey,
That
truth
Well,
what,
is
what
the
I'm
word,
saying. So how
though,
you
man.
gonna say
Real
they not
good
a
for the
traitor? How
word
you gonna
flow.
say they not traitors when
No,
they
I'm not
when they
saying him
literally?
specifically not a traitor. I'm talking about when we bring up a point in the family where someone made a deal with someone and it was a traitor deal, but sometimes we do have that in our family and it doesn't make them less Aboriginal or American
But but
Indian,
but, but, but
even
I'm
though
gonna
some of
tell
them
you
were
something.
sided with the colonizers.
A lot of time about them deals, you don't know what the circumstances of them deals was. You just seeing the after effects, and sometimes them niggas was forced
Right.
into making them fucked up ass deals.
Could it be a situation where it really ain't no deals made, where people are doing things unknowingly, not knowing the effects, and they really just going with what was available to them at their time? Because you gotta understand, man, these
Facts.
people is old. Like I'm 42,
Yep.
right? You
Yep.
feel what I'm saying? So I know they older than me. And
Damn,
information
you
was not
old,
of
boy.
that, information was not yeah, but you look it though. But look,
Oh shit.
Hey, I look like
Hey,
this.
yeah,
Nigga, I'm
hey,
hitting
yeah,
150,
I
nigga.
jab back like Floyd, nigga. But look, you gotta understand, information wasn't accessible as it is to us today in a time. These people had to really go
Big
out to
facts.
like places and search book and research, and the educational system that they was dealing with at the time and everything was kind of leaning a mindset of what they was going to look for.
Yeah, right.
And that's
That's the
kind
only
of
reason
hard.
why I
That
respect
that's
them.
that's kind of hard to break that type of mindset where they mind been planted like that. You get what I'm saying? Now,
Mm-hmm.
if you start noticing things and becoming aware of things and still continue to go along, then now we gotta look at you different now. But I don't necessarily myself like to really just like go all the way crash out on them to that point. You feel what I'm saying?
And I'm gonna tell you
Right.
something. What True said is facts. Cause like if you go
Man,
look through,
fuck them niggas. They lied.
nah, listen, I'm saying go look through the Freedmen papers. You gonna see Freedmen papers where they write the person that's filling it out write full blooded Indian on there. So they couldn't have known that Freedmen paper meant African nothing.
And
Can
them
I ask
niggas
you a
got paid to
question?
make up shit.
What
I
the hell
mean,
are
a
you
lot of
talking
y'all
about?
lied to y'allself too growing up before you really start questioning this shit and stepping out that box
Have you
and
ever
looking and
asked
see what's
yourself
in
what
that
the black
box.
IQ level is? Have you
I
ever
It's
IQ
higher than
don't
Oh,
yours.
what?
IQ
It's
don't
higher than
have no
yours.
racial
the bell curve? The
background to
bell
it.
curve. Yes,
That's
I think there's a racial IQ problem.
I
I really do.
mean,
To you, there's definitely a racial IQ problem.
sometimes you want to go where everybody looking at us. Boy, shut the fuck up. The
Right.
fuck wrong with him, man?
What happened? Wait,
I don't
Look
know.
at
This
trying to
motherfucker
derail
weird.
us?
well, no, I'm not. But honestly, I think until you start to realize that this is a racial IQ problem in your ghetto culture, that you're never going to rectify your own
Well, I
stupidity.
think if you start to
Oh,
realize that,
get
how can
your
you
ass
call
on.
somebody ghetto when the word ghetto was created for
Who
your
the
people,
fuck is
the people that
that?
look like you, sir? The original
That's
ghettos is
Slavic
Jewish
up here
people,
telling us we ghetto. That's who it is.
I don't know
not
what the fuck
niggas.
his problem is, but you gonna come on somebody's panel with respect. So check your shit.
He up here talking about some IQ level, motherfucker. Any subject you want to talk about, I can beat you in my sleep. The hell is you talking about? Don't disrespect our IQ level. If it wasn't for IQ level, your ass still would. Matter of fact, my bad.
Sachi, don't feed into that because at the end of the day, if anybody try to put a racial background behind IQ, it just show how
Slow
limited
they.
it just show how limited and small and less of an IQ they got they self. IQ doesn't have a racial background, bro. Have you ever seen the trailer park, bro? Them is some of the slowest retarded motherfuckers I ever seen in my life.
But
Not
if I
just
ain't
Get what I'm
trailer.
mistaken,
saying?
but if I ain't
So, but
mistaken,
at the end of the day, bro, you know, you got stupid motherfuckers amongst everybody, and you got smart people amongst everybody. And anybody that try to racialize that, it just shows how unintelligent they is, bro. So I wouldn't even
basically,
feed into this
Yeah,
motherfucker. This
yeah. We
Yeah,
so
their
motherfucker.
scientists already say that racism is not real, but I muted you, kid, because you were over talking people. And if you want to make a stupid ass point, you're still gonna have to go one at a time. So we hear your point, and then you hear our point back and forth. So if you do, I didn't kick you off. I just muted you, so you can make your point, but then you'll have to mute up or be quiet so someone can respond to what you're saying. But you don't realize that the scientist has already said that race is not a real thing. You'll have to unmute.
Well, listen, race is a very real thing. I don't know who you listen to, what type of cockamamie crap you get. Okay. You have a problem because the black community can't
hey,
realize that they have
stupid. Now shut up. Hold on, shut up, because you just said race is
See,
a real
look at
thing.
that
Hey, stupid,
interruption
mute
right
it,
there. That is
mute the stupid
interruption.
boy, mute the
She's
stupid
good
boy,
looking broad. I
mute
should take her
stupidity,
away from people
He up
like
here trying to be
mute
you.
an
stupidity.
asshole.
Give me
Don't let
my
him take you
wife.
there, Sachi. Fuck his ass.
can I?
No,
Let me take a.
I like to mute. I like to mute. I like to cut stupidity off with
You're
as soon as it
talking
starts talking.
over
As soon
me.
as it
You're
say something
talking
stupid.
over me, Tyrone.
Yeah,
Listen,
no,
listen.
no, Timmy Wayne, Timmy
Slavic
Wayne,
is being
Timmy Wayne,
racist. Woo
Timmy
child.
Wayne. It's not my
Harley.
Timmy Wayne. I don't fuck my sister, Timmy Wayne. I
Hey,
don't fuck my
don't let
sister,
Joey
and I
Wanashio
don't
trigger
fuck
you,
my sister
Sachi.
and drink Jim Beam, Timmy
Why
Wayne.
don't you mute their
Let me.
mic?
Timmy
Let me.
Wayne, I don't fuck my sister and drink them bean, Timmy Wayne. I don't
What's he
drive a Ford
talking
truck,
about?
Timmy Wayne.
Obviously, it's a
Timmy
low
Can I?
IQ
Wayne,
by
I
the
don't
way
wear
you
a
Can,
talk.
cowboy hat, Timmy Wayne. I
Let
don't
me
live in a
explain
trailer,
to
Timmy
you
Wayne,
Think
like you,
how this
race is
Timmy
works.
Wayne.
real.
I'll
can I
teach
have
you
a
how.
shot? Can I have a shot at this dude? No, because all these
Go ahead.
pale
Hey,
people
you
they
want
come
to take
up here. They come up here with a coy attitude, like they intelligent. But let me tell you something.
I'm not. I
Why?
want to. I
Why?
like her.
Why? Listen. Let me tell you something. Why
Bro,
did a
yeah,
black? Why did a black person from here had to build the sewer system and let you
okay.
get in Europe? If y'all was so smart, why didn't y'all do that? I
Well,
got both names.
I
One
don't
is from
know.
my
I don't
borough.
know what your. I don't care about what your sources is. They're not correct. Okay. The
It's
truth is,
correct. It's
okay.
documented
Yeah,
truth.
we don't care about
No, it's
your
not.
source either.
The
So
truth
take
is
your
Your
you're
pale
force is
ass
inaccurate.
on,
bullshit.
Pete Booty.
Your force is
Pete
bullshit
Booty.
for
Pete
years.
Booty, we slap the shit out of
Okay.
hockey. Pink Booty.
Black
Nah, we don't even play with
never
her. We just
invented
slap the
He
shit
talk
out of
that
anything.
her.
shit to us.
Black
Black
How
Ghetto.
that
Ghetto
gonna
is
do?
But Pink
story.
Booty, hey Pink Booty, you only on the internet saying that because you can't come around no nigga and say that because my little boy slapped the shit out you, Pink Booty.
Because you're a low IQ,
No.
violent thug.
Pink Booty,
Hey,
no,
yo.
Pink
You're
Booty,
the low
Pink
IQ.
Booty,
That's why
you
you
a low
become cops,
IQ.
because you
You
can't
came to
fucking
our
read.
channel to call us low IQ about race, Pink Booty.
Put in my
You're
point right
low
now.
Low
IQ,
Do
Pink
you
IQ.
Booty.
believe in
Low
evolution?
IQ. Y'all have the lowest IQ on the planet. That's why
Really?
you never invented nothing.
The
Or
white man has
Only
invented
extraterrestrial,
anything,
man?
and the
you're
Jews
not
are
even a white
No, the
man.
white
You're
man
not even a
stole
white man.
everything. It's a difference.
Yes, you're not even a white man.
douches, Dutches, whatever the host name is. You need a good white man. You need to get away from these fries in the bag, nigga, motherfuckers.
We
You
need to get
come
away
She
with
from
your
you.
want she
Watch
big
want a
your
big
mouth.
dick.
You
She
can
don't want
never
no
use that
Bahamian
word.
sausage. She want a big dick. She don't
No.
want no Bahamian sausage,
Right.
little boy.
Like
And
we doing
you
it
don't
like
even
they've
bathe.
done today before.
He
Don't
must be
I don't
don't.
know
streaming
where
from
you're
his
coming
side,
from,
Dulcie. He looking for a
kink.com, and I get
tea.
it
Of
that there's
course
some
he
Hey,
type
is.
of
Dinner
That's what he's
Cash
doing.
App.
humor
Hey,
They don't
Dulcie,
presenting.
even.
drop your
They
Cash
don't
App in
even.
the
They
chat,
bathe.
Everything is
You
Dulcie.
They
mad?
don't
on
even
You
both
bathe.
mad?
sides.
You
But
mad?
at the end
You
of the
mad?
day, at the
You
end of the day, I
mad
get it
because
that
she
you
don't
say
want no
we need to be
Bahamian.
racist and trigger
Hey,
people.
Dulcie,
But that's not going to
drop your
work here.
Cash
You're
App
in
in the
Indian
chat, Dulcie.
territory.
Yeah,
Yeah.
drop your Cash App in the chat,
Okay.
Dulcie. He trying to get with you or whatever like that. It seemed like he trying to hit on you. Make her Cash App ring.
She
She a
she like
Rasta
men.
Yeah.
dog. We
She
don't
like people
So
that
bathe.
you
bathe.
mad, Pink Booty?
She,
Yeah,
she like
yeah.
people that bathe. They don't even
So
bathe.
hit the
That's why they
Cash
got
App,
worms
man.
coming
You
out of
know what
them.
I mean?
They
Hey,
don't
Put
even
some
hit her
put
bathe.
some on
Cash
the
App,
cash
bro.
app, Pink Booty. She gonna show you how to use a rag.
Word. Hit her Cash App, bro.
Y'all
Hit her
Let me
cash
crazy.
see
app. She
what
gonna
you
teach you how
about.
to use a rag properly because I know you don't use no rag. She gonna show you how to use a
Yeah,
rag.
Okay, excuse me.
yeah.
You're loud enough for
Excuse
long
me.
enough. I've waited long enough for you, baboon, you people, you
I
chipster.
waited.
Ooh,
No,
that
no, no,
baby.
no. But when you shave a monkey, it look like you, Pink Booty. Pink Booty. They got thin lips and
We
pale
got
skin like you.
working
No,
people that
you
come
not
from
gonna
other
call us monkey when you look like the monkey. They got thin lips and pink skin like you when they shave them. You
And they
know,
got the
Well,
if they
same.
wouldn't create,
They
matter
got
of
the
fact,
same.
Facts.
you the hairy man
I'll
too.
ask you
Because
a
if they
question.
wouldn't create it big, you'll still be looking like a gorilla, motherfucker.
And they
Okay,
still got
well,
the
If
same
they
blood
wouldn't
type
create
as
it
you.
big,
They
okay.
RH
if they
negative,
wouldn't
Do
just
you
create
like
agree with
y'all.
clippers
that?
and razors,
Do
bitch,
you
you'll still
agree
be
with
looking
that,
like a
Kit, that
gorilla.
they got
Listen to the
skinny
host.
lips? Do you agree
You're a
with
cross
that?
between a monkey and a dog. The
The
same
host
blood
would
type,
love to
RH
fornicate
negative.
with me. Honey, I want to get in them black
Hey, yo,
sugar
hold
walls.
on
I
real
want to get
quick.
in
Hold
that
on
Oh
real quick.
pumpernickel press.
Hey,
God.
yo,
No,
Kit.
sir.
Hey, hold on real quick.
Yeah,
Hey,
I
Kit.
like you, baby.
Kit.
You're hot
Hey, Kit.
stuff.
Hold on. Hey, Kit. Let me ask you a question real quick, bro.
You're
Like,
hot
for real.
pants, baby. I want the
Yeah.
host. You can shut up, Jamal. I want to
Well,
take the host. I'm
chill
going
out
to
real
take
quick.
you.
Chill out real quick. Chill out, bro.
Chill out,
Thank you. I
Biff.
just want to ask
Biff.
you a question.
Hey, Timmy
Um,
Wayne, watch your damn
do
mouth,
you
Timmy Wayne.
believe in, hold on, Santi. Do you believe in evolution?
Believe in evolution,
Yeah, do you believe in evolution, bro?
micro or macro, both. Yes.
You believe in both. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
So you believe that you got a common ancestor to
Well, it's not from you.
great
I
ape.
can guarantee you. Well, I can guarantee you, it's
Bitch,
not
if
from
you believe in evolution, I'm
that.
your daddy, bitch. Hold on, stop. Because
Exactly.
you just said I'm
Hold
your
on,
daddy,
Santi.
and you talking about you smart. How you gonna come up here and say you smart, then say I'm your daddy? Motherfucker.
Santi,
Oh no,
stupid.
hell no. He said he believe in evolution. He believe in evolution. He came from nigga nuts. He can't say I'm his daddy, then call me stupid.
Like, why are you here? Why are you
Hey,
here? Why are you
hey,
here?
Why he
just
hate?
simple
Why are you
questions,
here?
man.
If you
Simple
stop smacking
questions.
them big lips, I could tell you.
You see how slow you is? You just came
Sis.
up here, called us stupid. You called us unintelligent, and then
Okay,
specifically,
these are
OTK
fine
walked
women
your
who need
ass
to be
right off the
around
cliff.
here.
He
Trust
asked
me,
you,
man.
do you believe in
Boy,
evolution?
y'all
You
is
say yeah.
entertaining
You
this
admit that you come from
motherfucker.
nigga
He
nuts, but you
clearly
call us
lonely as
stupid.
fuck.
If we stupid, you stupid dumb.
This
Right,
Well,
nigga is
Santi.
lonely,
Right,
bro. Why
Santi.
y'all even entertaining this retarded motherfucker?
That's why I
Right.
said,
He
ooh, he
shouldn't even be
racist.
entertaining her.
We
Yeah.
troll
Shouldn't
the
even be
trolls too.
entertaining
We
her.
troll the trolls back, truth. We don't let them troll us,
Nah,
we
I
troll them
know,
back.
man. I ain't mean nothing towards y'all. I hope y'all didn't take that towards y'all,
Don't worry about that
Hey,
shit.
true. Hey, true. You gotta have some trolls that troll bowler.
Yeah, on my mama.
And
Man.
you know what I'm talking about? To keep the light work away. That's
I
why
Yeah,
gotta
we
have
ain't
a
about to be on our best behavior because some cracker pulled up here on some racist shit.
might have
Mm-mm.
been on best behavior.
I
Fuck
think it
dude.
only came into his
you
algorithm because I put
watch how
hashtag
you talk,
American or
Sharice,
something. I
for
don't
this
even know
nigga
how
Truth
these
start
niggas get
getting
it
in
in
his
their
feelings
algorithm,
again.
honestly. Not niggas,
Why are
because I
you
wouldn't do
guys? Why are
About
you
what?
guys?
OTK?
Nah, I'm
So now
talking
we
to
need to
this
ask him why is his IQ so motherfucking low? That need to
nigga
be the next
Caleb in his
question.
feelings, brother.
Oh, he came back.
All
There
right,
you
we
go.
wanted to ask, why is your IQ so low, Kick?
He got
We
his
can't
hand
hear
raised.
you. But
Oh,
yeah,
so who
you
keeps
had to
muting?
unmute.
I'm not muting this mic. I don't know if you keep muting you. I mean, I like you, baby. I mean, you need to get away from these punks. You need a real man in your life.
No, you're
Uh,
supposed to be answering the
Man,
question.
this
Kick.
how
Don't
you
do
sound.
anything.
She
I
don't
am
want no
Hit the
motherfucker. She got a
cash app.
peg. You say you want her to fuck you. Hold
you.
on, stop.
I want
He just
to
called us punks, and he sound like
Hey, you be
a damn
quiet,
tranny.
Jamal. Hey, Jamal, be
Hit
She
the
quiet.
don't want.
hit,
She don't want no motherfucker.
You
She got a
want
peg, man. You
yeah,
want her to peg you, dog. You want
she's
this
with
woman to fuck
me,
you, man. She don't want to fuck
Tyrone.
no man.
She's with me, Tyrone. You just pipe
You
Listen how
down.
you
drunk
listen how
again?
he sound,
Oh, you
Pipe
Tyrone.
drunk?
down.
Listen
Pipe
how he
All
down.
right,
sound.
pick up
He's
Demo.
sweet as a motherfucker. She
How
don't want
much
to fuck no
better deal?
man.
You go
She
on
want a
around the
man,
corner.
dog. She don't want no motherfucker sound like he got 7 ounces of sugar in his tank.
I'm speaking to the Duchess, okay? I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
You and the Valley Boys was
Baby,
out
you
there
don't
bumping
hear
booty,
around
was
this
you?
punk.
You and the Valley
You're
Boys been
super
bumping booty,
pale.
man.
So
Is
it's
that
it's
he
a
a white
no.
knight?
Kick, it's a no. So let's go back to, so it seems like you're not very well versed in any
Oh,
of
really?
this scientifically, but you think that you're
Well,
smart.
I am. Yes, well, I am. Well, I'm smarter than the panel. That doesn't take too much. So.
Well, go ahead and prove it.
If
So
you
you
were
Well,
said
smarter,
that
if you were
I'm
smarter than us, you would have said you didn't believe in evolution, boy. Hold on, stop. If you were smarter than us, you would have said you didn't believe in evolution, boy.
Okay, what did you think? That you what you God dropped you here? Jesus dropped you here? You got a coconut in your head, all right, and then
No,
some.
no, 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 no. You have a walnut in your head, boy.
Okay, well,
A
Kachi,
coconut
hold
way
on,
bigger than
the
a
Kachi.
walnut,
way
ain't
you
it, stupid?
string,
Hold
the
on,
way you
Kachi. He
string
talking right now. He talking.
sentences
Hold on.
together is just the abject proof of low IQ.
Can you speak? Can you
Yeah,
articulate your words,
let
sir?
him
Can you
Very
build.
speak?
well.
Build,
Can you
Kachi.
speak proper English? Stop stuttering.
You still speaking like you in the Africa, okay? You're not in the Serengeti anymore.
Africans
Let's
don't sound nothing like this, bitch.
speak
You
some
speaking
English.
like
I will break
you
it
speaking
with
my
bread.
language. As a matter of fact. So I'm
Yeah,
speaking it
but
how it's supposed to be spoke. You speaking it like a
the
foreigner. I'm
host
speaking
loves
shit how
white
it's supposed to be spoke.
you
How
know,
a
the host
motherfucker's
loves
supposed to
white
say it. Simon,
She
bitch.
loves me. Yeah, I know you're a very angry person.
Yeah,
You know, you're very
country
angry.
road is how it's
Yeah,
supposed to be said, motherfucker.
well, you sound like a fucking
I
like some
so
sound like
guy.
the
Kick,
original
hold
goddamn
on, Kick.
American. That's how I sound like. The
Kick.
original
Yeah,
American white boy. The original
the
American that taught
original
you
American.
everything you know.
Really, God,
God damn it,
please, you
showed
are
you how to
so.
wash your ass, but you didn't complete that class because you still don't use a rag. Yeah,
I
that
said,
nigga.
hold
That's who
on.
I sound like. That
You
motherfucking
should
original
be
American.
thankful for the white
So
man instead of complaining.
I have a question for you. So you came here. I don't know how it got
For
into
you,
your algorithm or
because
anything,
you're a
but
hot.
you
Because I
came here.
came here for
Kick,
you.
kick. I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that. I'm trying to ask you a question. So you came
Yeah,
here. I'm sure you saw the
you're a hot
title
piece of
about
dirt.
A00 because I have a debate coming up. Did you want
Okay,
to add anything? You said you have a high IQ. Can you
yes.
add anything about the genetic marker A00 to the conversation?
Well, I can add this. I can look at the black communities in the United States and the ghetto communities where they blame the white man for all their ills and thrills and, always got a complaint and burning down the cities as recently as 2020. Okay, your
Boy, them
violent
honkies out
problem.
there burning now. You
Shut
not
up,
gonna get what y'all
you.
motherfucking
Shut
pink
up,
ass charge.
Jamal.
That was
Go
y'all
take
honkies
your
out
ass
there
down to
burning
the
down
local
shit. Shut up,
7-Eleven
honky.
and get
You
a
not gonna
40.
give us the
Go
charges,
get a
honky.
40
Honky,
boy and drink
honky,
some
honky,
minerals.
honky. You white Democrats and you motherfucking honkies was
You
out
are
there burning
dumb.
down shit. Niggas was out there talking about Black Lives Matter. You honkies used that as an opportunity to burn down shit. So you honkies
Honky.
can come blame us for it now. Like you,
Boy,
honky. We
honky.
ain't slow. We saw that shit. We watched it. You honkies was out there. Them wasn't niggas. That was you honkies in all black out there burning down shit with bricks and shit. All that shit already set up. Honky, quit trying to tell us this slow ass shit. Honky, we way more intelligent than you. Honky.
you. How old are you? Oh, you
And
call me. How
you're
old are you,
not
boy?
surrounded by black people right now. You're in Indian
Thank God I would be
territory.
dead if
I
I
don't
was
think
surrounded by
you
black people.
I don't think you know that, but you're in
I don't think
Indian
I'd be alive,
territory.
to be
That's why
honest.
it's really dangerous to be here where you're at. But I asked you a specific question about A00. So do you not know about genetic markers? High
Well, what
IQ
I'm
man?
telling you, honey, is that all you got to look at is the violence problem in the United States. Blacks make up 13% of the population or 50% of all violent crime. And that ain't Whitey's fault. That is a genetic.
What percentage do white people make up of sexual
You heard
predators?
me, them nuts.
Exactly.
You
White people make up all the damn y'all 90% of the sexual predators, boy.
okay? Listen.
Yeah,
If
no,
you
let's
don't
talk
like
about y'all
the
pussy
country,
taking, child raping ass.
if you don't
Since
like the country,
you
Paul,
mad
if you
because
don't
we a
like the
slapper, bitch.
country,
So let's talk about y'all pussy taking,
raise
child
your head,
raping
listen,
ass. Because
watermelon.
y'all number one in
If
all
you
of that.
don't like
When it
the
comes to pussy taking,
country,
child raping, all that shit,
listen.
y'all number one in that shit. So let's talk
Africans
about how
would
sick
hate you,
y'all
American
motherfuckers is.
black. You know that
No,
you're so
Bitch, we
don't
not
talk
from
about the American
Africa.
black. Talk about the American white and how sick how he loved little kids. Talk about that. Talk about how y'all
you
got the
know
highest rate in messing with children and raping women. Talk
you're
about that,
very
man. Why you don't want to talk about that?
very nice.
Why you don't want to talk about y'all got the highest rate on food stamps right now today? Why you don't want to talk about that? You want to
Yeah,
talk about all this high rate shit? Let's talk about the high rate y'all got.
I want to send you back.
No, because you want to talk about the high. You want to talk about the high rates of us being uh charged with crime that we didn't commit. Because you left that part out. That we got a 50-50 rate when it comes to exoneration. You left that part out. 50% of niggas that go to jail didn't do the shit. You left that part out, nigga. You come up here talking
Tip,
hockey,
it seems
you need
like
to know
people
something.
know you in the chat and they know you as a troll. And it seems to be your pale brothers and sisters that are coming against you right now. They know you
Well,
as a
I
troll.
don't
They've been
care
telling
about
you.
any troll in there. I just know that the black community has a major problem. It's never been rectified, and you will not address the problem.
The white community
You
has a
will
major
like,
problem that has never been rectified. Y'all like
and you
fucking
are
little
a
boys
perfect
and little
example of
girls and
being
shit.
violent,
Something wrong
stupid,
with
and
y'all.
emotional.
Why y'all?
Sit down
Who
and
got the
shut up.
highest rating?
Or
Y'all kill more people for no
okay,
fucking
yeah, but
reason than
whites are a
anybody. See,
majority
the
in
difference between us
America.
and you
Okay?
is when a nigga might be high on violence, but a motherfucker did something to a nigga. Y'all gonna shoot the school up and kill innocent people. That's the difference between us. See, when you see somebody black doing something, somebody did something to them. They ain't just shooting random motherfuckers like you hunkies do. That's what
Yeah.
y'all do. Y'all shoot random people. Y'all
Listen.
rape kids and molest little girls and goddamn it, shoot random people for no reason.
Okay.
Little babies in school and shit. That's what y'all do.
Okay. Are you done?
No,
Thank
Yeah,
you.
he's
I ain't
very
done. I
hateful
ain't
for
done,
no
honey. I'm not
reason. That's
done.
why I was saying about how other
Well,
people
he's a
can speak and
moron. He's a
I
moron,
understand
obviously.
because they said
He's a
you're the
moron.
J
Just
word.
because you say
So it
it
makes
ain't so,
so
it
much
sound
Well,
sense
like
for
y'all
them
say
to
actor.
so, Sunday boy. Just
But
because
look
you
at
say it
these
ain't
other
so, honey.
people. These aren't black people in the
Well,
chat that are coming against you and saying that you're a hateful person. These are people
well,
that have
I'm
your
not.
opinion and
Regular
they
white
know you
people,
to be a
regular
hateful
white people
person.
that ain't like this dude. I ain't really, this ain't no offense because I know everything that I'm saying, he that type of person. So I'm talking to him,
Man,
regular
fuck
white people.
all
'Cause I
them
got some
paper
Well,
white friends
woods.
that I fuck
what
Regular,
with that ain't retarded
regular,
like
okay.
you.
cold, and stanky
I'm
white people.
The
telling you,
Fuck all
majority
True.
of
them
the
paper
country is
woods.
Don't
getting black
turn down my
fatigue with
new
people like you.
subscribers, True.
Because you're loud and you're
Man,
violent. Stupid.
I'm
my white
racist. I
We
don't
friends
got
give a
would slap
fatigue
fuck.
the
from
shit out
all
you if
y'all
you came
fake
around me.
crime, man.
I don't
Y'all
like
need to
pepper
take y'all
woods.
ass back
I
to
don't
Now,
like
she
Europe
could
or
bring her
wherever the
pretty
fuck
little
Mexicans.
y'all
ass over
from. We
to
got
my
fatigue from that
little house
shit.
tonight and
Yeah,
help.
I don't like no pepper
But
wood. I don't like no motherfucking Mexicans. I hate Chinese. I don't know which one stank worse, white people or motherfucking Chinese. I don't like none of them. So I'm not fucking apologize for shit. This motherfucker is a lonely, miserable, stuck in the 90s Friends episode, looking slick back, Joey Pistachio looking motherfucker, man. Fuck this motherfucker, man. He only gonna do this on the internet because he do it in real life. Somebody gonna slap this motherfucker
Well,
leg.
yeah, I have to be cautious
Yeah,
around you animals because you're
I know.
violent, stupid, and emotional. So,
Man, I
Yeah, we have to be cautious. We have to be cautious when having our
watch
kids
what you
around you
say.
motherfuckers. 'Cause y'all like to fucking do weird shit. We have to watch out for all the children when y'all motherfuckers come around. Cause y'all like to do weird shit. Yeah. Why is it that there's videos of white women with their children saying if they get in trouble, they need to find a black man? They ain't saying find your weak ass. Why? Why is that? Why is that, Mr. White Man?
Because he gonna offer them some candy and take them to his basement.
Yep.
Truth, I feel just like you. I don't fuck with nobody. If they not American, American us. I don't fuck with them at all. At all. And no fucks given at all.
Fucking with them in business and shit like that is two different things, man.
I mean, in business, yeah, but I'm talking about on a personal.
Hey, Sachi, I just want the money.
And business to a certain extent, because even though I deal with people in business of other colors, but to a certain it's real short and to the point. No all that he and ha and all of that shit though. I can't do it. It ain't in me.
Yeah.
Now it ain't no hee haw, but I'll get some money with anybody.
Right. And I don't mess with those people like him or anything. But what I'll say is because I do have friends and friends that are of the other nature.
I do too.
And I'll say, as far as all my other friends, they don't lie. They don't lie like this man or anything. And I like the white people when they know where they're from and they don't lie about it. They'll say, yeah, we came across in Ellis Island. We not American, all this other stuff. Those are the people I like. You ain't got a lot of
I ain't gonna lie.
right.
I am an eye for an eye motherfucker. You poke me in my eye, I'm gonna punch you in yours.
Big fact.
So
See, one thing about my mixed friends and my white friends and shit like that, man, they know their place. In other words,
we bringing them all out tonight, y'all. So there's another one in the back. I'm looking. You better
Big
not do
ball
nothing
Philly.
or whatever. They're all coming out tonight. So
who you talking about?
So,
This right
Josie,
here?
This is just the white people want to smoke today.
Can I say something, Josie?
I don't know. I don't know what is attracting mine. Is it hashtag American
This
while y'all are all
motherfucker
getting
is a
into
cop.
this?
He got the cop
So
mustache.
He got the My Little Pony shirt on.
Josie,
Let's see what he got to say here. Give him a shot.
All right, we gonna give him a chance.
Hold up, y'all.
Let's see what he got to say. Shit.
Hold on, y'all.
Oh, let Gracie
Josie,
come.
before we engage with this person,
Give
can I
this
say
man a
something? I just want to
chance.
throw something in real quick.
Goddamn,
Okay,
say
yeah,
hi
go
to
ahead.
everybody,
Go ahead,
Lashandra.
I'm asking
Yeah, of course.
Josie permission. Like, this is her panel.
Oh
So
yeah.
Yes,
I'm
say
Yeah,
hi.
grateful.
Say hi to
Grateful
me
first.
I'm
first.
respectful. So Josie,
Yeah,
am I able to just
say
say
hi to
something
me
real
first,
quick?
Lashandra.
Yes, you
I
say hi
are.
didn't
to
hear
me
you because I
first.
was talking to her.
I know.
So
Say hi to
Josie,
me
this is
first.
your panel. This is your show.
Alright.
So
I'ma
Josie, am I
dump your
able
ass.
to say something first before we engage?
Yes, you are grateful. And OTK, let her go. Let her go. Go
Okay,
ahead.
so what I
Grateful.
would like to say is that, and I'm gonna try to make this as quick as I can.
Please do.
Folks, listen, don't think that we're against anything, because we're not. We're just against anything that's not for us per se, right? So it's not about
Big fact.
color. It's about
Big fact.
what you give us, your energy, your talking points, and how you try to continue to make a problem with us when we're telling you it ain't a problem, but we're just telling our stories. So when you come
Big
amongst us, bring the correct information when you want to ad lib on our story, when my tongue holds my story. And I'm gonna end that fucking there. There y'all go.
Oh, that was
Damn,
quick. That's
Grateful.
what's
You
up.
still ain't say hi, Grateful.
Oh, I said wellness, everybody.
No, you ain't say wellness, OTK.
OTK. He
Call
want
my
that
name,
preferential.
Grateful.
That
What
little
the fuck?
motherfucker gonna fall off, OTK. You gotta chill, bro.
And
I
Josie
didn't
Grand
is
say
Rising.
shit.
Mic check,
Truth,
check,
you a
Grand Rising.
menace on my soul.
Yeah, Truth,
No,
you a
listen,
real
I said
menace,
wellness.
man.
That means to everybody. That means to everybody. I don't make specifics. I only make specifics to certain people.
Fuck
You
you,
gotta mean
Truth.
something to
I ain't
make me
fucking
real
with you.
specific. You know what I'm talking about? That type of shit. But let's get to it. Because I said what I said. I meant what I said.
Mic
Like I
check,
told
mic
y'all
check.
1 2
the
1
other day,
2.
pick up your
Big
pens and write some
dog.
stories.
We
All
hear
right?
you,
Now let's come
Big
Philly.
on.
Much
dog,
Let's get
Philly
love.
to it.
OG. Big
Grand
dog,
Rising,
Philly OG.
everybody. Much love and
My
respect
OG.
to everybody. Grand Rising. You know, I talked about this earlier on my channel. Racism in America. America has been covering up the crimes of these racists. instead of trying to bring the people together. They want division. You know what I mean? We could have been solved racism. You got white people that's scared to step up. You got black people that's scared to step up, flag on the play. You got Oriental people that's scared to step up. If they would make a crime of pushing hate, a lot of people will be fearful to do it. But because they're not making a crime for pushing hate, that's why everybody is doing it. But they're scared. They're scared little children. You know what I mean? We need to make hate, if you're pushing hate towards another group of people, a crime, just like selling drugs. You know, but America don't want to solve the racist problem. It want to keep babysitting the racists and allowing them to think they're doing something when really you're a scared victim. You know, you're scared to speak up. And like I said, I don't hate white people. You know, I just don't trust them. You know what I mean? Because they've been had a
Yeah.
chance to step up and stop this racism. But they turn the other cheek just like the religious people. So if we step up, if everybody step up, we can solve the racism problem. But if you keep being scared and turning the other cheek to that racist, it's gonna keep hanging around. It's like someone stabbed you and you trying to fix a stab wound. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I
We
think the
got we got to
writing's on
deal
the
with the
wall for
racism.
them,
And I'm
Billy,
in right
because
there,
right
Dulce. You got it,
now
sister.
they're the weakest. They're the weakest that they've ever been because of this whole divide between being Democrats and Republicans. So now they're imploding from the inside. And I think the main thing is fear, like you were saying. The fear is that when everything transitions back, which it will, that's how time is, and when they're not the ones that empower and another group is in power, will they experience the same things that they tried to place on the other groups of people? So I think that's their major fear, is will everything that they did be returned back to them when the shoe was on the other foot?
And thank you, Dulcinea, for letting me up and let me speak. And peace to everybody.
Of
Power to the
course. Any
motherfucking people.
Yes,
Wellness,
power
Philly,
to
to
the
you and your
motherfucking
family.
people, big
Love
dog.
always.
Peace, big
Much love and
dog.
Wellness to
respect
you,
to all of
Philly.
y'all. Y'all know who you are. Much
Salute,
love and
big dog.
respect. I'm muting up.
Wellness to you
well,
and yours.
we'll let Bash come in. Bash, you can unmute yourself. Please don't be rude. We talk here one at a time. I do have the control, so if I have to take control, I will. But what's up, Bash? You have to unmute.
Yeah, apologies. I got a mute button up here, so thank you for letting me speak. I appreciate it. I had a gentleman up here who was being very rude, and I am a contributor towards him, and I wanted to apologize in his stead. He's very abrasive, so that'd be the white gentleman that was here with the slick back hair. But I'm
Right.
not going to be rude to you folks. I understand. Racial division is a huge issue in the country, and yeah, so.
Yeah,
So,
so what he was
oh,
saying
go
is
ahead,
he had
son.
a belief that IQ is based on racial, or there's a thing as racial IQ. You said you're a supporter of him. Is he like does he have a show
He
or he does
he
content?
is a provocateur of sorts. He goes into streams and he likes to piss people off. Yeah. So, I used to be a huge fan of him, and he was kind of like a shock jock sort of individual, but he does that to get a rise out of people, and he joins streams now to kind of just get, I guess, clout. You know. So,
So, how do you feel about the IQ test?
I really believe that it has a lot to do with an upbringing, and it has to do with your environment more so than I would say racial.
Eh, okay, so do you know why the IQ test was created?
I'm not quite sure. No.
No. Well, I think you need to do a dive into why the IQ test was created. It wasn't for us, it was for y'all.
Yeah.
Well, I can't say necessarily you, but the first type of immigrants that was coming across here, the second wave of them, rather, that was coming through Ellis Island, getting quarantined, and then going through these IQ tests and stuff like that. This is where your feeble-minded and asylums start getting formed at. It wasn't for us. You feel me? So the IQ test was a test for y'all. It wasn't never for us.
You don't want to be like this weirdness right now. Damn.
So
And that's a fact.
what
And that's what's always
go ahead.
confused me as far as like even like the thought of this whole white supremacy or anything. Because really, if you talk about any kind of pale skin colonizer, the first people that they were subjugating is you, like different sectors of pale skinned people. So
Big
I
fact.
don't understand the whole feeling superior or anything like that when it's like it was just a transfer over of subjugating y'all before they even came over to try to subjugate us in America.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm
So
not quite. I'm not. Oh, sorry.
go ahead. No, go ahead, bro. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
I'm just
Go
saying
ahead.
I'm not quite knowledgeable on it. I do know that there is a very specific targeted attempt by the powers that be to divide people in America based on race specifically, and I think that that's a net negative. I really think that there was a really interesting point in America, I would say around post 9/11, maybe the 1990s, where race relations were really decent, and there was you know a really good point where people could communicate and there was no speaking of race or racial division. um and I'm only 28 years old, so I can't
Oh,
say
okay.
that.
Yeah, I definitely disagree with that. I'm 60,
Mhm.
and I was, a young teen in the area, a young person when you were talking about, and there was a lot of racial division. I think you just wasn't around to experiencing it, young man. But y'all got it.
Yeah.
But
Not
I'm
only that, as
also
well. Okay, let me
say
let me
that
add
like
something
in the
too.
18
Oh, go ahead.
hold on, in the 1800s, coming from up north, it was a bunch of multicultural families, and they was coming down south. We got evidence of people seeing them coming down south with congressmen saying like, no, we don't want that shit here. We don't want this white and black mix, what they would call white and black, but it was really European and what they would call at the time Indian or African lineage ancestry. If depending on the color of your skin, you was from Africa. You know what I mean? So we all know this. But yeah, we do see that. That shit was happening heavy up north. And to they had to make laws to forbid it. So, but it was mostly uh to my acknowledgement, it was mostly French, some British, some English, but it was mostly French that was doing the mixing in because at this time period, from what history say, these people were not what we considered white. They would be whatever you want to call them, man. I don't want to get into the terms, but you know what I mean. Yeah. So
Well,
race
I would
Yeah.
say
caused
this
a
to
And I would
you.
say
division.
about the race relations. Oh yeah, Grateful. Go ahead. Sorry.
I would say this to you. You said you stated that you're 28, right? So for me, instead of you coming into a battle as being only like 2-8, right? So you're no more than a 10, right? Like you're still on a knowledge level, basically. So you still need to dive into not only our history by don't claim you can't claim now. I would say this: if you're gonna claim what your parents are just giving you, you're not studious. You understand that? And I would like to think if you come in here, that your parents was very you like you have to get into your study and not only the study of what they said you were supposed to know, but you have to give yourself the knowledge. So you can't even really even come sit with us if you have not even did step one. I'm gonna say that and be the fuck quiet.
Dulcie.
Yeah.
Okay, I know you. I wanted to make a point after you made your point because I know you were about to get into
Okay, yeah, I was just
the
gonna
race
be quick with it,
relations.
and basically
Mhm.
what's on the screen. I think when it talks about relations of America, one of the big things that need to happen going forward is an acknowledgement that the indigenous of America is different than you as a foreigner. So not that I'm saying, oh, kick out all the foreigners, which I'm sure some people are, some kick out all the foreigners, but I would say that there is a gracefulness that you're allowed to be here. You're a foreigner. You're working on the American dream or whatever you're doing, whatever opportunities that America has provided for you. So it has to come to a point that y'all start acknowledging the true Americans. And when y'all do, y'all see that relations get better from that point. What's up, Sharice?
Yeah, I think that's a great point. I think that we have to keep it in perspective, like especially when we talk about how race relations are handled and how they work. I think it's a huge, like it's a big sociology behind it, and it's a mental situation as well when it comes down to this, because we can obviously see that there's a difference in treatment in terms of who we are and in terms of every other ethnic group that is entered this soil, and that has to change. So I'm in like just 100% agreement that, like the division is real. And to a certain extent, I mean, at one point it was division and everything was cool. And I
Right.
think, it's like it's like I don't know, this integration idea and all of this stuff taking place now. It seems like we're in the worst position than we was before, and now we fighting against everybody, and now everyone's mad again about the delineation movement, and stepping away from other ethnic groups of people. But I think that it's been time for stuff like that to take place, because it's not like us trying to be against other people, but it's us trying to get our house in order, and that's what has to happen.
And to
and
piggyback
that
off of
goes
what
to
you
what
said,
and
oh,
oh my bad. Oh, go ahead,
good.
Nisha. Go ahead, sis. No,
Just
hell
to
no.
piggyback
Go
off of
ahead.
what Sharice just said, like I totally agree. Like when it was a better time for us before integration. Just looking at history, it just was a better time. And I don't really see, okay, like how my mind work, I don't see a big issue with me dealing with who I deal with. Period. I'm not trying to kumbaya and be everybody friend and hey, how you doing? That's not how I live. I don't think that it's anything that um I don't think there's anything that we have to do as a people to make things better, quote unquote. It is what it is, and that's just how I look at it. I'm not trying to bring everybody together and we should be as one. No, it needs to be separation. It needs to be segregation. Leave us the F alone. Let us do us. And that's how I look at it. And I might come off of how I sound. I don't give a damn. Because that's just how it is. I don't look at this world as old roses and frolicking with the lilies with this white person, this Asian person. I don't. It's my people. And that come first before anything, before anybody. It's my people. Y'all look at it how y'all want to look at it. I'm done. Go ahead, OTK.
I love my wild ass sister. I swear, I do. Hey, Dulcie. Oh, sister Sharice, or any one of y'all. I want to bring this back to layman real quick, okay? Can y'all explain what delineation is, and can y'all put it up on the screen so everybody can read it or something like that? Let's do some teaching real quick.
All
Is
I
that
know
okay?
is that's how FBA rolling. They said they delineated
Is
from
that okay?
everything.
Is that okay, Sister Dulcie? Right, right.
That's all I know.
But the crazy
FBA
shit
said
is,
we not rocking
but
with
hold up
nobody
though.
other than
Hey,
us. That's
right.
what they
But the crazy
said.
shit is, Sister Cherise, They saying that they delineating, but what are they delineating from when they say they still come from African slaves?
I don't know why they say
Okay,
Yeah, I
that.
all
think
What's
yeah,
they
right.
they need to
what's
So,
they
get that
little
all right.
code
together. We
about
gonna have
that?
to get them. We
Hey,
gonna have to get them
hey,
together
we
on
about to
that.
do
But
some
the
teacher shit, and I love
delineation
them. My
is
brothers,
something that's
those my
real,
brothers.
and the
Go ahead.
delineation has to be for the American. In my where is Ali Balmu right now? Get the nigga. So the delineation is for the American, and it needs to be because delineation is the act of specifying. It's the act of being like, just because you're a United States citizen doesn't make you an American. There are real indigenous Americans and their descendants that live here. We are delineating so we can say, hey, we're their descendants. We can specify we're the real Americans. You can be American by US citizenship, by naturalization, but we're American just because we are, just because we were born this way. So delineation is just the action of describing, portraying something precisely. We're specifically saying who this group of people are.
So in other words, you're saying that we can come from somebody, and now we're saying that since we've been over here for this amount of time, we're somebody else. Is that a sense of delineation, or is
No,
delineation saying, nah, we our own people over here and y'all own people over there, sis?
that's what they saying. We
Yeah,
our
that's
own
what
people
it
over
is.
here. They their own
We're
people over
our
there.
own people over here. Y'all are your own people over there. Some people can fuck with you, some people might not. It's just about the whole thing. That's why I like Jane Elliott of what she used to say of that
Uh-huh.
America isn't a melting pot. America is a salad. When you think of a salad,
It's a
you're not
salad.
taking and saying that everything is the same. It's not. That's what makes it a good salad because you have different components to it. Right now, what people would want
Big
to do is
facts.
make all the components one, and they're not. We can acknowledge that we're not
Remember,
all the same people.
The
remember,
FBA is basically
everybody dream was to come to America for a new life, for the
hey,
American dream. It wasn't an African dream. It wasn't an Asian. It wasn't an Indian. India or Hindustan, Bharat. It wasn't fucking goddamn Eurasia, Europe, Hispaniola. It would, well, that's the Caribbean, but the first Hispaniola. It wasn't Al Madrid. It wasn't Al Andalus. None of that shit there. The Russia, France, Italy. It wasn't none of that. The dream was to come to America and start a new life.
that's what everybody
Y'all
dreamed for.
forgot
That's
this
what everybody
story?
dream was. That's why they came here.
That was
Everybody came here
everybody
poor, broke, petty, and
dream.
bumming.
Big
Everybody that
facts.
came here
Big
been poor,
facts,
broke,
Tati.
petty, and bumming, man. Why are they all coming here? Because they
Right.
poor, broke, petty, and bumming
Nobody,
and starving.
nobody over there could have come over here on a indentured servitude contract, work their years out, get a trade, stack up enough money, start their own business, and now they become successful business owner and have no ties to their indentured servitude contract no more from
Well,
over
hold
there.
on. Stop the press. Stop the press.
Go
Stop the
ahead.
press. How is that
Go
possible?
ahead.
When you add in, hold on, because now they say, how can a nigga come over here from Africa, get free, and get
I ain't
slaves?
talking
And
about
get...
the nigga.
No,
I
I'm
ain't
saying,
talking
hold on,
about
I'm
the
talking
nigga
about a
from
nigga.
Africa.
I'm talking about a so-called black
Yeah,
person. How can they?
yeah, I ain't talking
Because you
about
know
the
we don't
nigga.
read narratives. We don't read narratives of this shit. We know niggas
Yeah,
is Americans, but I'm talking about
I'm
Africans.
talking about the European, the so-called European at this time, the Slavics. I'm
But see,
talking
I'm
about
talking about
them.
an African
Indentured
because I want to
servitude.
ask a
Yeah,
question
I
with
ain't
this.
talking about them. Fuck them. Fuck them. They have nowhere in my story, dog. They come to help fight in the Civil War, dog. We got them, bro. I don't even talk about them no more. They shit is unsuccessful, dog. That slave trade narrative in South Carolina, dog, I destroy that. When more
Hey,
Indians was taken out than Africans brought in, dog, y'all dead out here.
hey, OTK. I want to give you a piece of something for your what's the name? Because I know you be in the church. Go back and study the religious history. Them folks wasn't hollering Africa in the beginning because of no transatlantic
No,
slave trade. They was hollering Africa in the
no,
beginning because they were saying they was the people of the book.
right. And that shit started from Buford, bro, and it came on up. And guess who was one of the progenitors of starting that shit from the church in Buford, bro? Your girl who created the folk tales, Sister Sharice. What's her name?
What I'm saying is we can prove that
Yeah,
Africa
oh,
wasn't
hell yeah,
Africa was a religious trope
absolutely.
at the beginning because we can show in
Yeah,
African shit started
yeah,
by Indians. We can show
yeah.
you African
Sachi,
shit
you
started by
correct.
Indians. So we know that
Sachi.
Africa was a religious trope. It was about being a Christian at first.
Right.
And
So
once
Sachi,
they
you know my story. You went in the AME church. It was the AME church that started that, bro. You went in the AME as an Indian. You came out as an African, bro. I always say this.
the
I
Wesley
always
when
and
you
no
go
lie
back to
in a
the
dozy.
go back to
In
the
a dozy.
beginning, but you got to go all the way back to the beginning of the
Yep.
Methodists. The Methodists
That
started
is
with
the
two white
beginning,
boys,
bro.
the
That is the
Wesley
beginning
brothers.
Well,
in
somebody
Buford,
take the
bro.
wheel.
No,
Somebody take the
I ain't
wheel.
talking about the African Methodists. I'm talking about all the way at the beginning of the
I'm
Methodists. It
always
started with
saying
two white
that.
boys, the Buford
How
brothers.
come OTK always
Yeah.
want to hold the
So
whole panel?
so
My bad.
the Methodist is still existing, the ME, but the
Yeah,
AME started with Richard Allen. You see what I'm saying? He started it. Dog, listen, what he did to the churches, you went in as Indian, bro, you came out as African, bro.
yeah, but it was on a
That's why
religious thing. It wasn't.
that's why that Paul Cuffey speech, when Paul Cuffey spoke, him, Richard Allen, Absolute Jones, all the motherfuckers was in attendance at Bethel
That's why the
Church.
bottom. That's
When
why
he
the
gave
bottom.
that speech, dog, nobody wanted to go back.
That's why
And his
all of.
wife, yeah, go ahead,
I'm saying
Sachi,
that's
go ahead,
why
Sachi.
when you the basis of Pan Africanism and African studies is Christianity. When you get down to the bottom of all of it, that's one of the courses you got to take in
Yeah,
African studies about
it's
Christianity.
Christianity and Masonic, bro. Yeah. Or
Yeah.
if it's
So
not Christianity, it's Masonic.
And so,
Point
so
blank. You
when you
already
get
know.
down to the core of all of this, they have put the transatlantic slave trade story on top of a bunch of people screaming that they was Africa because they was believing in a religion, and then they give you this transatlantic slave trade story, and now you looking back seeing people that was in the church screaming Africa, saying, and you associating them in the church screaming Africa like the AME Church and
Boy,
Free African Lodge.
your abolitionists were students of these
Now listen
people
what I'm
of the
saying.
AME church,
Listen what I'm
bro.
saying. Oh, listen what I'm saying. After they giving us this story, it didn't exist in the time when this stuff was going on. This story that we got. That's what I'm saying. They giving us this story now. So we looking back on all this stuff, seeing it's named Africa, and we thinking it's named
We in
Africa because
agreement.
of the transatlantic slave trade, and it's not. It's
Yeah,
named Africa because them folks was believing they was Christians and they was people of the
yeah,
book.
yeah. We agree. We agree with that. I agree with that, Sachi. I just want you to know now, I ain't going against you now.
Well,
No,
what
no,
we
no.
not gonna,
I know
Yeah.
you
what we
agree. I was
you
just trying
see
to
me
clarify.
agreeing upon,
I
we
was just trying
trying
to
to figure
clarify
out
so they could hear what I was saying.
we was over here on
Hell
cross
yeah.
lines. We're over here dealing with cross lines, and both of y'all want to get into some shit that y'all need to get into in your own minds. Like
Yeah,
you go
because
over
I
there,
don't want to
OTK,
talk no
and
more
then
about the
Sachi, you do
debate.
that. But let's get back to this
Oh, let's
cross lines because the cross lines is gonna get us to the fuck. I ain't gotta zap motherfuckers no more. You know what I'm talking about?
all right.
We want to get to the. We would like to, and we are, and that's what we built here for, and that's to come. We're the guardians of this place because we know and we hold our knowledge, right? So
Correct.
I hear
Correct.
y'all. I know y'all want to get off
Correct.
this thing. What was? However, within the what is, you got to shift the mind state. You all are too. Y'all stuck too. That's the
No, but the
crazy
thing
part.
is,
Y'all
hey,
stuck
grateful.
too. You're not getting over. You're not
All right.
forgiving. And I'm not saying like no, don't forget.
Man,
You
God
have to
forgive. I
fucking
don't.
forgive.
God forgives. I don't.
And yeah, motherfucker, that's why you stuck, nigga. We see
Yeah,
it.
I'm gonna
I
stay
definitely
stuck because
don't
OTK.
God, it's
forgive
God's
either.
job to forgive,
I'm
not
not
Forgive
mine.
what?
forgiving
That's
and I
that's I
ain't
got to
forgetting.
hold on. Stop. I can't let her slide with that. I cannot let her slide with that. Nigga. We've been trying. That's the nigga problem. We too motherfucking forgiving, nigga. We should have been cutting
Too much
heads on the
forgiveness.
day motherfucking one. We should have been forgiving now, motherfucker. We forgave
For
too
real.
many motherfuckers.
For
Well, you
real.
can't say that and you ain't doing shit, motherfucker. You
You don't
ain't
know what
forgave
I'm doing,
nothing.
motherfucker. You
Hold
don't
on,
know
Hey,
what
hold
I'm
on.
watch y'all
You
doing.
language,
talking.
man. Hey,
You're
y'all
not
stop the
freaking
cursing, man. Y'all
talking.
stop the cursing. Y'all stop the
I'm just
cursing
OTK,
saying,
for
you
real,
know,
for
OTK,
real.
stop trying to run everybody's channel.
she
Stop
on, she,
trying to
No, I
listen.
just
Grateful,
think,
don't
Shut up
make me
then,
put my
because you
bare
do that.
white voice on you
Hey, chill,
again.
my guys. Let me get back to
God
Sachi. Hey,
damn,
Sachi,
you telling me
you
quit
gonna
trying to
have
run
to
everybody's
forgive.
channel.
You're gonna have to forgive enough to figure out how you and everybody else can get along enough to then
I don't want to
make
get
For
along.
changes.
what though?
I don't
What?
want to get
Shonda,
along. I
So we
want them to
make
Lord
leave me the fuck
God,
changes.
alone.
Shonda.
I don't want to get along. I want the motherfuckers to leave me the fuck alone.
Okay,
I don't want to
so
get
what's
along
the
with
purpose of
nobody. I want them to
talking
get the hell
then?
on.
So
I
what's
don't
the
want to get
purpose of
along.
talking?
See, you want
So
to get
how?
along. I want them to get
So
the hell on. We
what'll be
got
the
two different
purpose of
goals.
your well? So
We
how
got two
come
different
you're
goals.
engaging then?
You
What's
want to
your
get along. I want them
engagement?
to get the hell on. We got two different
So
goals.
what? Does that include everybody as far as us?
No, nigga, I'm saying you want to get along with everybody. I don't. I want everybody to get the hell on.
So who does that include?
Everybody.
So that
Everybody. Get the
means
hell
you talking to
on.
me. So me, Dulcinea.
I ain't saying lead. I ain't talking when I'm saying get the hell on. I'm saying get the hell on away from me. How you doing? Hey, how you doing? Whatever we doing it and then get the hell on.
Yeah, that's what he's saying, Grateful. Not you, Grateful. Not you, Grateful. Or
No,
none of us,
I get what
Grateful.
he's saying, but he never expresses it that way
All
enough
right,
to
Grateful.
talk to somebody
You
else.
got
To like,
us.
listen, y'all
Yeah,
seen a
you was
little post
correct.
that came up here earlier. I sent him
Mm.
away. Because y'all know I'm a zapper, right? I do that. My hands are so
Grateful, you
nasty.
know I ain't
Not
talking to
only
you.
my hands in my
Grateful,
mouth too.
grateful.
However,
Don't you do
huh?
this. You know I ain't talking to you, girl. Don't you do that.
Dude, I just
Uh-oh.
zapped the fuck
Uh-oh.
out you when you just said
Uh-oh.
that. You didn't even see
Uh-oh.
this shit happen.
Uh-oh.
Pow!
Uh-oh.
You was already fucked up and already on the ground by that time. I'm fucking around.
And
Don't see.
and
No, fuck
Shonda,
that. It's
you
not.
sitting
I'm
there
not here.
smiling.
No. This is not my shit. This is
You
Dosey.
smiling
And
though.
I
Cut
know
your
me and
camera
Dosey,
on.
we go
You
back
know
and
you
forth. No,
smiling
I
after
know.
Sati
Fuck that.
said that.
Dosey, come and get
Cut
this.
your
I just had
camera
to stop.
on.
They rent. I
Cut your
only
camera on.
interrupted to stop y'all bitches rent to get my sister back on her shit. Cause this is her shit.
Cut your
And you
camera
niggas
on.
ain't gonna take this bitch the fuck over. That's why the fuck I jumped the fuck in. I jumped the fuck in because you niggas was talking too fucking much. It's my
You
fucking
on this?
sister
I done
Dosey's
told you about this
fucking
sister girl
show.
power shit. We
Period.
don't
I don't
do
give a
that
fuck.
shit. See
I'm a
how you
real
talk
no,
about
I'm no
forgive and
real
you ain't forgave the man that hurt
listen,
you
I'm
and
gonna
got you
zap
on
the
this
fuck
sister
out
girl
you right.
power shit
I'm
against
gonna
us. We
re-zap
love
you.
everybody that's with us.
Hold on.
Cut it
No,
out,
nigga.
grateful. Don't do
Don't
that.
see.
Don't do
Don't
that.
see.
She didn't need
Hey,
nobody to ride
don't
for her.
see.
If Dosey
Don't
felt like
Yeah,
see.
she
I'm
wanted to
here,
talk to
but
you,
I
told her
did
to shut the
want
hell up.
people to
Don't
She
join
didn't
or
see.
need
whatever.
nobody
I
to
Yeah,
do
wasn't
that,
gonna
don't see.
bother
grateful.
you.
I'm not gonna let these niggas take over the show. So don't see. Go ahead. You do your
No,
thing.
what you're
Tell these
doing
niggas
is
to
you on
shut
some
the
girl
fuck
power
up.
shit,
And
and
don't
that ain't
see.
have nothing to do
Run
with
your
nothing.
shit. Nah,
Nigga, we
nigga,
was
shut the
Sachi.
talking, you try
fuck
to
up.
end.
My
Dosey would
fucking
have said,
sister
we done told
is
you about that.
fucking
We're
talking,
causing
even though I have
grateful.
what I am.
Grateful.
I
We're
ain't
all
asking about to say
together.
none of
There's
y'all
no
niggas have no
divide
Hey,
between
business
the
I know
here.
men
you
and the
are
women,
bringing up
Don't
grateful.
something
Don't
see,
right
do that.
now. I'm like,
Sachi.
when
don't
the
see,
re-up happening?
don't
It
see.
should be
You
soon though.
don't see.
But
Hey,
Shut the
I
Sachi,
fuck up.
watch
invited
No,
this.
because
don't see. Are
this is
you
an open
there?
panel.
No, fuck
Okay.
that. Don't
Yes,
see. Get
I'm
your
here. This
shit.
is an open panel.
Run this.
Just for us
Tell
to
these niggas shut
talk.
the
It
fuck
started
up.
off.
It's
We had
don't
the
see shit.
white boys really come, and they really what detracted us from the conversation we were on. But yeah, I did invite everybody up because of one of people's opinions on what's happening Sunday. So grateful. Let me get your opinion of on Sunday and the debate. I know you'll be in the building and everything. What do you feel about Lucky's premise of him trying to say A00 is coming out of Africa?
Well, I would say as far as that we do know when it comes to a O factor, right? When you talk about blood, because this is the quantity that y'all getting into. You're trying to trace blood lines. And I'm gonna be small, but I'm gonna try to be somewhat precise. When you come to any O factor, we're very not we don't really line up with this motherfucker planet, but we line up with all planets, and we have a percentage here too. And the old factor is they can't figure us the fuck out. They don't know how we're anemic. They don't know how the fuck we're here.
Let's
Old
go.
factor, bitch. And if you know what oh my bad.
Old factor, bitch.
I didn't know. Listen, I didn't know you motherfuckers don't really know. Bitch, we're so circular, we're non-figurable.
To say old factor, bitch.
And I'm gonna say that because I don't mean we on to argue with people. I be like, they don't even tap into what you are. I've been told y'all what y'all are. You don't want to hear me. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm a drunk. Oh my gosh, I'm this. No. I simply do what I do because fuck my mind is so circular. Old factor, the bitch don't never stop. I have to do this shit to slow this bitch the fuck down.
Alright, slow down real quick.
Fucking factor. So when they told you you had what y'all had? You
Oh. Hey, listen.
ADHD. You got
That's a good
motherfucking
question.
goddamn you're autistic or you're fucking it's some other shit. All these
Yeah,
things that they
yeah.
place in our minds that we are in this realm, the fuck
Uh-huh.
we held steady. Where did that shit come from? Never from
Right.
us. And even if we move like that, that shit wasn't us. So they labeled you, and you take the labels, the same shit you want to be out there and buy that shit too.
Right. Hey, Dulcie.
What?
Hey,
The
Grateful
fuck?
made a good point. Hold on, Grateful. Hey, Dulcie. Grateful made a great point just now. You asked her about the AOO and about where it come from. She said, now we're tracing bloodlines. So now,
Right.
is this AOO connected to this? Isn't it hold up. I don't even know the blood types. It's AB, and it's a O bloodline, right?
Right. If it's true
Oh,
about the old bloodline being first and dating it back to the ancient people, it would definitely be an old bloodline that we're talking about. But she's absolutely
um,
correct that this
so
is
where's the
bloodline
old
talk. They
bloodline
weren't able to
mostly
find
found
this
at,
without
sis? Go
bloodline.
ahead.
What you say? Oh, in
Oh, my bad.
America, where O is mainly found,
Go ahead. Go
America,
ahead. Yeah, sis.
exactly.
I
But
want,
what I
yeah, I
was
want you to
saying,
do a
that
spill on that.
bloodline is
Go
so
ahead.
important. They wouldn't have found this without bloodline. They wouldn't have found this digging up any kind of skeletons being up in Africa. Because if they were able to find it that way, they would have. They had already been doing it for 30 years. They couldn't find it until bloodline came into play. And that's why they're not telling us right now. They're not telling us how many
Mhm.
of this consumer based of these Black Americans that go to these DNA testing, how much of A00 they're finding in these. But there are some things that are saying they're the most concentrated amongst these consumer DNA testing where they're, and it's the main point where they're finding this
Uh-huh.
A00 when Black
And, and,
Americans are taking the test.
and the crazy thing
So
is, sis, the
hold on, because
old
I'm
blood.
biased as a
Hold on,
motherfucker.
grateful. Hold on,
Hold on,
grateful.
no,
I'm gonna let you go back
listen,
in.
you can't
Grateful.
stop me. Cause I might
Hold
forget,
on,
goddamn it.
grateful. I don't want to forget my
So
thought real
Dosey,
quick.
when you
Please,
say
sis.
that,
Please, sis.
are you
Damn.
are you comparing it also to a said African state of mindset or being? Are you also throwing that aspect there too? Because if you want to talk about America and then they're trying to add us to Africa, is it any type of say the analysis that has came from Africa that you have like an actual factual like list, like you see how they list us, right? In
From
America, they
Africa.
list us and say, hold on. In America, they list us with holding a data when it comes to us. Do you have the same data when it comes to that they have tested also Africans that didn't tie us or tie the African to America, and America is tied to Africa? Like, is that
That's a
data?
long ass
Is that a
question.
data that's out here? No, hold on, OTK, baby, please. So, Dulcie, have you ever came across this type of information that they have tested African people, same through the analysis to say that they have a 123, they have a or this or that? Is it ever a record that has ever came from Africa? Like they have a little Lutheran church and those aspect of things. Have you ever seen in your, I don't know what you 32, 30, I don't know how old you are. Have you ever seen that anything has ever came from Africa? Have you ever seen that anything has ever came from Africa that said, you know what? Africa holds the same records. Cause we gonna lay this plane, bitch. I'm tired of playing with you
Wrap your
motherfuckers out
question
here.
up. All right,
Well,
let
let
me
me
I'm
answer.
answer.
tired of playing with y'all. I'm so
Yeah,
tired of
let
playing
me
with y'all
answer,
with this
Grateful. So,
bullshit.
like I was saying, and I don't know how deep you're trying to get in. Like, if you're saying, is there any evidence of migrations or whatever? But not going into migrations as far as, because of course we know Americans were traveling way older than what they will say. But when I said, because how I brought up Africa is the point of, when we're talking about unknown DNA, or we're talking about any kind of discovery, because that's what this is. This is a discovery of something they didn't know before. When they're trying to attach it to a landmass or a different place, that we know that you've been doing scientific research in this landmass for 30 years, that means that you should already know about whatever discovery that was there. You've already been there. You've already been doing the scientific work. How is it possible that you can be somewhere for 30 years doing DNA research and not come across the DNA that you said originated there? Make it make sense. But what were you saying, OTK?
Oh shit, man. Grateful had me laughing like a motherfucker. Grateful said Africa. Grateful had me
Right.
laughing like a motherfucker, but she talking real shit. You know what I mean? If people can understand. I know it was long, but she talking real shit. So damn, I kind of forgot my question,
No,
but I
we
had
all
another
speak
good
real shit.
question.
So this is,
Yeah,
hold up, I
hold
didn't
on,
mean to interrupt you, but I
Grateful.
have to say
Hold
this
on,
because
Grateful.
I want to give everybody their understanding from me. Every
The
every aspect of our
understanding.
minds is a piece of the puzzle. Even if we don't
Right.
talk it on any given day or respectful enough on any given day, that's what we know. We still love each other. We're still fucking real connected. Like we not really playing. We not playing about this shit. We have a soul connection, but we have to get everybody. Got to get the fuck out their feelings. We all hurt. We're hurt by dumb shit. We're hurt by the fact of stories and this and that. And not only our positions of what people have done to us, right? I say, throw them shits out. Forgive everything and
Uh,
everybody. Let us let the baggage go, the cloakness. We're cloaking our feelings. Let that shit go, and we can get somewhere. We gonna have to forgive. I'm telling y'all, we're gonna have to just let the fuck. You gonna let this. You gonna have to let it drop off you. Just say, drop the cloak, bitch. Like, bitch, I ain't wearing this hoe no more. Bitch, I'm tired of you. You gotta be tired of that bitch. We're gonna have to, and all of us, listen, I'm still on my shit too. We're gonna have to step off the cloak. We gotta let the cloaking go. The facade has to go. And I'm gonna shut the fuck up. But I'm telling you, that's what it is. We're facading out this bitch so much to make somebody else make us feel good about ourselves. And bitch, we're enough. We're whole enough. We're whole enough. How y'all think I keep saying showing my hair? My hair is all fucked up, and I'm not perfect. I'm enough, and y'all are fucking enough. We have to mask. They have masquerade us enough. What the fuck that mean? World stage? We're masquerades. We're running around this bitch wanting to be something for what and for what reason? The
Put
fuck
your
y'all
camera
doing?
on now.
I'm telling you, I'm
Put your
walking this
camera
path
on
and I
now
want y'all
while
to
we
walk
talk.
this bitch with me. Real shit. Call it what it
Let us
is.
see
But
your
I'm
let us
tracing
see
around
your
this hole.
beautiful
I'm
hair,
a whole
Grateful.
circle out. I'm the O. Y'all gotta be the O's. You're the O's, man. Bitch,
Let us
you
see
hear
your
what I
beautiful
said? You the
hair,
whole
Grateful.
O's. Now that's the real shit. And now if you I said some other days, I said the sounds to the ears of those that listen. If it's not your sound, the motherfucker, you ain't gonna listen. I'm not here to fucking play with none of you. Bitch, I'm walking this with you. And I ain't never gonna be no non-stories. Because every story out there about me is already told. You can see me for girls, Hades. You can see me in any way. Guess what? In any way that I was, I'm just my trade. The circular bitch, the 369. How you ain't seeing that shit? And if you ain't doing that, then you ain't no nines. You ain't no fucking ether, motherfucker. My bad, Dulcie. But I just had to let this thing out because I've been crying, y'all. I've been crying so fucking hard because I know who we are. I know what it is. I'm still walking this shit the same. We don't have to mask ourselves. We're not perfect. This shit, wherever it looks, we're not none of that. The fuck? We ain't no colorism. Nothing has never existed in us until they wanted to plant themselves into us, and then we attached ourselves to that. Fuck that. There's no attachment to that. It never fucking existed. Period. And I struggle too. Hear me when I say this shit. And I've been told y'all the magic that they want to take. Baby, listen. Y'all don't even fucking understand. And I'm sorry, Dulcie, but I can't not just keep listening to the fuck that I know we are. To the core of me. I've I've been so dragged out my whole fucking life. My children are not here with me. And I'm now understanding my higher fucking purpose. There is no fucking way I'm not gonna let none of y'all fail when it comes to this actual energy. Y'all, real shit. I will not. You gonna know this fucking science before I fucking go. You gonna know this fucking this is a high science. Y'all embodied. Take out the fucking take out the fuck unveil. What you think the wizard was for? The Wizard of Oz. Like real shit. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm so fucking sorry. Y'all gotta know the truth. Y'all gotta have this shit. I don't give a fuck. My bad, Dulcie. My bad.
Grateful, you all right? Grateful, you okay, baby?
I'm good. The
You
fucking
good?
truth has to be
All
told.
right.
The Wizard of
No, go
Oz is
ahead,
a true
vent,
story.
vent,
That's a true
baby. We just
story.
making sure you good, baby. We letting you vent.
You didn't
Go
hear what I
ahead. This
said.
a different type of vent
I'm
from you.
always
Go
good. I
ahead.
just have to. My bad, Dulcie. I know that you got exactly what I said. Wizard of Oz.
And you know what? I feel that pain too, Grateful, because the shit that Dosey
Hold up. You
went up
talking?
against.
You already talking wrong. I don't have no
No,
pain.
hold up. Calm down, Grateful, and let me
Watch it.
finish.
You gotta watch your
Grateful.
verbiage. You gotta watch your
We just
verbiage still
listed.
talking to me.
I but hold on.
Okay,
Chill
so say
out. We not
you.
from the
So
same
say
area.
you feel
Hold
the
on.
pain. Hold on. No, because you're not gonna speak to me like that. Say you feel a pain because you're not talking to me. That because I just told you I have forgiven a lot. My shit, I don't feel no fucking pain. So talk to yourself. When you gonna speak to me, talk about you. Then.
All right. Well, can I finish? Is you gonna let me finish, Grateful? I apologize. I didn't say I feel the same pain you feel in life. I said if you had let me finish, I feel the same pain that you feel as far as for my sister Dulcie. But you didn't let me
No. And you said
finish.
you're
Hold up,
incorrect
stop,
again.
stop,
No,
stop,
you're
stop,
no.
stop.
You're
So
talking
that means
wrong.
I'm not
Talk about
feeling your
yourself.
pain.
Do not include me. You cannot include me. Say
All
you
right, all right,
feel
all right, all
away.
right. Well, all right, I'm
Yeah.
sorry
Don't
I
include
even
me.
mentioned your ass. All
Yeah,
right, I'm sorry I
don't
even
include
mentioned
me.
your
Like
ass.
so
All
let me
right, all
correct
right,
you. Don't
all right,
include
all
me.
right. Well, mute your
Okay.
mic up. Mute your mic up so you don't get included. Please, thank you.
No, just
All right.
don't say or ask
So anyway,
or
though,
yeah.
yeah, I feel the same way on some shit. Like Dosa, you've been through a lot. You've been out this motherfucker doing a lot. Nisha, you too. Unscrambled minds too. Y'all motherfucker been through a lot, man. And dog, I see greatness for you. And we're gonna build up this fucking channel. You know what I mean? I going on the hiatus until my sister Sharice get 1,000 subscribers. I go on another hiatus without doing shows every day until you get 1,000. Good word. That's what it's all about, man. For real. Keep doing what you do.
Well, thank
I
you
don't
for
want to get
those
into no
kind
emotions.
words, but I'm good. I'm so at peace. I don't have all these issues and all of this and all of that and all of this hurt and pain. I ain't got none of that. Like, life is good. My spirit is good. My mental is good. I don't have room in me for a sob story. I don't.
So why you ain't invite me to a dinner yet? And we that close. Why you ain't invite me to a weekend where you can show me the town? Cause god damn,
Come on
what kind
down.
of cousin you is?
Come on down. You are more than welcome to come to Duval.
I already know.
You are more than welcome. You are more than welcome. I live by myself with my dog. And for real, life is good, man. I don't have all that. I don't have a woe is me mentality. Oh my gosh, how I'm going. I don't have that. Like, I sleep very well. And like I said, man, mental health is real. And if we don't really get in tune and pay attention to us, fuck everybody else. Us, like yourself, if you don't really get that, then I mean you missing out. We get you focused on these minute things in this life.
Big facts.
For real, we really do. It doesn't, man. Please listen here. I hop around from channel to channel and listen when I can, when I'm not working, making money. But man, come on, man. Life is short. Enjoy
And you
that
know when
shit.
I see you in other panels, god damn it, I
Life
got
is not short. Life is not short. See.
I'm gonna let you have it. I ain't got time for it. Go ahead, sis.
But I'm gonna say this to you, Nisha. I appreciate your silent presence. Let me tell you how come I understand your silent presence because you understand y'all, right? You understand the fact that oftentimes you need even to say shit. See, I need to learn that, right? Because I really am like I really do appreciate people, but people don't appreciate me. And I learned to understand that I gotta stay away from people. Like you mastered that shit, Nisha. Like I'm here, but I'm not. Oh, I'm an energy speaker. You know what I mean? I guessed it. And I appreciate that from you, and you still do love.
That's because she
You
be
didn't even
quiet.
know a motherfucker like me was gonna even speak like you didn't even know what that was. But I'm telling you, I understand that you have been somewhere that I've been, and you mastered your shit to the point. I, Fuck, I fuck with you like that. So, wellness to you, appreciation, understanding this. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah.
Wellness to you too. Grateful.
Yes. Wellness.
Yeah.
And,
Uh,
and
And
he
what
gonna
what
come
hey,
I
back
would
again.
hey,
say
He
to
gonna come back
reply
again.
to
hey,
both of
Sister
y'all,
Dorsey,
well, all of y'all,
what
whatever
is
y'all are saying,
autosomal?
is I think
What is autosomal DNA, sis? Oh, my bad, sis. My bad. I'll wait till you go ahead. Go ahead,
it's
talk.
it's
My
the
bad, Dorsey. I ain't hear.
chromosomes that are non-sex chromosomes, the genes that are being passed down from your parents. But that's where it be
Oh,
contradicting because they say non-sex chromosomes because it's not the definitive X or the definitive Y. But these are still the DNA that you're getting passed down for your parents. So the difference between a Y divergence chromosome and MTD DNA chromosome and the autosomal DNA is just basically the DNA that is being passed down on your parents, while the other DNA is basically delineation. When we're looking strictly into the specific chromosome that you got from either your mom or your father, and then we try
uh,
to date how long that has been passed down.
all right, all right. Whoa, whoa,
Mhm.
whoa. You you know what, sis? I glad you explained it the way you explained it because that shit that sound like some Charlie Brown shit. Wah, 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 wah.
Right.
All I hear is that it's not a sex thing, but it comes from your mother and father. When dealing with chromosomes, do you get half from your mom and your daddy? Yes or no?
Yes.
All right. So without sex, how can you get these chromosomes?
Exactly. And what basically what they're saying is, oh, we know for a fact that these specific chromosomes, the X and the Y, determine what gender you're going to be, but the other determine other parts of you. But they don't even know that. Like, we don't even know how this shit is connected. But they just say, oh, it's non sex. But exactly, that's my point. For you to call it a non sex gene, but it's being
Correct.
passed down to you through sex, what are
Through
you talking
sex.
about?
What
What
is
are
you
you talking
talking
about?
about? What is
So
you
DNA
talking
is
about?
DNA. But what I
So
was going to say to the other
autosomal.
point, and I appreciate everything that you were saying, but I wanted to add on to Nisha because, yeah, it is about
Go
being
ahead.
happy. And I think that's where even taking breaks and just recalibrating it and getting into real life and stuff like that, because people get caught up in this online stuff for real. And I get it because content is money, people are making livings, all this other stuff, or people that are just doing content because they enjoy it or kind of trying to wake up the people for whatever reason. People are doing the content. It does get tiring. People do need breaks and all this other stuff. So I think it's just about being happy outside of this because a lot of people come up here miserable. Kid Kat come back, but I ain't let him up and stuff like that. And they just want to be like a downer and a transfer of energy. And it'd be dumb. That'd be dumb sometimes. Like, or really just all the time. Like, I get it. Y'all want to fight and beef and be like beef tube and be like that's entertaining for my followers, but that just gets boring and is a lot, and I don't get it. We ain't got to fight all the time, and these trolls just go to the left. But that's why I do like when a troll has to face another troll. I just sit back because that's how it feels. Like, see, now you know how we feel. We dealing with you all the time. But yeah, I
Do
think it's
people in
about
this
people needed to be happy in life. Huh, Nisha?
do do people in this community, quote unquote, that we're in, make
This ain't a
money as a
community.
content
This ain't
creator?
an
As a
environment.
content creator, do they really make money? Because I don't know about you, Dusty, but I ain't made $1 on our show. So
No,
Facts.
we
I
don't
mean,
do our shit
people
for
do
money
though in this community. I mean, we
unless
see
for
it. The
cash
Dane
app.
Callaways are making money. Sanchez is making a little pretty change or whatever, just based on his
Facts,
engagement or
facts.
whatever. YouTube is
I can
paying
see
them.
that. I
But
can see that.
I
But
think
this
it's the
average,
it's about, yeah, how you promote yourself, what people are doing, and stuff like that. And people is because there is money that is being made. People are being supported in the community and stuff like that. But it's just some people, for them it's not even about money, which I understand when you just like care about the information or anything. But for the people that it's not about money just because they want to be a transfer of negative energy, I don't get that at all.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
I ain't about the money. I would tell my sisters them get y'all shit monetized because the shit that I drop, I get flags, I get strikes. But you don't have to be monetized to get money. That's why I tell my sis drop her cash app in the chat. She's doing a free debate. You know what I mean?
yeah,
She could have sell tickets. I know she could sell a good bit of tickets. You know
yeah,
what I mean? $10 a ticket. Definitely. I would have bought 5 off the dick and give them away. You already know how OTK get down.
yeah.
Um, but you know what I mean? But when I talked to her, she told me, she said, nah, I just need to do this. I say, okay.
No, I understand that, and I wish
So
she already know. I wish her the best. I wish Sharice the best. All of y'all. I tried to, but I don't
you
really
need
be
to
having the
start your
time to.
channel. You need
I
to start
mean,
your
if
channel.
you click
We
on my
we we gonna
thing,
get it built up. We gonna get it
nah,
built up. All you got to do is let us know. I swear I'll
listen.
come through that bitch and I'll cause
I don't
problems.
have
I'll
the
do it.
time
No, I'm just
to.
tripping.
That's what I'm saying. I
I
don't
think
have.
yours would be fire though too, though, Nisha. But I get it.
I don't really have the time to. I did create it. If you could click on my shit, it's created. I just never did anything. I just don't be having. I
Well,
don't be
drop
having the
some
time to.
shorts. Listen, a lot of people out here in this game get paid off of shorts. Just say like if I was monetized this, I got a short that hit like fucking 17,000. I only got 1,400 subscribers. I could YouTube would have had to pay me off that. So the thing about YouTube is the content. They send you through all type of guidelines and all of that. That's why you see people who ain't monetized, they'll say, man, y'all donate to the
no.
channel.
It's this
That's why
nigga.
they ask you to hold up,
Y'all
Lysandra.
better
That's why
never
they
did
ask you
nothing.
to donate to the channel because
Man, I will
just
punch
say
every
like
last
the
one of
shit
you
that
hoes in
Dulcie
y'all
doing.
fucking mouth. You listen to this
Dulcie giving up
bullshit.
hours of her time with her family to do this debate. Why would we want to support her? Or Lucky, he giving up time from his family to do this
But
debate.
no,
Why
it
wouldn't we
was
want to
going to be
support him
paid.
too?
It was going to be paid, but Lucky, because I was listening on that show, and Lucky was like, he don't think that his people gonna pay for it. So Dusty was with it, but it was Lucky that didn't want it.
But they got damn near 9 accounts apiece. That's the crazy shit with this open debate. You dealing with people that got damn near. We know each one of them got damn near 5 accounts. At least 3
And
at
that's
the
why I
most.
said when I win this debate, I'm taking the bragging rights. I don't care what he says. I don't care what kind of the Lulu situation he's going to be in. Because that's why I said yes to this, because there ain't no excuses when I win. Because I know for a fact you said that people would only come if you didn't have to pay. And then I know all the people that support you don't like me. So they're all going to be there. They're all going to be rooting for me to go down and for Lucky
Right.
to beat me and all this other stuff. So if I win anyways, there's no excuse. There's no, oh, this was
Right.
Bab's channel or whatever. Not even everybody in Bab's
On
channel
on
likes
on
me.
a
So
free
I'm
debate,
really
on
on
a
the,
free
I'm
debate.
not depending on, even though, yes, I will be like most people on Bab's channel are going to be like, agree that A00 is out of America. But I've seen people lose debates that have been Aboriginals and Indians over a Bab's channel. So I know that it's not just
Yeah.
a completely biased situation that, oh, they're just going to go
Big
with what
facts.
they agree on. No, you can lose over there
Big
being
facts.
an Indian and an
Yes.
Aboriginal. So
He
Big
wasn't
facts.
confident. That's what it was. That's why he
I
didn't want
lost
to
over
risk
there
one.
twice,
He wasn't
sis. I
confident.
lost over there twice, sis.
yeah, I know, to barbershop root. Barber equals barber. Root will be always be epic for that one for me. And the Flint they used to do the haircuts came from Flint,
Yeah.
Michigan. I was like, oh, okay.
Hey, Root is stupid. Root is retarded, man. I love that motherfucker, man. I ain't gonna lie, man. That
But I will
motherfucker bring
say
a
he
different type of
did get
energy.
better because I feel like before he used to talk about him more in the sense of Moor, but I will have to give him credit because when he changed that Amore is Moore, I would say he got on his stuff a little bit more, and he
Of
comes out with some
course,
things
because
sometimes.
I put him on.
Yeah,
Of course, of
right.
course.
That he had
I'm,
to stick with his family lineage. So I hear him.
sis,
I hear the
I
change.
know I get offended sometimes when people say colonizer because I'm an Indian colonizer. I'm an Indian missionary. I go around and I spread the word. That's all I do. I bring you into the word and bring you into these studies. That's all I do. All I tell you, do your family history, man. For real. I guarantee you, when you do your family history, you ain't gonna see no African.
Hmm.
And that's facts. Peace, Smoke. So, Smoke, what say you? You think Lucky? You think he gonna come with it on Sunday?
I'll be brief. Hell to the fuck no.
Smoke was in the chat like, Lucky man, why is you doing this shit? You dumb as hell.
Man, Lucky get beat up every time. He swear he gonna drive somebody into a coma, but he get beat up every goddamn time. I guess he can't learn how to avoid the rope dope. I don't know.
That's what's crazy, Smoke. This shit here ain't gonna be no rope a dope. This gonna be just straight jabs. And then an uppercut, they just get rid of them. You know what I mean? This ain't even hidden. Like, bitch, I'm letting you know I'm coming like this. And ooh, like,
Okay, so this is my question, right? I ain't into no damn forensics or DNA or none of this shit. Don't really give a damn about it. But when A00 was first introduced or discovered, where was it?
It was discovered in a database, a DNA database in America.
Man, that's the end of the damn debate. What's wrong with these goofy ass niggas? Shit
Right.
don't make no damn sense. That shit fucking crazy. I don't get it. I don't know what these niggas' minds be
He gonna go
that's
into
the
all
end
the
of the
recent
debate.
studies that say, "Hey, we're able to find it now in Cameroon." That's what he's gonna lean on.
So the thing is, Dosey, I feel like smoke signal. So when they came out with all these haplogroups, it was never a AOO haplogroup.
It was not.
Oh shit.
And it'll be a AZZ next year.
not, not a Beyonce gene 2 years from now. You stupid, Nisha. It'll be an AZZ. Now, hey, Sister Dozy, when most Americans, and I'm gonna use black right now, when they get their blood tested, what is 90% of their blood types? Oh, I ain't gonna say 90. I'm gonna say I ain't even gonna get no percentage. What is most of their blood types? Like A negative, B negative, or
Over here,
what is
I
yeah
think
over
the
here?
O and A,
Oh,
O and A are the top over here. I don't know. I'm pretty
mm,
sure it's O negative that's big over here, but I don't know about the A
mm.
positive or A negative, which is more. No, I'm A positive, but I think Jazz says she's A negative. But I do know that they say A and O are the largest concentration of blood types over here.
So did A and B, is that older than O?
Are you asking if A is older than O?
Yeah, A and A positive,
No,
A
I think we
negative,
just
and what
go
is the B?
logically when it comes to what is the oldest. So, logically
Mm,
speaking, if you have a
mhm,
bloodline that's universal, basically, it can save all
mhm.
people's life, but it's definitive that only that specific blood type can be used for that individual person. That's how we can say
Mm.
logically O is the oldest because it's the universal
Right,
blood type that all the other blood types can take.
right. Because you can give O blood to an A and a B person, but you can't give A and B to an O person or vice versa, correct?
Right, exactly. So you can give O to any
Mm,
blood type, but O has to have another. O negative can go to any blood type, but O negative can
mm,
only take O negative, and that's the same reason
uh-huh,
why they say AB is the youngest, because
uh-huh.
AB can get blood from anybody. They're pretty much the
Right,
bloodline O that anybody can
right.
give AB blood.
All right. So now this woman who blood and her could have healed everybody. You know who I'm talking about?
Are you talking about before the one that Sharice put out or Henrietta Lacks?
Okay, there
What was
you
the one that
go.
you put out, Sharice?
What what was
Gertrude is
her
her name?
blood type? Oh, my bad, my bad. Go ahead.
Henrietta Lacks blood type? I think it was. I think it's O, right? O negative.
Uh oh. Uh oh. Uh oh. So you telling me this old blood can cure people?
Man, don't start making shit up there. Talking about cure people. Where y'all getting all this
Nah,
from?
Well, I
bro.
mean, you could
If
definitely
you
do
don't know
blood
the
transfusions. Definitely, if
yes,
there's something that is going wrong and people need blood, an O negative individual can save every single blood type.
big facts. Smoke signal. It's a big story on Henrietta Lacks. Big facts. She was a
Yeah,
special
grateful. Just
person.
hit the link again. It was that your mic and it wasn't connecting. So try to click on the link. I'll
And
put
I
it
wouldn't be
again so it
surprised
connects.
if she is a descendant of Abbott Perry. Because if it started at AOO, that will lead into the old bloodline of the American Indian. That's what I'm saying. And we going off of their science and their research, how they do their research and their science. Because there's no way to do no experiment for them to test this shit. So they going off of all theories. Hey sis, you could pull up Henrietta Lacks real quick.
Who comes up with the names of the haplogroups?
They don't got no one specific person, sis. It's a bunch of them boys. That's why I asked Dulcie earlier, like, is it one contributor to haplogroup? She said no, it's a consensus of scientists. So, but we know we
So
got a
for the
consensus of
names,
scientists that
they
go
do it
against them.
to map it. So they basically do it for the letter correspondence. And basically, the letter correspondence is supposed to be semi going in order. So they name it based on this. So that's why you can take a completely different, they can take a completely different snip that's not found like for instance in Albert Perry. They can take a snip that's not found in Albert Perry at all, found in Africa, name it A, but instead of naming it A00, they're going to name it A469 and then say this branch is off from A00.
Does the A stand for Africa?
Probably in their head. But because I mean, first is Africa to them, so might as well.
Yeah,
A, I think, is
the
just
A
supposed to
stand
be
for
standing
Africa,
for
the O
the most
stands for
ancient,
old world.
right? Old world, most ancient Africa. They use them as synonymously as one and the same. And Big Chief said Lucky
Man,
is
that
going to
sound
disagree with him no matter what.
it
And I
sounds
agree.
pseudo as hell. A stand for Africa. That's some bullshit.
Nah, we were just tripping.
It is probably though. Smoke is probably that. Now they say it's because it was first, but they're saying first is Africa. So whenever they come across ancient DNA, they're putting it in Africa.
Yeah, I mean they're gonna say that, but they can't actually put it in Africa. They just gonna say, yeah, we just under the assumption that since we finding all this shit in Africa, that this shit gotta start in Africa. I don't even think they really
But
found
at
it.
Nisha's point in the haplogroups, they're damn near putting it in Africa. Because if they take a snip and they define it as a branch of A00, they're putting it in Africa, even if it's not a branch. Because a branch means that it was broken off between a common ancestor and a common ancestor split, but they not proving the common ancestor. They're not
So
proving exactly
when
when
they
the split happened.
so I'm just saying, like, we find A00. So who did they tie Perry to in Africa? Who they link him to? No, 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 I ain't talking about no damn location. I'm talking about a damn people group. Who did they tie Albert Perry to? If they trying to say now that his blood type originates in Africa, who the fuck they tie him to?
So-called
Ancestry
Cameroon.
wise, no one. They didn't tie him
See
to
what I'm
any
saying? That's what I'm
ancestry.
talking about. So
Right.
how can you put somebody in Africa without putting them to some people that's in Africa? That's just like saying, we found this motherfucking Hablo group, Africa, you go. Whether or not you related to anybody that's in the motherfucking Africa now, what you is? A hyena uncle or some shit like, nigga, who you tied to? This shit. Fuck y'all
Exactly.
talking about?
Hey, from what if, correct me if I'm wrong, Dosey. Isn't it only like 11 people in Cameroon?
Yep. Did they
Oh my
say
God.
had it? Yep.
Oh my God. And you saying it start from there,
And
but only
spoiler
11
alert,
people had it?
Lucky's gonna be talking about one skeleton out of Shumlaka that they said they found a child with A00.
Oh, that's crazy work. So let me ask you this, Dosey. So if A1 or whatever supposed to represent the beginning, when A came out, is that the beginning of A1?
That's what they say, yes.
All right. So now, did they already had all of these haplogroups out over there before the A was found?
uh I won't say they had them all, but yeah, they were actively actively mapping out the African haplogroup for years before A00 came out.
And they never
Not
came
years,
across the
decades.
A00.
For decades before A00 came out.
So they never came up with an A00 over there in Africa doing all their research, correct?
Correct.
All right, bet.
Like Sachi put out earlier, which was gonna be a smoking gun or whatever, but Sachi put it out there already. But it's cool. I'm still gonna shoot lucky with it. But the fact of the matter is that they had these skeletons that they say and that they attach an A00 to since 1998. But they attached A00 to them in 2020.
Crazy work. So if they got
Crazy work.
skeletons and they doing that, so they using craniology too, correct?
Oh yeah, I mean they
In
don't
1998, they
outwardly say
using
it because
craniology, right?
that's seen
Yeah.
as a pseudoscience, but of course they're using craniology because they're getting people's molars, they're getting two
Right.
teeth and then building
There you go.
whole skeletons out of it. They're using craniology.
Almost like what Not a Coincidence did with one name. He built the whole tree on me. I got you. That runs in
Right,
their DNA
exactly.
over there. Facts. Big facts. Okay. Okay. So you know what you up against. Um, you know, this is crazy work. Crazy work. So autosomal DNA is mom and daddy, correct?
Yep,
All right. So how can you get autosomal DNA from a woman?
through X.
No, the man carried a Y. The woman carried the XX, correct?
Right. So when you get autosomal DNA from the woman, it's
Mhm.
through the X.
All right. So the son, so the daughter should have the XY too, and uh the son should have the XY too, correct?
So no, the daughter has XX because
Mhm.
they're getting that other X from the dad's X. So so a man has X and Y, but only a man can have the Y.
All right then. It, can you tell me what's the problem in that?
You make it sound like it's a problem. I wouldn't call it the problem, but if you're talking about when it's going to come into this DNA and genetics and trying to really isolate different things, like you were saying before, if I wanted to find if I have A00 in the line, and since they were able to find this through the Y chromosome, I'd have to go to a man in my family to get it tested, to have him tested for it, and then I would know what's in my family. But I couldn't get tested for any kind of Y chromosome anything. That's why when they do Y testing in ancestry or anything like that, they usually say, "Hey, go get your brother to do it, or your brother or your father." That's going to be the most accurate and closest to your genetics being passed down.
So I wonder what a hermaphrodite has. Are they
See, because I think
X?
they can have a Y. Yeah.
That's a good
So, but usually they
question.
have an XXY if they have a Y, and other times
Yeah.
they just have extra chromosomes, so it's not necessarily a Y. But
Mhm.
I think
Mhm.
overall, as far as it, an Aphrodite could have that, but might be a little different.
Hmm.
That's a damn good question. That's a damn good
But we
question.
won't
So
even
my
know. We
problem,
won't even know
uh,
to answer those questions because we don't have anyone doing real research to answer scientific questions like that.
Mhm.
Right now, our whole scientific community is just coming in with the answers and then doing research to prove the answers that they already have instead of coming in to be like, okay, let's find the answers. So I think that's why a lot we don't understand about DNA. I say that all the time with junk DNA. They called regulatory DNA junk for how many years before they were like, okay, maybe it does do something. And they still are denying, but it don't have anything to do with gene expression. How do you know? How do you know?
Mhm. Mhm. And
Hey,
then another
absolutely.
fault with that is
Bang bang balance.
your DNA changes due to your environment. So if you've been in a place if your family been in a place for 100 years and then y'all move in another place for another 100 years, y'all DNA not gonna be the same doing y'all been at. This so say the scientists, correct, Dosey?
Yeah, that's true. You're going to adapt to your environment.
So how does your environment change your DNA, Dosey?
Good question. Good question.
I think it is like over periods of time or what you're going through. I don't think they try to say it's mutations like we talked before, but that's something that's a negative. Like if you were having full blown mutations where a allele is missing or different things like that, um, you're gonna have deformities and disease. But I think how it changes over time is just as far as just the kind of, I would say, snips or different things, different expressions in your genotype that's expressed can change over time. But I still don't think that that's radical. Like them saying like a
Okay.
black person changes into an Asian person because of the weather. No, I don't think that. I think it's more so like you might develop more callous hands if you're always doing some hard strenuous work or anything. And then if it's something that it's like, okay, you're continuing to do it and all this other stuff, you might have it where your generations to come just have more callous hands straight out the rip just because their environment, things like that.
Right. I don't think your environment changes your nationality, but it can change
Right.
your complexion. It can change your diet, and I'm gonna just use diet as far as eating as a whole. It can change your whole physical makeup. So, with those three elements right there are the keys of life. That right there can change your DNA makeup. So, say your DNA, just say if you've been in Africa, your DNA was A1B1 or whatever like that, your haplogroup or your DNA makeup or whatever they want to call it. You've been in South America for over 20 years. You have kids, you have a family, they've been there. Boom. When they go to test your kid chemical DNA makeup is going to be completely different than the father because of where he came from. Now, this is from their research, from what their research is saying. So, with that being said, it's no way in hell you can do a goddamn DNA test over here and they can trace you back to Africa because right now, after all these years from 1400s to now, even if you did come from Africa, you are a totally different person now, and your DNA makeup would not be the same.
See, I don't believe that though. I don't believe that your
That's from
DNA
their
could change
research, though.
though.
Right. That's from what they research say, Nisha. I'm going off of what they research say, Nisha. Yeah,
Yeah.
not me. This not me,
Yeah,
Nisha. This
yeah.
what they
But it's just
research
like
said.
the thing of
And we
even
can
what they're
pull it up.
saying. Think
Yeah,
of
and we can
what
pull it
they're
up.
saying. They're saying that we can take 0.01% of DNA and determine all these things because they'll say that human variation in genomes is 99.9% alike. So they're
I
saying that
disagree.
we can take the 0.1% of difference and we can come up with all these different things, all these different aspects. So I'm with you, Nisha. I don't think there's that
Yeah, that's
much
some
change
bullshit.
or anything. If anything of the branching off is these adaptations. So if any way we could detect branches or changes, it would be through ancestry, like you saying, OTK, of a change that happened between grandfather to grandson, and it branched off from there. But the basis of it, you're still gonna see that the basis of that DNA is the same. There's just minute changes.
I did want to throw also in there about the Cameroonians and these Imbo and Bangway people that they say they found the A in. They don't have the
Right.
original test anywhere. They just made these people part of the sequence that they wanted to have. So there's no beginning test. They say that it was done like 10, 12 years prior when they went out there and just randomly took people. They don't have names of these people. They didn't take names. They just took they just took a swab of their cheek. Now, when you say 0.01% of saliva, now that gets even more deeper because they're only taking like 32% of 0.01%. So you got to even go further on how much they're actually getting as far as being able to test an S&P from saliva. It's even less than
Right.
0.01.
Yep. And y'all just want to expose everything that I'm gonna say on Sunday, but that's cool. I respect y'all or anything. I don't think, and that's one of the things that I'm excited about, absolutely, because I don't think no one actually read this scientific journal of this discovery of Alfred Perry
I read it.
DNA. Because if they read, yes, if people read that shit, you'd be like, what? Even when they are bringing up the info, none of us would be like they connected it to the info if we read this scientific journal.
None of it. And why all of a sudden Cameroonian people? And what does that have to do with anything? So again, they're trying to. The paleontology story is that 300,000 years ago, humans first turned in. Well, the monkey people turned into humans, basically. So that's what they're
Right.
trying to connect the Cameroonian story to the out of Africa story. So that's the ultimate reason why they're trying to find somebody in Africa to tie this to.
Yep. Because even if so, when they do have this ancient DNA or this DNA that's really old and unknown, and they have missing components of it, right? So they have different segments that they're able to map out and different segments that they're not able to map out. What they go do is get a chimp or an ape to look at their DNA and start inferring from chimp's DNA what it would look like in ancient DNA because they're closer ancestors to each other. Like, what kind of bullshit is that?
Yeah, that's the game they're playing, making sure they tie every loose end up with some other story that leads you to another story. So yeah, man. So I'm glad about this debate. There's so many different
Yeah.
things and so many different ways to just because the story that they tell is that it's actually a true story that they found these random people. They don't have names of the people who they got the test on. So it's just some random Cameroonian and Imbo people that took the test 10 years ago. Give me a name, and the people that did it, they were under some certain scrutiny to get a project done. And guess what they came up? They came up with this project.
Exactly, which is how
That
they did it. That's how they
absolutely.
came up with Lucy. They were under pressure.
Goddamn,
They weren't finding
absolutely.
anything. And then they
Oh,
were finally like, Leaky, you got to find something, or we have to quit the funding. And lo and behold, right as before they're going to quit funding for the Leaky Foundation, all of a sudden him and his Ethiopians are able to come across Lucy and find that she fell on a tree, fell out of a tree to her death. Like, it's so crazy, reaching for a banana. But Big Chief, does DNA give you your phenotype and or bone structure? I say both. DNA is the book of you. That's what DNA is. But people trying to take DNA away from your actual ancestry doesn't make sense. That is the book of you, your ancestry. That's what DNA is. So, if anything in the future, when we're trying to understand DNA, we would have to look within the family, not outside of the family. I can't take absolutely and say, oh, he's American, I'm American. We probably have the same clusters. We don't know that. We have to test. People, we'll even see how much genetic variation once they take us in the populations that we are, and then start actually genotyping our sequences to even see how alike that we are as Americans or how not alike we are. They don't know any of that stuff because they haven't studied any of that. All they have been doing is pushing how do we make this out of Africa thing true. And when they didn't find the missing link, like absolutely saying, they just switched it to we'll find the missing link through DNA.
And that was after the black man first founded this with the whole African burial cover up. Well, the African story that they covered up, the actual Aboriginal burial ground, or you can say Indian burial ground up in New York. That's how this whole DNA sequence thing started. I do believe.
Mm,
Was it Rick Kittles?
mm,
Sharice, that must be what you were talking about. I think Sharice might have walked away, but she was mentioning New York earlier. But yeah, as far as well, Rick Kittles comes later. He's the one that does African ancestry. But yeah, like this is like even back was kind of saying the OTK, which will be in the debate, of talking about these Native Americans and how they lump them in with the Asians. So when they're coming across these American ancient remains or DNA or anything like that, they already come with the assumption that they're Native American. So then they're saying, oh, when it doesn't match up or when Native Americans are missing critical sites and points that are in these ancient DNA of Americans, they just come up with an excuse for that because they already said these are the same people, period. They're not looking outside of them.
And I'm
And
also
again,
starting to think that the American Indian Removal Act that they call the Trail of Tears, it was telling them people like, y'all not the original here. These people here been here. Y'all gotta get the fuck on. Because I'm wondering why people stayed to become
mm,
citizens, why they didn't want to leave their land. You know what I mean? And why some
mm.
people did want to leave their land and haul ass to reservations. That should just be puzzling to me, man. Man, and
I
I'm
do.
getting to that point like the ones that didn't leave is because they always been there. The ones that did leave is the motherfuckers that came there and started, you know what I mean? Hiding out amongst us and shit like that and took the bargain. Sold us out first and then took the bargain. The Native Americans was fighting against us, bro. Against the American Indian. In case y'all don't know.
But they
Well, of
had to
course,
because they were
that's why
our indentured servants.
In case
they
y'all
tried to
don't know, bro.
demonize Beyonce for having her little Buffalo Soldier shirt. And they really tried to
Yeah, man.
demonize
In
that. How
case
can you
y'all don't
celebrate
know,
the
bro.
people that were killing the Native Americans? They were da 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 da. Like, no, that's not the story.
It's not the story, man.
And she's a
Word.
born Texan, so you got to represent
And
the
I'm
Buffalo
glad
Soldiers out in
she's a
Texas.
born Texan
Right, but
also with New
they
Orleans
tried to
roots.
basically cancel her. Obviously, you can't cancel Beyonce,
Yeah.
but they tried to do their little oh, someone needs to educate her on the history. That's so uncouth of her. I'm sure it's because she doesn't understand the history why she would ever even support any such a thing. Like, what do you mean?
Hmm.
These are people's ancestors.
And they scared her too because her mama, I think her mama come from New Orleans, isn't it? She's a New
Yeah, yeah,
Orleans
they're from
and from
Louisiana, and
Kentucky.
she's
Yeah.
part of the Queen Elizabeth line.
Okay. Hold up. Let's get right now. You know what I'm talking about? So this is what they silence us about. This is why they had to reclassify us, y'all, because we was tied to too much royalty. You know what was crazy during the movement of this Black Fist and this African movement? I'm black and I'm proud. Boy, the word was going around. Boy, we all come from African kings and queens. How the fuck can 12 million people
Be a
come from
king and a queen.
African kings and goddamn queens?
Right.
How can that be possible? But the history we didn't know then. Now it's open now. It's open game. Like we got access to things now. We know how to research our research tool. This internet and all of this it is heavy. We know if we can't find it on YouTube though, we can go in the library and try to look for it now. Like this shit is on a whole nother level, man. And that's the problem. How can they throw this narrative that the slave didn't know how to read and write, Dosey, when the slave was already Islamic or either Christian and knew how to read the Bible because the Ethiopian Bible was the oldest. They already know how to read the Bible and they know how to read the Quran by the time the transatlantic so-called slave trade happened. So how could they be script of their information, sis?
Yeah, I think all that is again how this all starts with, where it's a particular group of people that I don't believe are African or American that are trying to find themselves in the story. And I think as they start seeing, oh, we're not in this story. Oh, we really do come out of caves. We really are like damn near subhuman the way that we live. That's when they had to tear down every other civilization to be like, oh, well, nobody had civilization at this time because we didn't. No one could have had technology because we didn't. And I think that's all that this is. They're going back to the point that they're coming out of caves and they're saying, no way that there was a civilization at a time where I was just coming out of the caves. But there was.
So if Albert Perry is over 7,000 years old, the Bible right now probably 6,500, 6,400 years old, and that's the beginning of them. How does that put into place? Is what does that cause when they find things older than the Bible? When the Bible say this is the beginning of man.
More lies.
And I think that's I think that brings out their insecurities. I think that's what this is all about. That's why they said, oh, well, yeah, there might be Homo erectus that was before us, but we're the ones that came and became the Neanderthal, which is the first Homo sapien group that it ever arose or diverged from the Homo erectus. So no matter what, they're just trying to place themselves as the more advanced in the story, where they know that they weren't advanced, where they know that they're coming out of a place that was very barbaric in a time where people had full-fledged structures and technology. They didn't even have permanent dwellings.
That's crazy
Yeah.
because now you say about the Neanderthal. As far as my research say, all of these races, so-called races, or these stages of Neanderthal, and these different scenes, ain't all of them died off? Sis?
That's what they say. Like, yeah, that they all died off, but remnants of their
Right.
DNA is left amongst the people.
Okay,
Mm.
so if they all died off, how was this Homo sapien? Because you know we Homo sapien. The Homo sapien, how, or the Homo erectus, how was, where did that person come from? Is that the beginning of the ape story with the Homo erectus, sis?
No, I think the earliest of the ape story is the Australopithecus, but the Homo erectus is the beginning of them being human. It's the beginning of the transition from monkey to human, basically. Mm.
Oh, so that was the mutation. That was the mutation period, in other
Right.
words.
The branching off,
Um,
exactly, mutation, where it's like, okay, now they
right,
start to
right,
diverge and become advanced apes.
right. Absolutely. My bad, bro. I was just asking myself some questions. I don't want to get too deep in questions because I don't want her to expose what she got for the debate. So I'm asking questions around this story of evolution. But go ahead, absolutely.
Oh no, no, you're absolutely fine, because that's what it ultimately goes back to. Some of my same questionings as well too. Just trying to make sure they date things back to a certain spot so they don't get too far off on paleontology. So that way it still looked like a real profession. Yeah, and another thing, I still don't have any
And
names of
90%,
these Cameroonians.
90% of those boys that came out with paleontology, was they part of the church
Oh,
or was
absolutely.
they Masonic?
Well, everything was pretty much part of the church first before you can even get to a Mason. You have to have some type of church
Hmm.
set up. So saying you're all
Hmm.
worshiping the same thing to move at one, to move toward one goal all at once.
All right.
That's pretty much what church
Will we
is.
say, so now will we say that pseudo work may be the truth in this aspect of this time in history? Because pseudo work is what they came out with, their own scientific field, because these was the people who was going against their narrative, you know what I mean, about God and all of this. So is pseudo what they would have been really supposed to have been following at this time back then?
Yeah, of course they went pseudo on purpose to hide what is actually taking place in the background. So they gave the pseudoness out in the 1800s. Early 1900s is when they started the whole pseudo run on science and math and shit history. So that's why you got pseudo science, you got pseudo historians, you got pseudo
Mhm.
philosophy. Like these are
Mhm.
things that they went under. Like when you have a pen name and you write 30 different books and you start leading
Mhm.
people a certain way, but nobody ever knows it's you behind that pen name. Like that's pseudo. That's like a pseudonym.
Right. So right now, today, we will be called pseudos because we going against the narrative of what everybody else is saying, like as far as them believing in shit that they can't prove. Correct?
Yes. Yes.
We pseudo because we saying like, yo, you can't prove it. Quit saying that shit like it's absolute. Correct?
Correct.
All right. Okay. So
Right.
we will also be the what was the other word that they had back in the day? Don't see, you know, I like that word. It go with the book, with the Bible. Um, we would
Hypocrite.
be your no, not a hypocrite. No, we be your non-believers. Your uh, fuck.
Agnostic.
No, not a
That
Gnostic.
means all knowing.
No, what they Jesus told his disciples to go and spread the word to them pagans,
Pagans.
pagans. So we will be pagans, bro. Correct?
Yeah. Yeah. According to like a Pan African, we're the
According
pseudo
to them.
scientists.
According to them, right? According to them. According to them, we would be pagans, correct?
Absolutely.
Because we didn't believe in their gods.
Of course. Their way of doing
Mm,
things by calling ourselves Africans. Like that's pseudo. Nobody has any
right.
fact to prove that we are actually African, but they are still Pan African, saying that we're Africans, and they have yet to prove that their lineage is actually tied to Africa. That's
Yeah,
real
but the only
pseudo.
reason why they saying that, dog, is because they believe in the outer Africa theory. But when you bring that
Absolutely.
inner Africa theory to them, they don't have no words for it because they never studied that. They don't even know the inner Africa theory with these haplogroups and these bloodlines.
How can you believe the out of Africa theory and then believe in God at the same time?
That's what they do. They give them duality, and then they make the person decide whether he's gonna be faithful to one or the other. But they both lead you down the wrong road. It's like the politics. You got Democrat, Republican.
The thing is, though, if you in the land of milk and honey in Africa, why would you leave?
Because the milk sour and the honey is syrup.
That's just a logical question. If you already all right, why would you leave, bro?
My
I'm
thing
just
is, I
saying, why would you leave? Absolutely. Like, be for real. Like, if you were sustainable from your land was sustainable to you. You don't even know you a human. You ain't even know you naked. You know what I mean, dog? Why would you leave? You don't
and
know
these are
none
the
of these
questions we
things.
are asking ourselves now, and it don't make no sense, nigga. We'll never have a dollar if we try to make sense out of this.
Big facts, bro. And all cents supposed to equivalent to a dollar at the end of the day. In order to get to a dollar, you gotta have sense, bro. So, like, what the hell is going on? Like, these are logical questions. Like, I need to know. Like, you know what I mean? For
And
real.
my thing is to say that these Europeans actually came from like Spain or New England, drove their boat down to Middle Africa, because mind you, they're saying that they brought these people from Middle Africa, not North Africa, not West Africa, but not the Northwest Africa, but they went all the way in the little cove of Africa and knew the people down there and brought them over here to the islands first, then to Virginia or the South. It just don't
Who
make
was
no sense.
those? That's that 1619 story.
Yeah, it's a 1619 story. Just
All
in
right.
and
Well, hold on. Let me clarify this. Dog, the 1619 story is also your Mayflower Pilgrim story, bro. See, we don't
it
know,
is.
we don't pay attention to dates. That's your Pilgrim Mayflower story. It wasn't no slaves on that motherfucker. Those was all pilgrims who had an indentured servitude contract from King James because he wanted to get rid of these Protestants because they was Protestants at the time. They was going against what the Catholic Church was going with, and they went to him and they said, you know what, go ahead. They left out of Finland, if I'm not mistaken, and when they got to Finland, they saw a bunch of free people, like um religious people. But the 1619 story, bro, is pilgrims. Ain't nobody with slaves on that ship, bro.
But King James was a Protestant, you know. That's what he was doing.
No,
He
he
was
wasn't.
separating from the
No,
Catholic
he
Church.
converted. He converted later, bro.
Yeah, but he was separating from the Catholic Church
Yeah,
because they didn't like what
yeah,
the Catholic
yeah. He
Church was doing.
converted later. He
Yeah.
converted later. Yeah, he converted later, bro.
Just as far as
He
their
can,
story goes, yeah. So he
yeah,
was a
yeah. He
Protestant going
converted.
against his like grandfathers and
Yeah,
stuff way of doing
yeah.
things.
He converted later. At this time, what I'm talking about, dog, it was illegal to write in any other language but uh what they would call Italian. You know what I mean? French. You know what I mean? That's the closest form, but yeah, because you had two cousins. You had him, and then you had his cousin Henry, who was on the throne in England, in Britain, or whatever. So you had two cousins. He was over there on this side. That motherfucker, they was over on that side, and they was warring, bro.
So
Point
you're saying
blank.
King James was in here, was in America?
No, hell no. I ain't
So
never
was he
said
in
that.
Scotland and England?
Was he a what?
Was King James in Scotland and England? What was he ruling from when he sent those indentured servants over here?
Man, he didn't sent them over here. They asked to come over here, and they asked for his blessings. He was trying to get rid of them because they was doing too much protesting and shit and going against the word. Because at the time, King James was fucking with the Catholic Church, and the Pope was in his ears. Remember now, King James was a breed. If I'm not mistaken, I'm gonna make sure I'm right. King James was the breed between two family members, and he was supposed to unite the fucking crown, but he didn't. But yeah,
Yeah. So
so
that's
you gotta
another
also
little.
remember. Yeah, you gotta also remember the printing press come out during this time too. So at this time, you got your people like what's your boy name, man? Them fucking famous Protestants who they always talk
You talking
about.
about Calvinism, the Calvinism
Yeah,
beliefs?
Calvin, John Calvin, and the dude
Martin
who came
Luther
before
in the
John
19
Calvin.
well, Martin Luther was the guy that put all the shit on well just
Right, Martin
yeah, to
Luther.
put the shit on the
Martin
door.
Luther. Right, right. So all this was going on during that time. So it was illegal to write in any other language, but they was printing books in different languages, and they escaped to America, bro. One of them escaped to America. I'm gonna leave that alone to another day, but one of them escaped to America, dog, and he was the reason how the Geneva Bible came over here. The Geneva Bible turned into the King James Bible.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about, the Gutenberg printing press story leading up to the King James story.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
absolutely, boy. Hey, when it comes to that religion shit, boy, I'm surgical with that. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah.
Yeah.
So that
Hold on,
Geneva
y'all.
Bible
That
that
was
they
just
came with.
JB, but I'm with him now. So I want to
Okay.
ask him a question for him to answer. I don't think he might be like, when I usually ask him this question, he always like, oh, I don't know. It was a long time ago. But can you say basically on the continent, what did y'all feel about all these like scientific theories saying like you come from monkeys, all this other stuff, and when they basically were breaking down genetics and saying like Africa is damn near the same genetics no matter the part, so we can test an Ethiopian and it's probably the same as testing you. Well, how did like they see those things? Like, did they take that as truth? Is it like it's science?
What?
Like, basically, how they just lumped all Africans together, and it's like the genotype for the African is so similar. Y'all are just one group. So saying like Zimbabweans damn near the same as Ethiopians.
I mean, we don't. At least when I was there, like we never thought of science like math, right? So it's not like 1 + 1 = 2.
Right.
Kind of theoretically the same stuff, but not exactly. You know what I mean? Like it's just something you learn to exercise a thought process, but it's not like a truth of life. So it's not some shit you just carry around with you. I mean,
Okay, so y'all not die hard over science like that. Y'all take it to be like a theory. You did what you
They
needed to do to pass.
indoctrinated. Yeah, they was
if
indoctrinated.
like in darkness, yeah, I guess. I mean, obviously, but like what I mean is like if you could get a job in the science field without ever learning a single science,
Hmm. That mean it don't mean shit for real.
right? You have
Hey
to go through
JB.
point A to get to point B. Hey, what's good, y'all?
JB, my
Got you. So it's
dog.
basically just to get a job or anything. Y'all going along with it, but it's not like y'all were like fighting with people to be like, we really are apes, type of thing. Like what goes down with the Pan Africans.
I mean, until it wasn't until like social media got big and shit, but for most part, like most African people are gonna be like, "Yo, we just getting here, right? Whatever y'all got going here, we don't know what the fuck going on. We just getting here. We don't even have
And
two
Dulcie,
cents."
that's your husband?
Yeah.
Uh, okay, so hey, how's it going, my guy? My name's Absolutely. Nice to meet you.
What's up, man?
Uh,
Pleasure to meet you,
so
bro. What's good?
so you guys never had an evolution story
And that's
from
her
a
husband. That's my
chimpanzee or
brother
anything?
too.
We did, but like I said, it wasn't like a thing to where I'm like, "Oh, this is real life shit." You know what I'm saying? It might as well be Harry Potter you're reading to me.
So
Hmm.
you guys had books like that in Africa when you were growing up, saying that hey, this is the evolution chain.
Yeah, like the biology school syllabus came with that.
Wow.
So like if you study biology, you're gonna learn that nonsense. You know what I'm saying?
Was it in your language?
But y'all didn't
What
attach
language
it to
did
them.
you? What's your mother tongue?
Uh, Tricky question. Two languages. My mom speaks Shona, my dad speaks Ndebele.
So were the books in Shona like he's saying, or did y'all mainly like learn in English?
I'm learning English.
Learning English.
See,
Mm.
that's the problem right there. Then okay, I see.
Indoctrination, bro. That's what
But
I'm, you
Well,
know what I
via
mean?
the English language, via the English language for
But one
sure.
thing about JB, dog, he gonna be real with you, dog. He ain't gonna sugarcoat shit. You ask him real question, dog, he gonna let you know. And I ain't gonna lie, he was my hidden
So do y'all
jewel
have
in
a
the
word
cut.
for like primate, or for y'all being like a great ape? Is there words for that in Shona?
probably a modern one. Well, grade 8 maybe just because like that's a
Just a regular thing, but you'd be talking about an actual ape. There's no like humans are primates in Shona.
see. We got that's we coming to another trick one. See now I'm gonna get everybody mad, right? Because like most of us just don't like English like that. Just because like Shona is almost like based on sound, right? So the way I say things is kind of sonic or whatever, but English isn't like that, right? So it's like real hard from some words I can't actually say well just because they require my tongue to do something that I'm not used to, which is so it doesn't roll off of my tongue. I gotta like structure whereas like R's and stuff like that, which is what I'm used to, rolls off of me.
Right.
So I'd have an easier time like learning Spanish than if I had learned Spanish from the beginning. I'd have had easier time Spanish than I'd have English.
So you gotta make him work that tongue a little more. You gotta flip his tongue.
Make him flip his R's. Y'all, you're crazy.
You gotta
But
convert
yeah,
his
so I
tongue,
get it, but
Dopey.
like that's why I wanted to see like if there's even words for this because it's like, is this even a concept that they haven't shown it to be like humans or primates
Would
or
I
does
mean
it
I,
like
just
would probably have some kind of colloquial that is there now to satisfy like we have words for motorcycle now, but we didn't traditionally have one.
right? Okay.
So your language is pretty much a modern time made up language as you guys go, as you get it from the English language and with something tangible to back that. Now you got to put a word to it that you guys don't have in your mother tongue or father tongue. So you're making up your in
We're
your own
making
language.
words up for things that weren't traditionally
Yeah.
existing.
So
Yeah,
that's not more so making up. That's more so adding on to their vocabulary. When you don't have words and you don't have things that you normally say, that's adding on to your vocabulary. Yeah, I
So
wouldn't say it's making it up, bro. Absolutely. That making it up sounds like, dog, your
it's all
whole
good. It's all good.
existence,
I'm
your whole
relaying it in my
existence.
way.
Hold up, I'm gonna say your whole
no, no,
existence
I get what
start
he's saying
from
though.
made
He's
up
good.
languages. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
I'm just
so
letting them know
another
though.
another question I got for you since I got you on the line here is like I said, these are good moments to actually get some real truth from people that actually came from there and don't mind talking about it. So, we just been here. Most of us have never been to Africa. So, when you have that time, you try to get as much info as possible. Not to use it against you, but to use it for well-being for our own thought sake. But another question I also had, so do you guys have a word for motor and do you have a word for cycle prior to the word motorcycle? Just some random.
Nah, like I said, like for example, like motorcycle in Shona is chim do do do. And if you can tell, it's from the fact that we heard the sound do 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 when
Yeah,
the bike was going or whatever from old bike.
that's a sound. Right. That's a
Yeah,
So
sound.
you
so like
speak in
we're
onomatopoeia.
very sonic.
Right.
Yeah, we're very sonic. So it's
right.
like
Right.
Like Batman out here is what you guys are actually speaking out there. The Batman sounds that we hear on TV. Bam, boom, wow. But you're saying what you see or hear.
That's how
yeah,
all
some
languages start,
yeah,
bro.
it's pretty much kind of like that. There's some nuances to it, but yeah, that is it pretty much.
That's how all languages start, bro. Did they not start with
Yeah,
start?
sound.
Did they not start with sounds and then pictures,
Yeah, but they're doing it
drawings,
like
and
right
then
now
words?
in modern
Hold up,
time in their
absolutely,
language.
absolutely, absolutely. I'm gonna ask you a question. Did all written language start from sounds and then pictures, and then it turned into an alphabet? Yes or no?
No, no, no. You're absolutely correct. Phonetically, you're talking about the
Oh, okay.
phonetics behind it. Absolutely. Before you get a
Okay.
script, you need
So
phonetics.
by him saying that, it sounds like they sticking to their original shit. Cause they don't got no word for motor or no word for cycle. They just make the sound. So it sounds like they sticking to their native tongue, correct?
Yeah, which is okay, which is what I was just trying to see as
Oh,
well.
okay. All right. No, I'm just asking. I'm just asking.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. I'm just trying to see how they
No, I
move
said
and swag.
absolutely what you were saying was technically like I said because our language in itself is derived from sounds. It's always stayed that way.
Absolutely. And I'm only asking you this because I heard you say that you're technically not from Africa either. You guys
Where'd you hear
just
that?
got there. Well, did you say you guys recently got there? Or do you have an old story of you guys always being in that particular spot where your mom and dad are from?
Um, that's a tough one to answer too. I mean, my tribes. If you go backwards, you're gonna end up with the Khoisan and stuff like that who migrated, and then my dad's side, they had a more recent migration from the Zulu tribe.
Okay,
That
so
So
you
that
say the
there is
Khorasan. Ain't the
Khoisan.
Khorasan one of the oldest bloodlines in Africa?
Yeah. So like what I'm saying is
Oh shit. Okay, go ahead.
most of like, if I remember my history right, most of the southern Africa would have been Khoisan who migrated from up north.
Mhm. And so y'all are
so what?
taught Khoisan came down
Damn,
into
that's how
South
they ended up
Africa.
in
Do they
Australia.
talk?
That's how
Do they
they ended
say
up in Australia and stuff.
is
Yeah,
Bantu
okay, that
something
makes
that is
sense.
big that they say, oh, y'all are Bantu tribes, or is that something that you get more so in schooling
That's
to be like,
later
oh,
on,
that is
though. See,
Bantu?
the
That's later on.
Bantu later
But
on. The
that's what I'm saying is so
Akan, the Bantu, they later on. Go ahead, go ahead. My bad.
the migration of the Khoisan becomes that the Bantus, the blah blah blah,
Oh,
and
okay.
then their migrations become break down to
The
whatever, and
Bantus
then
are
you end up
Arabs.
saying
The Bantus are Arab mix with the indigenous. So is the Akan. All of them. They the whole up North Africa, Sahara Desert, Negro land, or whatever they want to call it, all of that is mixed up. You will find more of your pure, I don't want to call them Africans, but more of your pure tribes of them down south.
So you're not from South Africa, but your lineage is. Now, if your lineage is from the Khoisan, do you, any of your
Well,
people
no,
that you
he
know,
is.
your
He's from Zimbabwe. He's from
are you from
Zimbabwe, but
Zimbabwe?
mhm.
Wow. So how far is the flight from Zimbabwe to America, or wherever you landed at? Or do you go back home often?
I haven't gone back
You
in
gotta
20
stop
some years.
somewhere. Yeah, you gotta
Yeah,
stop
but it was
somewhere
20
first. Ain't
hours
no
that first
direct
trip.
flight.
Yeah, there's no direct flights. You have to go through either
Uh-huh.
it used to be Frankfurt or Heathrow. So you either
Right,
had to go Germany, England, but now you can go through
right,
UAE or there's one more place now you can do that you can do the trip. But
right.
total it's like 40 hours.
Yeah, because you are like smack dab in the center of like South Africa, like so that's kind of crazy. So yeah. I was just wondering because you're not even on the west coast of Africa.
Yeah, we're
And
like
for him not to
South
be,
Central.
and for him not to be speaking a Portuguese language is crazy because
Where
the
I would have,
Portuguese was down there in South Africa heavy, bro.
where would have been
Well,
Afrikaners? What now?
they have the story that they kicked them out. The Zulus. They have the
Right.
story that they kicked the
Exactly. Them
Portuguese
boys was
out.
on that
But
coast heavy,
but
bro.
the Afrikaners,
Believe it
that's a
or
good
not,
question. Like,
the Portuguese.
what do y'all get from the
Go
Afrikaner story or anything? And like, what do y'all see when the Afrikaners are being like, we're really from here, type of thing?
ahead. Right. 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 And the Portuguese had that fucking Western coast. And they even had that bit so long that they even started going into the opium trade.
See,
Yeah, over there on that East Coast. So for my brother to be right here. Now, when you talk about people from the
like
French
you know what's
coast
a
or
trip?
the Ivory Coast, they speak in French, and this brother right here ain't speaking no Portuguese. You know what I
Hey,
mean? That
OTK.
lets you know, dog, that they did not conquer all of that country. That lets you know that. Go ahead, bro.
Now, what I was saying is a trip for me is like when I was I'd say like junior year of high school, the equivalent. I was about 13. Um, my Shona teacher was a white person,
Hmm.
right? But they spoke like better traditional Shona than anyone I'd ever met in my life because their whole family, like generations, have always been in Zimbabwe.
Mm.
Right.
What
So
is
it's
That's
he
like,
talking
crazy.
about? Like in South
That is
Africa?
crazy.
huh?
And you
No, like
say,
You know
it
what
was.
you say,
Zimbabwe is, OTK?
yeah,
It's
I
more
know where
like
it's
on
at,
the East
bro.
Coast side almost, but
Oh,
it's toward the center.
Yeah, I know where it's at, bro. I've been knowing JB for years, bro. I know this was my hidden Jew. Dosey just brought him out to the public, but he was my hidden Jew. He's the reason
Right.
why
We
I
have been
destroyed.
picking his brain for some years now.
I go straight
To
to the
know what to
horse's
say to
mouth.
these
Goddamn, I
ten
don't talk.
groupies.
Hey, absolutely. I
You
don't have
know,
to ask no
AC had the
question to a
nerve to
so-called
be like,
arrogant. I go
he don't
straight to
even
the
know where
source.
Zimbabwe is. What? They're
wait.
crazy.
Was that the homeboy said Robert in Brazil?
No. He was saying that the Zimbabwe is the east side of Africa.
Oh yeah. He was determined. I was like, all right, cool, bro. Ain't even wrong.
So
Arguing.
it's like east
I mean,
south,
yeah, it
east
was.
south,
Yes, it's
southeast.
in the
Southeast, yeah.
heartland.
Southeast. So
Hey,
No. Like,
Zimbabwe
here's the thing:
actually,
Zimbabwe's got
and
this
when you
little
go in
pointy
history,
thing
Zimbabwe
on its
actually
shape,
was bigger
and that
than what
motherfucker
they
makes it
show you.
more like east as you shape as
Right,
the shape. But if you look at majority of Zimbabwe, just did in the center.
the center is central. Yeah.
right, right. That motherfucker was bigger than that, man, before they start carving Africa up. Big facts.
It's already been
Um,
carved up.
mhm. Yeah,
So
it was
Did
carved
you
up
are you
ever
by
from
hear like
Hahara?
y'all
Zimbabwe was bigger than what it was?
though. Yeah, it was carved up
Zimbabwe
by
was
y'all though.
with South Africa or something like that.
Oh, so well, technically Zimbabwe was bigger,
Oh,
but because
because that's when it
Zimbabwe
was Montamba or Montambe or something.
Mutaba,
Mutamba.
Yeah,
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 or
because
or what they called
they ended up joining with the original Zulus. They
but the
became part of the
area at the time
original Zulus. Right.
with
Go
the
ahead.
what's it called? Mashona land, what they called it.
Mashona land.
Yeah. So it was Mashona
Mm,
land was like the pretty much the upper part of the southern Africa, and then Zulu land would have been the bottom part of southern Africa.
Oh, okay.
Hold up, say that again.
and
So it was
So
only two parts to the southern part of the southern part of Africa. Could you repeat that?
at a time there was a kingdom in what is now Zimbabwe. There was a kingdom that their capital was around where Zimbabwe is now, and that was the Mutapa tribe. And they're so big, so when they were observed by people, whatever, they just called the area Mashona land because that's the language they spoke,
uh-huh.
or at least right. And so that would have been like a giant chunk of where places like Botswana and what's on the other side over there,
Mozambique.
Mozambique, and well, Mozambique's in the water. What is it?
Mhm.
I can't
You
think
talking
of
about Botswana? It's one Tina.
So
Teeny.
Botswana is going to be on the west
Zambia.
side. Zambia is going to be right there. And then so all that would
Um,
have been technically Mashona.
Malawi.
Yeah, Malawi.
Malawi.
So
Malawi.
all that would have been technically Mashona land. So it's like
And
if
then
you go,
Zulu is
so
the Cape. So Zulu would have been the bottom, South Africa and all the
So
Cape.
that would have been
but hold
Zululand.
on,
Yeah.
though. Hold up. The
But
Zulu been none spread upwards up into what he's talking about now. This kingdom, this great kingdom that they was part
because
of
like I said,
would be the
my dad's tribe.
original Zulu kingdom. Yeah. That's why his mom, you say your mom is Zulu and your dad
No,
is
my mom
something
would
else?
be pure Shona. So she
Shauna.
is
So
the other
she
way.
from upper.
My dad's would be yeah. My
Zulu.
mom's
So
from
he from Southern. Right. So and they came together like y'all go back and watch that Shaka Zulu shit, man. I don't care how y'all look at it, but they was dropping some history as far as like territories and shit like that, man. Yeah. So this is what he talking about. So damn, bro, boy, you got a bunch of history, JB.
Yo, JB, so y'all got a name like who came up with the name Zimbabwe? Is that something that you guys actually used amongst you guys self?
So Zimbabwe is
Zimbabwe.
a colloquial technically of Zimbabwe, which is technically another colloquial of Zimbabwe, which is how you'd call a house of stone. And it's just the Mutapa had built houses of stone.
The Great Zimbabwe.
Yeah.
Mm.
Which is
that
why
was-
it's now called the Great Zimbabwe, but so it's the
So
Great
Zimbabwe
But
Zimbabwe.
means
those
stone.
circles were so before those circles were houses.
Yeah,
Okay.
So
yeah. So
Zimbabwe
like
means stone.
no, Zimbabwe, yes, technically, but it's that would be just the end of the word. It's Zimbabwe, like I
Okay.
said, is literally just the colloquial of Zimba Remabwe. So Zimba means
Zimbabwe.
big house. Yeah,
Uh-huh.
Zimba just means a big house. So you could, which would translate to mansion, I guess here. So just the biggest version of house you can think of.
So the word comes from,
Zimba, which
it's
is
a
Zimba. The way
colloquial
which
term, the
is
way we
of
pronounce it
Mabo.
today, but the word really comes from an
Huh?
indigenous word.
Yeah, no, well, it's this phrase.
Yeah, but the way we pronounce it today is colloquial, but it really comes from a
Yeah,
meaning of
just the
indigenous
shorter
words.
version.
Okay.
But it's the same
Okay.
thing here. It's the same exact thing
Right,
here.
right, definitely. And I think that's what absolutely was
Americo,
asking, like,
Amerique, that means
right.
mountain, right? Mountainous or something like that. Or
Mm-hmm.
great.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah, definitely, Dosey. That I think that's what absolutely was asking you. Like, did they name it Zimbabwe or did y'all already have a name for it? And yes, y'all already had a name for it, but the way they pronounced it
No.
and through
Oh,
their
no. We did not
colloquial
have a name for it.
terms, they put it together as Zimbabwe.
So y'all didn't have a name of the landmass at all.
As far as I know, prior to like colonization and all that, and prior to European power splitting Africa into whatever pieces they did, I don't think anyone had ever technically like named a piece of land to be like, this is our land. You named it maybe because it's a landmark.
Yeah,
Right.
we
So
know
I can
what
tell you, hey,
we
I'm
know
going
what
over there
meeting that
to that landmark.
was.
But not like, we own this landmark. It wasn't a thing like that.
Yeah, we know what meeting that was when they carved up the world, the so-called world. Yeah.
So what about, so did y'all have maps? Not really?
No.
I mean,
No.
They didn't need maps. They had that
back
shit.
into all the history books here. Man, y'all asking my memory to do some stuff it might not be able to do.
Yeah, see, the
'Cause
whole mapping is how they were able to name what they wanted it to be named. Once you got the map, that's what you started calling yourself at that point.
Yeah.
And like
So
you,
that's why I kind of asked
the thing
you,
is,
because that's
absolutely,
like, what is
we
it they
never
say the
called
earliest in
ourselves
the East is
Indians.
Arabic, like
Absolutely.
Arabic maps and stuff, or the Arabs were the big
Yeah.
mappers in the East.
So yeah,
So
so
it's
that's what I'm
like,
saying is if the question is of putting ink to paper, then no.
okay.
Yes, we did not have ink to paper. I don't even think we did it on stone or any of that. But I think just like how we did everything, we just told it to you.
Okay.
all tradition.
Oral
Yeah, so
tradition.
it'd be like some stuff where it's like, hey, the sun rises that way, right? So head towards the sun. You're gonna see the snake mound, or you're gonna see the tree that whatever. We'll give it some name because it's so distinct, right? Because we have these big trees, like giant trees. You can build a house into it, right? So and they're like pop up here and there. So it's like, okay, cool. You're gonna get to the first one. If you go, to the right of the sun, you're gonna find this establishment. So it's like it's technically a map.
Yeah, but it's more oral.
But
Yeah, but
orally
it's verbal.
printed.
Yeah.
Man,
So when you say
that's
colonizer, colonialism happened in Zimbabwe, what time frame would you give that Zimbabwe was actually colonized, you would say in your history that they give you, or if you have history that you know of yourself about your colonization and maybe about what year, time frame?
was Zimbabwe colonized or was it
Yes.
introverted? Like not introverted, but was it breeding? Like
Well,
them
okay.
Coming
was
over
they
there to
colonized, bro?
Or let me say this: there was a
Go ahead.
place where people lived with no name. Some other people came, did a bunch of fuck shit, and named it Rhodesia. Then the people who were there were like, after a while, they learned from other people from somewhere else and were like, oh, we can just take it back. Cool. Took it back. Then renamed it Zimbabwe. What would I call that?
What's the time frame on that, really quick? Would you say that happened in the 1900s according to the English calendar that we're on?
Zimbabwe got its independence or named itself Zimbabwe and all that stuff in 1980.
1980.
Yes.
Did you just say 1980?
Yes. That is when Zimbabwe came to be.
Man, this is all recent, bro. That's what I'm saying. The whole language that you guys have, which is awesome, but it's all being created as we go. Like English is written in stone almost. You can
Well,
add a new.
Oh, whoa. Absolutely.
No,
the
I'm
name
just
of the
saying they just
country, I
got
mean,
colonized recently.
you're
Hold on,
older than
absolutely. Hold on, absolutely.
that.
You can't say because a place get discovered in 1980 that they ain't already been in existence.
Now I'm
Bro,
talking about the
if
name
that's the
itself,
case,
OTK.
hold
But
on,
you're
bro.
arguing the
And
wrong
I'm a
point
straight
right
up
now.
American Indian, bro. No, you can't be one sided with this shit because if you're
No,
gonna
you
say
can't
that,
be one
then you
sided. But you're
also
arguing the
got to
wrong
say,
point
hold on,
right now.
absolutely. Let me
Are
finish.
you
You
his
also got to
bodyguard?
say that dog that we late because they just started writing about our history in the 1600s in North America. So are we late? When
OTK, the
they've been
question
writing
ain't for you
in
though.
BC
The
times?
question ain't
Hold
even
up,
for
they've
you.
been
You gotta
writing
let
over
him
there in
answer.
BC time, bro. They was writing in BC times over there. They didn't write
He
about
he just
America,
Well,
said
he
they
North
said he
wasn't.
said
America
no. He said
to
they didn't
fucking.
write. He
So
did just say they did
are
not
we late?
write as far as having writings, or he said that you said they
Yeah.
don't. They
So
didn't
are
even
you
really
gonna
carve
say
in
that we
stone.
late too, bro?
Hold on.
Maybe
As
that
far as the
mean that they
map, I
wasn't
don't
No, they were
colonized.
recall.
never had ink
Yes,
or carving in stone.
That's
I
what
don't
that could
So,
recall.
mean.
do you
There
know?
were
Absolutely.
no family stories and blah blah blah, that kind of
Yeah,
thing.
Do
that
you
could
But
know
mean they
what it was
wouldn't
said as far
colonize.
as the
Absolutely.
colonizer came for? And when y'all were in the height of tobacco, is that a colonizer brought tobacco to y'all and that became a big product? Because I know you were saying like when in the 90s y'all was top tobacco people,
like 80s through 90s.
80s through 90s. So did a
No,
foreign
no.
group bring that
It was
tobacco
brought
to y'all?
there. Yeah, it was
As
brought there by
as
that
far as
time,
like,
sis.
yeah, probably. I mean, but
Mhm.
Yeah, tobacco was brought
So,
there.
well, why I asked that was because do you think it was land that they came to colonize for? Or what do you think exactly were y'all taught why they came into Zimbabwe, basically?
so initially the idea was land. Apparently, that's what Britain and them came for, right? But then there was the weird situation where the guys who came here decided, you know what, fuck England, we're gonna be our own thing. That's when Rhodesia came into being,
No.
right? What's his fucking name? John Smith.
Yeah,
Okay,
John Smith. And in case people don't know,
right.
y'all go
He
study
became like
wars.
the de facto president, what the fuck they called it at the time.
John
Hmm.
Smith became the de facto
Yeah,
president of
John Smith.
Rhodesia.
Yeah,
Yeah,
You see
because he
how they're
said,
using the
yeah.
same name, like they use John Smith in our story of Pocahontas too. These names in their stories
Mhm.
just
I
funny.
thought that. I was thinking that too. But like,
Yeah,
so wait,
yeah.
well, what was
Hey,
I gonna
devil.
ask? God, like, damn, there. So
So
they've used John Smith.
Hey,
John Smith is like
so
this. So with
so
OTK's
do
other question, because I've asked you this
um,
before, do you think that you're more European than you actually know because of even this story of Europeans being like, we live here too now, and we're gonna call this Rhodesia, and we're gonna just live as one. Where are y'all mixed with European now?
probably.
mm,
I mean,
So that was Southern Rhodesia is what you're talking about. That was like they say it was the 1800s when it was known as Southern Rhodesia, which I have a problem with that because the scramble for Africa really only happened like 1871, so to speak. And they didn't even
no,
get into the
bro, no,
interim.
bro, no, bro, no, bro, no, bro, no, bro. The scramble for Africa been happening since fucking BC times. What is you talking about?
We don't have no proof of that, OTK. We just sticking
No,
with
how no,
modern
no,
day.
no, bro. You always say we don't have no proof, but yet you're going off of somebody else writing what you're reading right now. So if they're writing about their history, regardless if it's truth or not, over there, how can we not go with it, bro? If they're writing about themselves, they ain't writing it for us. They're writing it for their self to write themselves in history. So how can you just pull up something just now and just bring it up and say, this started in 1800s and then think it's all facts, but yet we can't listen to what they was writing about themselves over there? Come
No,
on,
that's not
bro.
nothing about what I'm saying. But you
That's a
brought up
conundrum,
BC
bro.
times, and we
Oh,
can't prove anything in
I
BC
showed
times,
him
though.
that
Bro,
milestone thought. So milestone thought said, "Do people in Zimbabwe think or believe that they're Jews?" You know how I showed you those Hebrew Israelites of your cousin or your
man.
uncle that's
that
that
nigga
Hebrew
crazy as
Israelite.
hell.
He's actually
Yeah,
from the
that's
Mapanga
later
family, so I
on.
say he related to that dude. But
He crazy
what
as
did you
hell.
ever know any of them that was like where even not necessarily just Hebrew Israelites, but Hebrew Israelites, Arabic, Moors, something like especially with around surrounding the
Oh,
Great Zimbabwe.
Arabic
Is there
was
anything
definitely
that
in
they
there.
were
You don't,
Okay,
yeah,
foreign
you don't
outwards
even
that
need to
came and
ask
built
that
the
question.
yeah.
put it this
Yeah,
way, like
Arabic. That's why I tell people they need to study
there was
wars. Arabic and
we had got
Christianity been there because Charlemagne was a motherfucker who had loved that southern east port, and they was warring like a motherfucker against the Islamic State, which the Islamic State is Al Jihad right now, but Al Qaeda or whatever. But when I say Islamic State, I'm talking about the Islamic State from the over there versus the Christians from coming from Europe or the Catholics or whatever like that. They warred over there going into Zimbabwe. The crazy shit is Zimbabwe was a strong point because they was able to have a fort in that area where they could stock supplies at because it wasn't that far from
You
the
know,
ocean.
Zimbabwe is landlocked, right? You know that, right? It ain't close
Man,
to the
listen,
sea.
bro, they had route. You go study Charlemagne. You go study Charlemagne, and
man,
then you come
like
back and
I
talk to
don't
me.
know.
Absolutely. Before you say
Zimbabwe
he
was
ain't
like
real neither.
technically it's a natural
You gonna tell
fortress
me he ain't real
essentially.
neither. That's what you
A
gonna tell me.
natural
You gonna
source
tell me
source
he ain't
because
real
where it is
neither.
or anything. What I would think
It's
is
on a
they're
Word.
coming in
plateau.
through Mozambique. So
Yeah,
Mozambique
I
is a
don't know
port.
what he
And
talking about,
even when
bro.
you learn about studying really what was happening with the slavery that's going on in Africa, like that's one of the first things that they went when in South Africa was Mozambique,
Mhm.
as far as to get a lot of people of those people out and into Asia. So they were selling them into Asia for slavery.
Big facts.
But
India
but
and Asia. Big facts. Big facts.
yeah, and they don't even talk about that. But
Big facts.
when you're saying that it's a
Big
fort,
facts.
are you saying the
And who
fort
was
is
doing
just
that? The
basically because it's central
Portuguese.
in the center, or what made
Oh,
it
my
where they
bad,
were able to
sis.
establish the fort like that?
No, it's not like
Yeah.
that was it's kind of like a natural port.
Yeah,
Like I said,
and who was
it's
doing
on a
that? The
plateau and it sits pretty
Portuguese.
high
The
above sea level.
Oh,
So to get to it, if you land at sea, you kind of have to go up, and we're pretty kind of
big facts.
in, we're landlocked. So it's just the travel. If you think about the time, the travel, and then going uphill, and then having to fight, it's just kind of a pain.
mm.
Big facts. That's why it was a strategic point for them. They can go to the sea, but if anybody try to come to them, dog, they had an advantage. That's why I tell them, look up Charlemagne. That's all he got to do, bro. It's a river.
So it's
Ain't
usually
it
like
a
I did read
Zimbabwe
about
river?
initial
Hold
landings
up.
and shit
It
like that. You
isn't it
went
a
down
river that
Zimbabwe.
run through Zimbabwe, bro? What is it called? What is that river that runs from the ocean through Zimbabwe?
There's
What
not
is
an
it called?
ocean. There's not a river that runs from the ocean to Zimbabwe.
You sure? You sure?
JB, is there a river that runs from you guys'
Or
territory
they
to the
done
ocean?
blocked it off. You trying to tell me they done blocked it off? You go look in Charlemagne times, and dog,
Well,
you don't tell me that it's a fucking river. It's plenty rivers going inland
it
in the Africa,
so it
in the southern
technically
part, dog.
doesn't
They
run in
damned all of
Zimbabwe.
these shit off. Boy, what's wrong with you? Dog, you
No,
talking
no,
to
no.
somebody who really know this
OTK,
shit. Go ahead. My bad.
OTK. I think it's called the Zambezi River. It if you look up what's it called, Victoria Falls, right? I think that's the feeder for that. But it technically, like I said, it technically doesn't run in Zimbabwe because like Victoria Falls is actually in Zambia, but the best view of Victoria Falls is in Zimbabwe.
And again, you got to go through Mozambique to get to Zimbabwe. That's what I'm
Okay,
saying. It's
so you
landlocked.
Yeah,
telling
from the
me,
ocean. Yes,
so you telling me
yes, because
that
Zimbabwe is
that
completely
water, if
landlocked in
you
every
can
direction.
see that waterfall from where you at in Zimbabwe, you mean to tell me that water don't run to Zimbabwe?
It's literally the border.
Okay. All right, bet. I was wrong a little bit. My fault. My fault. My fault. Absolutely. I was wrong. I thought it was in Zimbabwe, but it's on the border. My fault. Thousand pardons.
Yeah, but it's still landlocked. That river that he's talking about is still landlocked also.
Yes,
Like you got to go through
yes,
other countries to even get to the ocean. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
but yeah, Zambezi
So
does run to the ocean eventually, but does not through Zimbabwe. It goes
Yeah,
through other countries. Yes,
other countries to
yes,
So
he's
get to
would
the
absolutely
that
right
ocean.
be
about
a military strong point? Yes or no? When it's landlocked, but yet you got access to water. Would that be a
Well, I
military
think he was saying it
standpoint?
because the elevation and it being landlocked, it makes it where it's a pain. It
Uh,
was a
uh,
good fort or resting point for them because of the effort you would have to take for the opponent to like
big
go
facts.
and travel upward into the land. It's like yeah. So it ended up
Yeah,
being just
damn,
safer. That makes
absolutely. I know
that.
you like the research shit, absolutely. You ain't researched Charlemagne yet?
yeah. You
Him
know
and
I
his
have.
brother
That's why I
both
don't
was on
believe
a
that story.
campaign. Yeah, him and his brother both was on a
I'm sure
campaign.
exactly. I was about to say I'm sure
And
absolutely says that Charlemagne is a fictional character. Why
yeah, that's
why
what
do
I
you
told her.
wait?
That's what I said.
Yeah, man, I don't believe that story. That's what I'm saying. They landlocked. So how is he doing all this?
Oh shit.
Yeah,
Hey,
not
So
listen,
even a
where
this
do
is
little
you
the
bit believe
beginning.
it.
where do
Hey
you think
dog,
the
this is
truth
the
Jose, you
beginning
think the
and
truth
the
lies
reason.
basically in
Yeah.
a
Why
updated
your Suez
basically like
Canal got
the
opened up, bro.
reconstruction era was global, basically is what you're saying.
Right.
Yeah, once English hit your town, that's when you know you got reconstructed because they were taking our language overseas and redoing things and made sure everybody learned English. Now, I do have to ask JB one more question. Now, what script are you guys using to write your own language, not English, but the language you speak? What script are you guys using? Are you using
You just
the
answered the question before you asked it, bro.
okay. So you're using the American script to write your language
Absolutely.
also?
Yes. At this point, I don't know anywhere that doesn't.
Wow. So
Even
that's a
Chinese,
recent thing.
even Chinese, right? Like in school, they write in English characters. Then maybe when they write for family and stuff, newspapers, that'll be in Chinese characters. But they'll have a newspaper in Mandarin, the other Chinese, and then English.
Okay,
Like
so that
literally everywhere. Like whatever plan, whoever came up with the plan to put English everywhere did it. They got it done.
okay,
English is
so
pretty much the world language now.
so that's recent because you just said 1980s is when Zimbabwe actually became really Zimbabwe, and before that it was called what'd you say it was called again? Rhodesia.
Rhodesia.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so that's
I can't
all
remember.
recent. And you also
Yes,
stated that.
naming it. Yes, all that naming it and all that is it's all recent. It becoming a country
So does your mom know how to
or
speak
just be
English also?
yes fluently.
And what about her mom?
My
Did
grandmother
she learn?
could too.
Wow. So that means that English has been in Zimbabwe for at least three generations in your family lineage.
At least 5 to 6.
Wow. That's even crazier. So that is late 1800s.
Cosmic. Cosmic said absolutely and JB are wrong. There, hit the panel, Cosmic.
You cannot take me back to BC times, Cosmon. We're talking about recent history here when these people actually came there and colonized his people. That's where their history
And
starts.
like I said, absolutely, American English was taken back over there as early as like 1500s, bro.
To Zimbabwe.
Dude, the whole over there, period. And they say if you want to go to the new world, you gotta learn this language.
Well, I think that he says 5 to 6 generations.
Do that
Cosmo,
make
my brother.
sense? If not, can you tell me how do you think the American language got over there?
Through the so-called scramble for Africa is when they took it over there, which would have been the late 1800s.
Well, I'm
Which
telling
which
you,
he
American English been over there. American English been over there way before the 1800s, my brother.
you probably got some good information on that as well too. So I won't
And
discredit it.
do you know anything about sign language?
Yeah, about the guy who had to go back home to teach his kids sign language because he was deaf,
It's
dumb,
not
Helen
the
Keller.
guy. Who was that guy, bro? Who was that guy? It's not the guy. Who was that guy, though? Not
Forgot the
famous
guy
in
daggone
the
guy's
history.
name. I
Yeah,
forgot, but he
DeSoto.
came to America, right, to learn sign language
DeSoto.
to
DeSoto,
take it
right?
back
Yeah,
over there.
DeSoto.
And is DeSoto
Yeah.
real to you? Absolutely.
Hell the fuck no. Excuse my French and Spanish.
Well,
Is there
absolutely.
anyone in history that's real?
Not
He
if they
got to
came from
because he's
overseas
reciting
on a
people's
ship
words.
and conquered the entire world from a few boats to come overseas. So DeSoto would have came over with the Spanish Empire, correct?
Yeah, and he didn't defeat
No.
anybody. He got killed. But
Right. Right. He
um
got ran up
but he
out.
still came over here and stuff like
That's
that.
what I'm
But
saying.
like,
So, and where
okay,
did he
so
sail from?
who is a real person? Who is someone that we can be like, this is real history?
Right. Give us
Recent
a
time.
person.
Martin Luther King, something recent that we know we can
No, no,
pinpoint.
no, no, no,
That's
no,
real
no,
person.
bro. No, bro. You talk a lot about history. Who is you getting your information from? All this history talk you be talking, bro. You don't be talking present terms. You be talking history, bro. Come on,
No, I'll
bro.
be I'll
Come
be
on,
talking history
absolutely.
because they were able to rewrite a lot of the 1800s
But hold
history.
on. You be rolling with that shit though. So who do you believe in history, bro? That you stand on?
I stand on my own research and knowledge. I can't stand on everybody else's shoulders when it comes to researching.
Who
You
are
have to
you
like
researching, bro? Are you researching modern times to get your historical thoughts?
I'm researching JB right now because he's giving me real history of what
Nah,
he
no,
knows
I
from
no,
where he's from.
I'm researching you right now.
Hey,
Man,
hey,
Are
I,
quick question,
you
quick question. Hold
researching
on, hold on. OTK,
JB?
real quick.
Hold on.
Yeah, yeah.
I want to
You
know
know,
what he researching though. Is he
I know. See,
researching
that's I was kind
modern
of about to
time
ask the same.
people?
Hold on. Let me ask him real quick
Yeah,
because
go ahead.
I was wondering because I was like, yeah, he's you've been asking me a decent amount of questions, and I was wondering like if there was a particular thesis you were kind of working on in your mind, like going forward.
yeah, actually, I wanted to see if you guys ever were gonna get to a slavery story where you can say that people were being taken from your Zimbabwe land. Do you have any stories of slavery around you in Africa at that time, orally, not being taught by the English book, but orally? Do you
Not that
guys
I
have any?
know.
Okay.
I've asked a few other people from different countries and stuff, and I've there was one guy who did say his father and his family did have some stories they talked about, but he didn't know if any other families in there that did, and I haven't heard of anyone else. But that's about 4 to 5 countries. But like I said, I'm not sure if ever, and I don't know a lot of people up north.
So, were you also taught the slavery story in school through by way of English or via English?
Yes.
Okay, one last question now. What did your slavery story tell you?
See, I didn't bother to try and remember all that. Like it was like all I had to remember was the concept of what they're trying to give up. Because for us, like it wasn't like, hey, this is a history thing. It's kind of like in history there's been slavery. And then here are the types of slavery, and here's some case studies kind of
I
thing.
just, man,
So you
salute
do
all
stuff
y'all,
like
man. Peace to the righteous gods. You dig what I'm talking about? I ain't come up here for a long time. I just wanted to come up here and say JB and
word.
Absolute Lee are absolutely wrong.
Now
Right?
in
And
my
that the
defense,
Zambezi,
hold on real quick. Let me defend myself.
hold on. Hold on.
Wait, let
I
me
ain't even
explain.
told you. I ain't told you what you wrong about.
I took the way he was saying his question, and I thought he meant Zimbabwe because I thought he was just trying to say, hey, Zimbabwe has no coastal access to the ocean, and I was agreeing to that because
But
even if
that's
you
not
did take
even
the
true.
Zambezi, you would still go
It's
through
not
another
on the
country
coast,
before
Word,
you
but
get
it
there.
God.
but it's not on the
That's the
coast.
only thing I was corroborating to.
Okay, it's not on the coast, and the Zambezi is not on the border, right? The
It
Zambezi
hits the
River
border and cuts
cuts
through, doesn't it?
it cuts directly through
Yeah, but like that's what I'm
Zimbabwe,
saying is
right
that
in the
it hits the
middle.
border. That's what makes
And
the
it
border with
no,
Zambezi, with Zambia.
hold on, JB. Be quiet 1 second, bro.
Yeah,
Hold on. You was just wrong, bro. Just take it.
you're
This
right. I
Hadouken
was
going
wrong. I will not
Hadouken is
deny that
gonna
fact.
hurt
That is a fact.
either way. It's gonna hurt either way. Because what I'm telling you is it cuts from east to then goes south and then all the way west again or east again from the west to the east, all the way through the border of Zimbabwe through Mozambique all the way to the ocean. So this is how they
That's
were
a
coming
river,
into.
Cos. And that's
Yeah,
the
it's the
river I was talking
Zambezi.
about, Cos.
Yes, it's the Zambezi. It's a
So,
massive,
th- so they
massive
try to
river.
make me. So they
Facts.
try to make me feel like I was dumb, like I didn't know what I was
Yeah,
talking
and the
about,
Zambezi
right?
is not on the border. It cuts directly through the country. If y'all want me to show you, I'll show y'all real quick.
Yeah, go
And
ahead,
you
pull it
can
up.
go straight from the ocean. You can go straight from the ocean through Mozambique into Zimbabwe and never touch land.
Big facts. I thought I wasn't tripping. They
No,
dammed
you
off
wasn't
a
tripping.
lot of the
You told him.
waterways.
You told him about Charlemagne, old lion hawk. You told him.
Yeah, right, right. See, they didn't even know about that history. But you notice absolutely got quiet. I hope he going to
Where's the map?
research him.
I
So
mean,
he so he
I ain't capping. Just let me show you all the Zambezi real quick.
Yeah,
No,
bring
I want to see it. I'm still here. I like that. I like that. Bring show and tell. Bring it.
yeah,
Yeah, all the time.
yeah,
Amen.
I don't say
yeah.
nothing I can't
I knew
show.
it. I knew. And let me tell y'all one thing about
There you go, Bill.
Africa.
Yeah, I got you.
A
Look, hold on.
river
Let me
from the
blow it up a little
ocean
bit.
damn near lead to every part of Africa, dog. Y'all don't know
Let me
that
blow
though,
it up
but
a little
I'll
bit.
leave that alone.
It's not. Hold on. Let me see if I can make this bigger. Well, it's not letting me blow. Well, if you see right here where my thing is, it goes through all the way through Namibia, all the way through Zimbabwe. This is the Zambezi River. You
Okay,
dig what
cool.
I'm talking about? It comes all the way from through the west, through Namibia, which is west of Zimbabwe, through that, through the border, down south, down here, all the way back east, and out into the ocean
Ain't
through
it dump into the
Mozambique.
ocean to the south too, innit? it? Don't it dump to
Yeah,
the
Okay,
ocean to the
cool.
south too?
I think it dumps in the west on the other
In the
side
west.
of
Okay.
Namibia.
Okay,
Okay.
cause now you see where the error in naming happened over here. Because you see what I was talking about.
You talking about up here,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, that's what I was talking about.
That's what you talking about. But this is the
But I
Zambezi.
just used the wrong name. That's why I said I used the wrong
Yeah,
name. So you are right there. I named it wrong, but because
you
I was
good.
thinking of the river above it.
You good. These is they
Man,
call
see,
some of these the Great Lakes.
y'all had me apologizing for
Yeah,
something, and I
They
knew I
call
was
these the
right, and
Great
I was
Lakes up here.
apologizing, but you know what?
yo, see how much I remember about
Look
my
at
own
you,
home.
OT. Look at you, OT. It's like you went to
Hey, Dosey,
Zimbabwe.
I might ain't be from Africa, Dosey, but I done did a lot of study.
You're fucking right.
You
Yeah.
got to
See,
know
this
who
is how
you're
they did
dealing
it.
with, Dosey. Word. Hey, absolutely. You look up
Yeah,
Charlemagne yet?
yeah. I already know the Charlemagne story.
It go,
I'm
Nah,
hey
still
man,
not
Mr.
buying no
Aboriginal Smith,
Charlemagne
man,
story.
stop it, brother. You
Where
cap,
was
bro. It goes
Charlemagne
straight
at?
through it. Man, these
Well, it
brothers
don't
be
go
so
straight
hurt,
through it. It don't go straight through it. It's not a
It
straight
does.
through
It
Zimbabwe.
It
does.
goes down, but it is inside Zimbabwe.
No,
It
yeah,
is
Yeah,
the
and
one
it
I
inside.
Yeah,
goes
named
straight through it.
definitely
yeah,
goes across it. Yes.
It goes all
yes.
the way across it. Yep.
So,
East to west.
so it was a
Above it.
strategic
They're talking about
military
above it is
point.
the.
If you control that center point in Zimbabwe, you control that little southeastern little board right there. Man, they was going
And
through all kind of wars. They was going back and forth with them and the Muslims. They was going back and forth, losing territory, gaining territory. Dog, I'm telling you, they was fighting all over goddamn Africa on the coastline.
No, it
They
said
ain't go but
they
so
had
far
The
inland.
Jew. They say there's the
Right. They
Zimbabwe
only can
Jews. They
go.
say there's the Zimbabwe
Yes, they
Arabs
only can go as
or
far as
Shit.
the
the.
river would
I'm gonna
take them.
download that shit.
That's the
they
farthest they
got the
will go
Bob, they
Now I'm
inland.
got
saying,
I think it's the Legba,
Yeah.
the Legba or Legaba, something
Legba.
like that.
Yeah,
Hey,
Whatever.
Cosmos.
Legba.
Legba.
They don't know
Have you ever heard
because
of
of
them?
Charlemagne. That's the real reason why they opened up the top part of Africa so bigger ships and more ships can get through.
They don't
Because
understand. They don't understand who he was
they,
chasing in there. He chased
they
the
don't
Vandals in there.
understand it. They don't understand
So
it.
y'all
They don't
talking about the
understand it.
700 AD time frame, the 8th century? Is that what you guys are
Hey,
referring to?
man. Hey, you got to know history, dog. If you going to know history from what they
Yep.
writing, you got to know all the history. That will let you know what led up to 1492, bro.
Now,
See,
what was
you on
Charlemagne from?
1492. I'm going to take you back to he was from Europe.
Look at talk.
He was a Frank, right?
Look
From
at
He was
France,
from
right?
Europe, bro. He was a
He,
Europe. He
he was
was a
from
Europe,
Europe.
bro.
What part of Europe? Europe is pretty
It don't
big
Does it
according
matter,
to the
matter?
map.
bro. Was
Does it
he a
matter
real
what part of Europe
person
he's
or
from?
not? Was he a real person or not?
No, definitely not.
Well, then what does it matter where he's from?
It don't matter
I
then,
just,
bro.
well, I still
It
need to
don't
know
matter,
where he's
bro.
from in
Well, look
France
into
or
it.
Where do
Europe.
your history start from, bro? What time frame do your history
Yesterday.
start from?
My
That
oral
nigga
history
history
goes back
yesterday.
further than I can throw paper. I'm gonna tell you that
All
right
right,
now.
but hold up. Where do your history start from, bro? Like seriously, no,
What
I
day?
ain't
What
asking this
year?
like
It starts
on no
from my
funny
oral
shit. Like
history, so that's
What
never
day?
okay,
What
ending.
year?
what year did your oral history start from, bro?
My oral history starts in the 1700s, late 1700s. As
The
far as my people,
1700s ain't real.
as far as my people have been on Earth, they know the right all traditions that have been going on in Mississippi since 1700. So 1700s as far
Absolutely.
as
Your
my
people
oral
ain't real.
history goes.
Your people not
Yeah,
real.
your people not real, bro.
They're not real, absolutely.
I'm telling you, these stories that you guys are talking about in medieval times, that
Yeah, the
time
same.
frame,
I'm telling
Yeah.
you the story that you're talking about.
what's the proof
These people
of
I
are
read.
writing.
Charlemagne
These
being
people are
real?
writing about
What's the
themselves,
proof of your
bro.
ancestors being real?
What's the proof of your
I ain't say
ancestors
my
being?
ancestor went back to 8th century AD.
I'm just saying there ain't
No,
no proof that there was no 1700s.
And
right.
I'm pretty sure it wasn't because they definitely changed up time in
Well
1884.
then
All
your
right then.
ancestors lied.
Well, I
They
got
did,
If
right?
history
that's the
dating us
case,
back
if
over that
everybody
time
lied,
frame of 1884, as far
I'm
as my
saying if
oral history
everybody
goes.
lied, your ancestors lied.
Yeah. Now you going to 1884. You just said
Right.
you could date back the 1700s, and now you're going to 1884. So
Right. You might be a pan boo
what
boo,
you
bro.
got going on, bro? What you got going on? Absolutely.
Because
You be doing a
1884
lot
is
of
the Greenwich
questioning, bro. The
Convention.
motherfucker need to check your resume, bro. You just come in this motherfucker
1884 is
talking
the
about a
Greenwich
bunch of you don't
Convention.
believe shit. You don't believe shit and shit
Absolutely.
like this.
You may have my back on Sunday because I don't think I have any history. Well, no, you probably one thing that's gonna be like before, but most of the history gonna be after 1900. So we gonna be good. You believe that history at least, kind of,
Yeah, because we already
right?
know that if they're backdating DNA, who the fuck they dug up to get this DNA from? And was the bone marrow still there to be able to pull DNA from something that old? BC, AD, any time frame like 8th century BC to date Charlemagne?
They got the DNA from the teeth.
From Charlemagne's teeth?
From all them boys when they backdating them, dog, they test the teeth.
Yeah.
And they
That's how
look
you
at the
get
shape
DNA
of the
from a
teeth.
corpse.
Yeah. They look at the teeth. And they that right now to the day, dog, they try the first thing when they find you dead or something, they try to match your dental records up. Right
Yeah.
now
Yeah,
to the
that's
day, bro.
modern day. But who are they matching it
Yeah,
up to
and
way back in the day?
That's why, because it goes back to then.
Again, this
With
8th
all this
century BC,
craniology shit. Yeah, that's a part of
AD.
craniology too. They
So you
use your
believe
teeth
that
too, bro.
medieval time frame actually happened, and some
No,
Europeans
I don't
held that.
believe that shit, bro. I was just tripping with you. I don't believe that shit. You
So
can't do
what
nothing
facts
with
do you have
nobody's
that
teeth.
Charlemagne actually existed, though? Like just on some, give me one thing that
Well,
says Charlemagne actually existed.
he
Uh,
described the Zambezi River better than you could. That's
Okay,
one
so
thing. So one thing we know, a nigga who lived in Zimbabwe didn't even know the goddamn river, but this nigga in the 700s did know it. He knew exactly where it was, and he told about it, how he went down and went into the landlocked area of Zimbabwe. So that would be one way that we would prove
big fact.
objectively that he existed.
did he call it
Big.
Zimbabwe back then? What did he call it?
Did it? And then here's another way to prove he objectively
Oh
existed. They
my
found his
God.
body. They knew where he was buried. They dug his body up, and they've done DNA testing on it.
On Charlemagne
Duh.
That's
from the
why. Hey,
800s,
listen.
from the
Hey,
from
absolutely.
Yeah.
700s.
Yes, nigga.
Yeah,
They found shit way
absolutely.
older than that and pulled DNA from it.
Hey, absolutely, bro. Hey, listen, man, this shit might be out of your league sometime, dog. You gotta quit with all this pseudo shit. You don't believe people exist. That's how you get beat up with BAP, bro. Like,
You
stop
beat
all
up.
of that, bro. Quit doing that, man. Like, I respect your mind. I respect all that, dog.
Yeah.
But when you say people don't exist and shit like that, bro, it's crazy that people do exist when it goes with your narrative. Because this narrative not coming from you. You talk a lot of history shit way before 1700s, bro. So what is this shit that you talking about in the 17 before the 1700s when you say that's when you started, your bloodline started existing? So you shouldn't know nothing about the 1400s unless you learned about it. Correct? So therefore, bro, you gotta check that shit, man. I love your tenacity,
Hey
man.
man,
But
what is Charlemagne's morphology? What is Charlemagne's morphology? I don't believe in this garbage ass either.
What the fuck
What is
morphology
what
mean?
I don't know
what did
what
they
the
determine
fuck
him?
that is.
What did they determine him to be?
Right?
Oh,
What did they
European.
determine? Human.
He came from the
Okay,
Iberian
right,
Okay.
Peninsula.
right, right. Was he a
Yeah, he
Negroid, a
came from the
Caucasoid, a
Iberian
Mongoloid?
Peninsula, bro.
Was he
Those are outdated terms that no
No,
scientist would
no, he
use.
came from the
were
Iberian
those terms
Peninsula.
outdated? Were those
Yes.
terms outdated in 800 AD?
Yes.
Nah, yeah, he
And
came
and
from.
some of them didn't even exist.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah,
we're saying about Charlemagne.
Yeah.
He didn't exist. So what
Yeah.
was his morphology?
Okay.
Yeah, who tested him? Who found him? Who dug him up? And who said this
Look
is
it
him?
up.
This is
I
definitely
was
him.
saying,
Look it
man,
up.
he came from the
Smoke got his
Iberian Peninsula,
morphology.
man. He was a
He,
prince
he
at
knows his
that, man.
phenotype. Go ahead. Tell us.
Yeah,
No, I
he
don't
was a
know his
prince at
phenotype.
that.
Well, then stop
I
asking
don't think
questions.
a fictional character would have a
Stop asking
phenotype.
questions, because if I give you an answer, you can just say, "Oh, I don't believe that," and you don't have no proof otherwise.
Oh well, so what was his morphology then?
Nigga, it don't matter. He's
Oh, it don't matter.
European.
So
Yeah,
they
it don't
went
matter.
looking for a nigga, but it didn't matter to them. They went looking for this nigga because it didn't matter to them.
They didn't have to
Okay.
look
Yeah,
for him. They already knew
we're
where he
gonna ride
was.
with that
And
story.
who
That
found
shit
We're
him
gonna
in
ride
sound
with
what
that
year?
bullshit.
story then.
They didn't have to look for a nigga. They knew where he was. That shit sound dumb.
Didn't they have to
Yeah.
you said they tested him, right? See, you
What
niggas
the
that go for
fuck?
fried ice cream.
Yeah, I was just
So
letting them
now
talk
fried
for a
ice
minute.
cream don't exist neither.
Nah,
I was just letting
Yeah,
them
absolutely.
talk
it
for a
Niggas is
minute.
exists.
Let them
You
get
crazy,
it
don't
man.
you
off.
These
have to go
niggas some
for it.
Hey,
bugs, man.
hey, you need a smoke to come try to help
Dogs some
save me from
bugs, man. They some
smoking
bugs.
doing
Now
this
fried
shit.
ice cream don't exist.
OTK, I was just letting you and Tweedledee and
Hey,
Tweedledum talk for a minute. I was gonna come in and step on your toes.
I hear you, bro.
No, give me the people that found Charlemagne's body and tested it.
Go ahead, look it
it,
up.
ain't, it, it ain't about who found him, bro. You say he wasn't a real
He did. You say
person.
he didn't exist.
He
But
was a
you
son
just
of a
lied and said
king,
somebody
bro.
tested his damn teeth.
No. I was saying that's how they do this DNA testing to try to
Well,
find
show me
DNA.
the
They would use
motherfucking
people.
dentist that
I ain't
tested
say
this
they did that
motherfucker's
on
teeth.
him, bro. Whoa, bro.
You think a
You not
dentist
about to
does that
conflate.
test?
Yeah, you not about to conflate what the fuck I was saying and put it all
Yeah,
together, bro.
that's like
Stop
asking
that
about
shit, man.
morphology.
Yeah, like
Some
that's
shit that don't
crazy as
even
fuck.
matter.
You guys create
Yeah,
these
but
fanciful stories for these stories. You guys put the
no,
ending to it.
man. Charlemagne
We
was
didn't
from the
create none of
Iberian
this shit.
Peninsula. No,
We didn't
you
create
take
none of
it
this,
from there.
nigga.
Al Andalus, Iberian Peninsula, whatever you
So
want to
We in
where
call
did
it.
this
France,
king where
France,
did this
ancient
king guy
Gaul,
come from?
France,
ancient
all
Gaul.
that,
You dig what I'm talking about?
all
Yeah.
that. His bloodline coming from
We ain't
all
make
that
none
type
of
of
that up.
people.
So where did this guy
So
come from? This King Charlemagne cat. Where did he come from?
I just told you, bro. He was the son of a king. He had a
Come out of
brother
Europe.
too. Yeah, out of Europe, bro. I told you that.
And what was he the king of though? To be able to make ships, what was
Oh
their
man,
shipping yard? Who was
stop all the
making their
What is that?
fuckery.
ships?
If he
Hey,
don't exist, what
hey
does it
man,
matter,
stop
bro?
all the fuckery, bro. Stop all the
Yeah, man.
fuckery. I
Stop that
please.
dumb.
Because you guys only have the
Stop.
cover story. When
No,
somebody
bro, you
start
Bullshit.
have
You
the
asking
don't
you,
have a story,
no.
period.
Are you looking
Stop.
them up right now? What do your
Yeah, look it up.
Wikipedia
Where is he
say?
from?
I
well, I
know
don't
you
need to
looking
look him
on
up. I
Wiki
know he
right
was supposed to be
now.
the king of France. I mean, you guys can't
Uh,
even say that. So that's why I definitely don't
no,
believe you
is
two
France
stories.
not Europe, bro? Is France not Europe? Yes or
No,
no?
not at that time, dog. We're talking about at that time. Europe is
Nigga,
a modern
Oh
France
day
has
my
word.
always been in Europe. Show us
fucking
a time France
god!
wasn't in
Is this
Europe.
fucking nigga crazy?
Europe is a modern day word created
No,
in
it's not, nigga.
1812.
Oh
Shut
my
up, man.
god,
It's
man!
not.
Yeah, you
Show
believe
us
it
a
came from
time.
Europa
Show us a
where
time
they tied
France
people up
has
in a
not been
rope?
in Europe.
That's what you believe Europe came from? You believe Europe is where they exile the white people at and they bind them in ropes? You believe that
No, this
story?
nigga believe a
Absolutely.
story about Skoda and some Egyptians
The
going over
fuck?
there. Nigga, what was the name of France before it was France?
Let me ask you one question. When was the Moors running this
When
area up here?
nigga did they say they ever would?
Um,
Hold up. We got two
how far
conflicting
did the
stories
Moors
now.
go,
When were
bro?
the Moors
How
running this
far did the
Europe?
Moors go, bro? Did the Moors
Yeah, where
go
did the
into
Moors
all of
go?
Europe, bro? Yes or no?
No, no. I'm asking you guys. You can't. You
No,
can't
I'm
ask me
asking
a
you,
question
bro.
with a
You asking
question.
me about the Moors before I answer your question. How far did the Moors go in Europe, bro?
Well, you
In
guys would have to tell
England,
me
per
because
se.
this
Let's
is
just say
conflicting with your
England.
Moorish story.
Shit, they didn't
We don't
even
have
get
Moorish
nowhere.
stories,
They
nigga.
didn't get nowhere close to the whole Europe at the time, the whole landmass. But how
So
far did they
Spain is
go in
not Europe.
England?
Hold up. Wait. Spain is not Europe.
Yeah, bro, I got you. I feel you. I feel you. I understand. But I'm
Spain
asking you, how
so I'm
far did they
asking you,
go?
is Spain
How
Europe?
far did they
Well,
go
let
into
me ask you
England,
this.
bro?
Was Charlemagne in Spain?
Did he have
Yeah.
dealings with Spain? Now you tell me, was he ever in Spain? Because he
No.
had time to sail down to
No,
Africa,
nigga,
right?
he didn't go. He wasn't the king of Spain. He was the king of France. Where is
Yeah.
So
France? Hold on. Where is
it's in
France?
Europe.
Hold on. Where is
It's in
France?
Europe.
Listen.
The
Where
top
is
of
France
Spain,
It's
you
in
in
Europe.
position
stupid
to
dumbass.
Spain?
It's in
It's the
Europe, right?
top of
Though.
Spain.
Where is
No,
France
Is it
in
not in
position
Europe?
to Spain?
Is it
yes,
not in
all of that
Europe?
is there.
Answer the question. Where is France in position to Spain?
Supposedly in Europe.
No, where is it in
No,
position to Spain, nigga? We know it's in Europe. Spain
in a
and France are in
position.
Europe, but where is France in comparison
Yeah.
to Spain?
I
Is
will
it on
not
the
answer
left
your
side?
breakdown
I
question
know you
because you
won't,
guys
nigga.
kept saying
Yeah, because
Europe.
I'm knocking that
Now, when
cold
I
ass
give
shit
y'all a
out.
breakdown to separate them between Spain
Nah,
and
man, I couldn't
so-called
Man,
believe
France,
none
now
of
y'all
that.
want to break it
you
down.
ain't
Good
giving us
try,
no
I'm
bro.
teaching
breakdown.
y'all the
Good
game.
You
try.
ain't breaking shit
Smoke
down.
signal try to come and help you.
But
Yeah,
you
he
guys,
You
got
know what I
beat
hold
up
up, wait
mean?
a
too.
minute.
Yeah,
None
yeah.
of
Some
you
little
Smoke
cats,
signal
oxygen.
try to come and
Nigga,
help you throw
look,
that
little
none of you
oxygen.
lifeline and
cats,
shit.
This
none
nigga,
of you
But
cats can
dog,
pull up any of these guys from
that rich.
800 AD, 700 AD. Pull up something factual, not like a cover
hey,
story.
There's
listen,
more proof that
bro.
he lived than you exist.
That's the same thing
Right.
that Bat was doing. He was saying that the guy existed, but he only pulled up Wikipedia and
All we
nothing
gotta
else.
do,
So you can't
you can't pull
prove
You
up
can't
something
that
to
get
say,
somebody
around
existed.
that.
pull up
That's
something to say he
why.
doesn't exist.
Why? That's
Well,
why,
if you
bro.
guys
You
can't
can't
pull
get
up something
Pull
around
that
up
says
something that
he
says
Wikipedia.
he
existed,
doesn't exist. I can pull up a Wikipedia
Yeah.
file and say he does. Pull up something that
Right.
say he
that
don't.
doesn't mean that he
I'll
exists,
pull
It
bro.
up the
does mean that.
Wikipedia.
It
I'll pull
does
up the
mean that. That's
Wikipedia on
exactly what it
YouTube,
means.
dog.
And see,
If you
that's
can
why
And
you
it
get me
means
guys
on
are
that guess what
pseudo.
else it
Wikipedia,
means?
then
It
I
That's
pull
means
up
that's what
you're
we're
something.
calling
pseudo.
pseudo.
You're pseudo.
No, bro.
You can't
No,
prove this guy
no, bro.
You
existed, so you're
pseudo,
taking
bro.
a
You
storybook
can't prove he
as
don't exist.
facts.
I can prove he do.
Well, you said somebody tested his teeth,
Nigga,
so let me see
you
Ain't
the
they
can't
just
prove
say the
he
let me see
don't
the
truth
test
before
exist.
was
result.
the truth? Hey,
You can't prove he
absolutely.
don't exist.
I bet
Ain't
you
you
I
just
can
said that the
by
Prove
proving
pseudo
it.
that you
was the
guys don't
people
have
Prove
that
he
proof
was
that he
don't
right?
did
exist.
existed.
Prove he don't exist.
Prove he
Don't
existed.
talk
The
me.
burden of
Don't
proof is
talk
on
me to
you.
death. Prove he don't exist.
I'm telling you,
You
the
know
story
about.
is fake.
You know
Now
just
prove
about
me
as
wrong.
much about. You just. You know it's just about as much about Charlemagne as you do about the Zambezi.
Look at here. The Zambezi ain't got nothing to do with no Charlemagne. This guy never sell no damn Zambezi. They put this guy in this river in a story. Okay, so what language was King Charlemagne
Hey,
speaking?
that man fought wars
Where
over
he
there,
from?
man. What are you
Where is he
talking
from?
about?
He spoke that language.
No, you tell me what language he was speaking at the time of his selling.
Nigga, he spoke the language of his
That-
country.
it
You
would
tell
be
us where his
Latin,
country was. It
motherfucker.
wasn't
Okay, so
It would
you
Spain.
be Latin.
guys only know the cover story of this King
No,
Charlemagne. You guys can't
no,
answer any
no,
questions.
no, absolutely, man. Listen, absolutely. I don't talk nothing, bro. I don't know. And I ain't going research. Now, I might
Right.
trip sometime with motherfucker dog, but dog, when I talk and I speak, dog, I'm going off of something that I'm not saying it's the absolute truth, but I guarantee you I can show you where I get it from.
Okay, yeah, just show me
And
where
I
you
can
want me to
show you
look at.
multiple, hold up. And I can show you multiple people writing about Charlemagne, even him writing.
Mm.
In what language in the 8th century?
Man, come on, man. Come on, man.
OTK.
Come on, man. God damn, dog. Hey, you just like old girl off the Charlie Brown, man. You move the football. You don't move the goalpost, dog. You move the fucking football. Every time a
That's
motherfucker
because you
get ready to
guys
kick
just
a
have a
field
cover
goal,
story to these
where yeah,
stories.
I'm just
Yeah, you
saying,
just
I be
bro.
need some
you gotta
meat on the
slow
bone.
down,
No,
man.
everything
You
good,
just gotta
man.
do some
Everything good,
research,
man.
bro. Stop being
Everything
so
good, man.
pseudo.
Word. Hey,
All right, so
smoke,
what's the name of
smoke.
one of these French ships
Hey,
that Charlemagne sailed on?
smoke signal almost got you off the hook, but you didn't know how to take his question and run with it. So
No,
you
nigga, I was
die
letting
by
y'all
that.
niggas
You
talk
know
for a
what I
minute
mean? The
because
nigga came in
because
and
you
threw
don't
you a
listen until you finish
lifeline.
talking.
He tried to. He tried to
Yeah,
throw you a
I did.
lifeline.
He throw you. No, you ain't wait until we finished talking, dog. You was doing your research on Charlemagne.
No, I wasn't. I'm still not on my computer right now
Man, listen. Well, how you know he was the king of France?
because I wanted to ask you guys a few questions about it. I don't even
No, you
believe
didn't
the
even know who
medieval time
Charlemagne was.
existed.
So you didn't know who Charlemagne was.
I told
So
you I did. I
now
said I don't believe in
you
the
came
stories.
back. No. You didn't know who Charlemagne
Man,
was when
was.
I was talking about the waterway. And
We've
then you
had
came
this.
back and
We've
said,
had
as
this
y'all talking
conversation
about
about Charlemagne
Charlemagne
before.
from
I told you I
such and
ain't
such
believe it existed.
AD. And yeah, as y'all talk about Charlemagne from such and such AD, I never gave a time period.
Yeah.
So
So
by
what's his
you
time
coming and
frame of
giving
being
a
in
time
Africa?
period later on after I mentioned this man, that let me know you went and did
He
some
was. He had
research.
been king. He had been king since since the 770s, and he was the emperor of the Carolingian Empire.
That's too
And
much.
that's
That's
after
too
the
much.
800s. That's into the 800s.
Yeah,
And what proof
cause
do you
that's
have
too
of this?
much.
You're just reading something from somewhere. What's the proof?
Right?
What
Firsthand
the
people
fuck?
being there. Firsthand sources.
You got
What
firsthand
the
sources from the
hell?
8th
Yeah,
century.
yeah, nigga. People. He had kids and everything, nigga. Yeah.
All right.
Hold up.
Well, give me the
Did
firsthand
King
source. Just
James
give me
live
one
in
of
Nigga,
them.
you can go
Haiti,
ahead. You
bro?
can just go to Wikipedia and
Damn.
go down to the sources on the bottom of a Wikipedia page and pick any one of them.
So you don't really know how to talk about it
But you
because
know
you're
how to
just
talk
going
about it.
off of
I'm
what
just
I
saying.
should be.
I'm
Okay, I
saying
got
no.
you. Got you.
No, what I'm saying is your statements
Stop.
are dumb, and I'm not going to keep entertaining it for too long.
Yeah, stop.
Right.
Absolute.
So
For
if you
real,
want to
bro.
know something, go do your own heavy lifting yourself.
Word, bro. Word.
Right? I know what the fuck I'm talking about. I came up here and proved that
Damn,
I know what
bro.
the fuck I'm talking about.
What ports was this
It
king of
don't
France
matter.
leaving from?
It don't matter.
Man, stop, bro. Stop, bro. Stop, bro.
Anyone he wanted to,
For
bro.
real, man.
No, I'm being for
Stop,
real.
bro.
See, you guys
I'm
don't
being
have
for
You
real
need
real
to
too.
know. I know,
conversations when
man.
we
I'm
start
being for
talking
real.
about
It don't
these
Go
matter
do
what
your
characters.
port he left
research.
You
from.
guys
Go
don't
do
have a
your
real
Somewhere in France.
research,
conversation
bro.
to walk with me.
He left
You
somewhere in
guys
Man,
be
France.
no,
running.
no,
You guys be
no,
It
running.
doesn't
no,
You
matter.
guys be running.
It
I
no,
mean,
doesn't
bro.
all I'm
matter.
doing
Now I'm
is
about to
asking for
take,
some hard,
bro.
cold
Now
facts.
I'm about to
There
take a
is no
learning
hardcore fact
period,
that you can
bro.
pull from what hardcore fact
And then you start getting irate when you can't pull up a fact.
from where he came from.
Why are you getting so irate?
I'm not. He came from a port in France. What does it
I asked you
matter?
what port.
Hold on. Why does it matter?
What you mean? Why does it matter? We got to have
Why
a
does it
mode of
matter?
transportation. How did they get there? How many times did they go back and forth on a ship? I need to know this cat is real.
They got there by boat.
Dog,
So
what the fuck is
what you
wrong with
mean?
dog? Do this dude know at this time, dog, that it was wars going on way before Charlemagne? Do you even know that, bro?
No, you don't know.
God,
You guys don't have no
damn,
facts and no
bro.
wars going on either.
Bruh,
No,
listen,
you don't have a primary
continuous
source
war,
on none of
chill
this
out,
shit.
bro.
It
Chill
was
out, man.
continuous
Hey,
war,
listen,
man. What are you talking about?
Absolutely, bro. I really respect you, bro. But right now, dog, the more you talk right now, dog, the more I'm starting to wonder if you indoctrinating, you regurgitating somebody else shit.
Right.
For
And
real,
if you
bro.
want some more
I'ma tell you
hardcore
this
proof,
on some
this
real
nigga was
shit,
the
bro.
Holy Roman Emperor. So now it wasn't no Rome either. Rome ain't real either, right?
Right,
So
man.
this guy was in. Wait.
Wait a minute. Is Rome real?
Wait. Where's now?
Wait. Is
Where
Rome
is
real?
Rome
Is
located?
Rome real?
Where's Rome
Is
located?
Rome real?
No, it's not. It's a
Well, shut
storybook.
the fuck up then, bro. Be
It's
quiet.
in Italy. Well, hold on. We have a question.
Hey,
Go ahead.
hey, yo. First of all, y'all niggas on some real shit are like history nerds. I ain't even gonna lie. Like for real. So, question, like, put me on, nigga. Who's this Charlemagne cat, boy? Like, why do you end up in my backyard? How'd he get over there?
No,
He
Charlemagne
got over
is
there
most
because his brother. Go ahead.
No,
I was
ahead,
about
bro.
to say, I was about to go
Go ahead,
deep
bro.
into his life real quick, and a little quick answer. So his daddy was a king. He really was a prince when he first started on his little expeditions and shit like that. So at this time, you could get like one or two little small ships through the Mediterranean, through the Suez Canal, and go straight on down southern down to southern Africa. You know what I mean? But at the time, you had motherfuckers that was coming from the West, what they would call the West. Yes, your Islamic people today, or your Ottomans, or whatever like that. They was coming from that way and coming over there. So they was fighting for ground out that way, man. Like they been fighting. Like it was a holy war that was going on. So
and you got to remember, Charlemagne is the emperor of the Holy Roman Empire.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
He's the empire.
So they got more than one outpost at this time, bro. If you go farther up, Africa, dog, you will see they got more than one post going all the way up back into North Africa to where they can travel inland if they wanted to from camp to camp all the way back to the Iberian Peninsula and walk right across. But then they had fleets that was coming through in ships too. So that was a strategic point in Zimbabwe. And your boy, I love that spot. And man, I'm gonna bring it out. He described that area beautiful.
and here's another little
That's
jewel.
what he described it as. Go ahead.
Hey, here's another little jewel about to prove that he was real. He is the very first Holy Roman Emperor. He brought the Carolingian Renaissance and brought France and Northern Egypt. At the very same time the Moors was there, he brought France and places like Ireland, Scotland, Britain. He brought them out of the Dark
Yeah, the
Ages,
United Kingdom.
right?
Yeah,
He
the
had a
United
whole
Kingdom. Yeah.
revival of classical learning and culture, right?
Big facts.
Right? He had many, and expanded France, which was at the time called Gaul. It was called Gaul, right?
And
He
he accepted
expanded,
other languages.
right? He
Go ahead.
expanded uh 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 the empire through military campaigns to promote Christianity.
Big facts.
Remember, they had always been hearing stories about the great Zim. Right? That's what brought him down there, hearing the glory of this great place called Zimbabwe, or the Great Zim.
Man, he just
Yes.
said they just named that shit. See, that's what I'm talking about.
Man, the place was called Zim.
It wasn't, nigga.
It was, nigger.
He did say they had a name, bro.
Yeah.
He said the original name was Zim. He said that if we
That
would
was the
No,
say
name.
he
That
said
was
in
the
be
name of the
Zim.
place. That
1980.
wasn't the name of the country.
No, he said Zimbabwe came out 1980, bro.
1980. Yeah.
You didn't hear what he was saying, or you got selective hearing, bro?
You got selective hearing.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm
listen,
not
I'm
gonna
gonna tell
try to
you like
repeat
this.
it, but he said the house of stone. But absolutely,
Big
Right.
house.
the big house, the mansion of stone. But absolutely, I got a question. So
This nigga said
everything
Rome don't
great,
exist.
and it started in 1870. How, when you think about the number of global museums and the different books and parchment or papyrus, and just how much extensive work that would have had to be globally to do a whole mass reconstruction of everything, is there any evidence of someone that worked doing that at the time? Anybody that you can like substantiate as a person that was involved with it at the time that can kind of help say that this is all made up at this time?
The American Philosophical Association. It tells you they started out rewriting history, and this is during the late 1880s, leading up into the 1900s. Again, it's called the American Philosophical Association. A lot of authors that write our history books are based under that particular association, including Woodrow Wilson.
Whoa, bro. Whoa, bro. You said the American Philological Society.
Philosophical.
Right. Philosophy. Correct?
Yeah, that's what history actually is
What?
from the philosopher's pen. But we call it history, but it's
No, 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 no,
actually
no, 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 no.
philosophy.
Hold on, real quick, bro. What is philosophy? Because once it has a fee at the end, it's the study of. So what is philosophy? Can you break that down for us, bro? I'm not saying you wrong or right. I just want you to break that down for people who don't know what
Philosophizing.
philosophy is.
When you're fudging, you're lying, you're philosophizing. It's a lie.
What? That's what you think philosophy means?
I know you're gonna
Oh
say
my
you think it means
fucking
wisdom, but
god.
no, the root word of it is pretty much a lie, bro. Philosophy is
Dulcie, can
not
you put
wisdom.
up the definition of philosophy, please?
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
need to find
Y'all
out,
just be
man, because
capping, man. Come
Absolute be
on.
making up his
Come on,
own
absolutely,
definitions, man.
man.
Damn, bro.
Philosophy, the study of the fundamental nature of knowledge, reality,
Oh,
and
oh,
existence, especially
oh,
when considered as an academic discipline. Huh?
oh. So now
Also,
you
let's look
study.
at the
So
second
that
one.
means philosophy is real, correct?
It's
That means
based in
saying that's
knowledge and
tangible,
reality.
right? That means
Yes.
it's tangible, correct, bro?
hmm Yes.
Okay, go. Yeah, Dulcie
and
put the
and
definition up.
and to double down on what OTK was saying about the science of, it says in the second definition, it says the study of the theoretical basis of a
Wait,
particular
wait.
branch of
Study of
knowledge.
theoretical. Study of theoretical.
Yeah, the theoretical basis.
Yeah, that's a theory,
Yeah.
bro.
Yeah, a theory. Guess what theories are based in? Fact.
That's a,
No, they're
that's all
not, bro.
Yes,
Stop
theoretically
they
saying
based,
that,
are.
bro.
Cosmo. You're not
Theories
smart
are
when you
based
keep
in
saying that.
scientific fact.
It's not, bro.
Bro, so let me shut you up again. You dig what I'm talking about? Are scientific theories based in scientific fact? Let me see what Google came up with.
Hey, Dosey, just know you got one of the
Is a
dopest
scientific
goddamn
theory based on
big
fact?
brothers
A
in
scientific
YouTube.
theory,
Who's smart
right?
as a motherfucker. Well, we gotta watch what they say around me, Dosey. And Cosmo just coming
Hmm?
in, just adding I duke it.
I mean, you
Hey,
guys still ain't proved
absolutely,
this
man.
king of France actually exists. That was
Nah, we ain't
also the
got to
Nigga,
Holy
we
prove
Roman
already
nothing,
Emperor.
proved
bro.
he existed.
So, but
We don't have
on
to
to the
prove
next one.
nothing, bro. We don't have
On
to
to the
prove
next one.
nothing, bro.
Now,
Do you
philosophizing.
see?
When somebody
Hold
say you
up, bro.
philosophizing, is that them saying that
Let
you
me ask you
pseudo,
this.
or is
Let me
it
ask you
saying that
this,
you're saying
bro.
some of
Hold
Gnostics?
up, bro. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. So, people that's written about in history, you feel they don't exist? Yes or no?
Yeah, with the story that's
Absolutely.
being told right
No,
now,
no,
if we're
no,
going
no.
off
I
our
no,
history
no,
books,
absolutely. I
it
don't
don't
want all the
exist.
add on. Hold on real quick. So if somebody is written about in history, do you think that they don't exist? Yes or
I
no?
I would say 9 times out of 10, those people did not exist, especially in the light that they're
All right.
writing them
So
in.
bet. So bet. So now when you go to one of your ancestors' funeral and they put who died before them inside the obituary, did those people exist?
Now, you said when I go, so I'm a real witness there. So, yes, if I go, you said you put me in the story, so I'm an eyewitness, OTK. Are
All
you an
right, all right.
eyewitness of anything in the
So now,
1800s or
so these
800s or
people who's writing,
900s?
so now these people who writing, you saying they didn't exist neither?
Now, you telling me that a writer wrote
Whoa,
something in
whoa,
the
whoa,
16,
bro. So you
17,
saying that
16,
the
1500s?
writers, you saying that these writers didn't exist neither, bro? Let me
All right,
find
well,
out, man.
oh yeah, I'm saying the writers don't exist either. If you're saying they was within the same time frame of said person that you're saying is real, but you
All
don't have
right.
no real facts.
So
You
now,
have
what if
theories.
one of your family members take
You
you
got
to the
theories.
graveyard and show you a gravestone and say this was your great 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 grandfather? Would you believe them?
You know what? I will believe him because she had that passed down orally. So somebody actually knew him within the family to be able to pass that down
Okay.
orally.
But
So
it
yes,
wasn't written, right? But it wasn't written, right?
it
It might
was
have been in the
written.
old Bible. In the old
Yeah, it was
Bible,
written.
right?
It was
You're all
written.
right then. So if they're writing about their peoples over there, this shit ain't for us. They wasn't writing about us. They're writing for their self over there. You mean to tell me ain't none of them ever exist over there, bro?
None of them ever existed. OTK. Next question.
He can't prove that any of them didn't exist.
You can't prove they did. Sit
Okay,
back.
I can.
No, you can't. You
Okay,
ain't
so you
pulled up
answered
nothing.
the first question of being like who would have rewrote, and I did look it up. The founders are like in 1887 or something or so. I still think it's a lot of extensive things that they would have to have created for all the museums and different things like that. So we need more than
All right.
four people that are
Okay, now pull
actively
up the
working
Carnegie.
towards rewriting history.
Man, those people was
What?
funded by the Smithsonian,
Wait,
by
wait, wait, wait.
Rockefeller. Them, bro.
Which
So
no, let me ask her to do something else. Could you pull up how many libraries did Carnegie open around the world? Just pull that number up for me.
What does that have to do with anything?
Wait. Oh, OTK Junior. Wait a second. I mean, Cosmon.
All right, share that
yep, I
screen for me,
respect
man. I
that.
just want to shut this
Respect.
dumb shit
Uh,
down.
Yeah,
We can
and
move
respect
on
my
after this
brother,
because
man.
he don't even know what a theory is.
You don't
Remember,
even
he
know
just
what it is.
listen. Watch this. It's a simple Google search. Are scientific theories based on scientific facts? Yes, absolutely, absolutely. Huh? Scientific theories are fundamentally based on scientific facts. Hadouken. That's observation and data, and are
So
considered.
name me one
And listen,
scientific theory
hold
that
on,
became a fact.
hold on. Here go one. Here go one right here. And are considered the highest form of knowledge in
That's
science.
philosophy. See, that's that philosophy shit I'm
No, it's
talking about. You
science.
just said a theory is a fact.
No, I said it is fundamentally based on fact.
How can a theory be based on a fact, sir? See,
It
that's
has
that
because
philosophy shit. You're
because
philosophizing
because
right now.
because a fact has to be observable and must be able to produce data that can be tested over and over and over again.
Example, please, Cosmon, with
Right?
your intelligent self. Give me an example of a scientific theory that became a scientific fact.
A scientific theory that came a fact. There's a scientific theory that the moon had ties to the the rise and fall
Of
of
the
the
water,
ocean waves,
the ocean waves with tides.
right? And guess what? There
Big
is a
fact.
tide every 28 days. They found that out. It was an old theory, but now science has proved it as a absolute fact.
So you say once every 28 days there's a tide. Nigga, a tide is twice a day. What the fuck are you talking about?
Oh, this nigga don't understand the moon tidal cycle. There's a tidal cycle that happens every 28 days.
So what happens to the water every 28 days? Because you're talking about water and
What I'm
tide.
trying to tell, because it highs and lowers.
Man,
That
that's
happens.
every
That
day,
happens.
bro. Twice a day. What you talking about?
But it happens in 28-day cycles,
See,
son.
that's a philosophy. You
It's not a
philosophizing.
philosophizing. It's objective. You can watch it.
For 28 days straight, and what's gonna happen to the water in 28 days from today, sir?
It's gonna rise and fall.
Nigga, it does that twice a day. Shut up.
Why?
Next
Because
subject.
guess what? Yes, stupid. But guess why? Because of the moon.
No, nigga.
Yes,
You
dummy.
own the moon.
Just dummy. Watch this. Watch this.
And when it's a full
Are the
moon,
waves
nine
tidal
times
locked
out of
to the
10, when
moon?
it's a full moon, you will have a higher
Sir,
tide.
I'm gonna need you to stop
You will
spitting that
have
I
a
little
would just
spit
higher
need
on
you
your
to
hat.
tide,
shut up
or
real
either a
quick, bro.
lower tide during the full moon. You will have a higher tide or a lower tide
Yes, you stupid
during a
nigger.
full moon. And yes, a tide go in
Watch
every
this.
day.
No,
But when the moon gets full, you will have a higher tide or either a lower tide, depending on what area you at. Yeah, that from what science say. Yeah.
look.
So
Yes.
Cosmon is
Listen,
philosophizing,
dumbass.
OTK, is
Hold
what you're
on.
saying.
Hold on. Here we go. Here, this is what I'm saying.
Nah, I'm
That
a
the
fisherman and I
that
know nature too. So yeah, I know what he's speaking upon. He's
is
not saying that it
absolutely
only
true.
changed
And look,
on the
here
28 days.
we go.
He's
Let's
saying it
just shut
changed
him up
every
some
day from.
more. Let me
But
Hadouken this nigga. Hold on. I asked the question. Simple. Are the waves tidal locked to the moon? Yes. The way that the moon is tidally locked to the earth are confirmed by scientific facts and observations. Stupid nigger. The
So
state
what is the
tidal
scientific
locking.
fact?
Here it is, dummy. The scientific fact is the observation.
Nigga, no, what's the proof,
Yes,
nigga?
yes. The
What? So if I
state
look
of
at the sky and I look
that's
at the
what the
water, I'm gonna say
observation
it's
is,
landlocked.
dummy.
What
You
the
watch
fuck?
the water and the sky, stupid. That's the observation.
No, but what's the proof though?
That's the proof, dummy.
That's not proof. You can't read
It
something and say
does,
that's proof.
stupid.
That's what we got a
Look,
problem
the
with in this
state of
community.
tidal
You
locking
guys are
bro,
reading
means,
cover
it's
listen,
an
stories
you're
and don't
just
have
absolute.
proof.
dumb. Bro,
An
you're
You're
just dumb and
absolute.
you're
philosophizing.
pseudo. Hold on, you
No,
pseudo.
you're
Absolute.
Watch this.
pseudo.
How you
Kick
Watch
it,
gonna
this.
throw
Watch.
pseudo
Look,
land
he's
judo.
so
on that?
pseudo, he don't know what tidal locking is. The
What
state
is
of
it?
tidal locking means that the moon's period of rotation on its axis is exactly equal to the period of revolution or orbit around the Earth. This is why we only ever see one side of the moon, dummy.
Also connected with with a woman menstrual
That don't
cycle.
Yeah.
mean
And look,
nothing
hold
but
on.
a
Here
bunch of
goes some
philosophy.
scientific
That's
facts
jargon
in
you're
tidal
spewing.
locking. Tidal locking is a natural consequence of the gravitational interaction between a body and its
Dog,
larger
Darwin ain't
celestial
never talk
partner,
about no
right?
goddamn moon. What is you talking about? Darwin ain't never talk about no moon,
No,
you
no,
retarded
moon,
ass
goofy.
dude.
I told you, goofy.
What the hell
Goofy
wrong with
nigga,
you?
bro.
Y'all gotta watch how y'all
So what's
use
the proof
Darwinism.
again, Cosman? What's the proof besides the philosophy?
Here we go. Gravitational tides cause friction. That's proof, stupid.
So
Here's
what
another.
have they
Hold on.
proven
Here's another proof.
gravitational tides?
Here's another proof, stupid.
Wait,
It's
wait,
called
because
the
gravity
slowing
is
of the
still a theory.
rotation because the moon is not perfectly spherical and its mass is not evenly distributed. The Earth's gravity constantly attempts to pull the closer tidal bulge back into alignment with the line of sight between the centers of the moon and the Earth.
So they got proof of
What
the Earth
about
pulling
torque?
something.
Yes, dummy. It's called gravity, stupid.
So gravity
Now
pulls
hold on.
something.
Yeah, now hold on. Now look, yes, stupid.
What is
It
it pulling?
gradually matter.
So what matter is it pulling?
All matter.
Toward what?
All of it.
So
Now
that means
this
that.
continuous
Hold up, wait a
tug.
minute.
Now look,
You keep
hold on,
using
listen,
theories
stupid.
to
Hold on,
fight your point,
stupid.
but you
Hold
ain't
on.
got past the
Here
first
we go right
theory.
here. Here we go right here. This answers your question. The continuous gravitational tug. Yes, there's a pull, stupid. The continuous gravitational tug in a smart guy creates a torque, huh? That has been acting as a brake, gradually slowing the moon's rotation over billions of years, stupid.
So in order to have a gravitational pull, don't you need a spin of some sort? So what's spinning?
Everything is in motion, first of all, but the Earth is spinning on its axis and
Okay,
it
now
has an orbit.
pull me up to prove that the Earth is spinning. What scientist did a project saying that the Earth is spinning?
Everybody, watch this. Is the Earth spinning? Watch this. Watch this. Watch this.
So about to get into that. He's a flat earther.
Yeah, he's a dummy too. Flat Earth, flat head.
And then I'll need to see the proof that they've proven that the Earth is spinning.
Fuck up, nigga.
I ain't gonna say
You can't see the
Man, what's Charlemagne got to do with the damn earth spinning, man? What the fuck
I
y'all
don't
hitting?
know.
Because they couldn't prove Charlemagne existed.
He couldn't prove it. He couldn't prove that he didn't.
What? If you have no case, the nigga didn't exist. You have nothing.
You have no
proof
case
to say he existed.
I
Prove that
was
he didn't.
bringing up. I still have your point pulled up here. Once this is done, absolutely.
Listen,
Okay,
man.
I just want to see what experiment proves the Earth is spinning. That's all I wanted to see.
Right. This movement is called rotation. And the
Nigga,
Earth
what? No,
rotates
what's the proof?
on its
Not what it's
axis.
called.
Hold on. Here's the facts about Earth's rotation. The Earth spins on an invisible line called
No.
which
What is the
runs
proof
through the
that
North
it's spinning?
Pole and the South Pole.
What
The axis is
experiment?
tilted at 23.5 degrees relative to the plane of Earth's orbit. Hold on. Here's also another objective proof. The speed. The speed of the rotation is not the same everywhere.
What is the proof that is rotating, Cosmo? What experiment have they conducted that proves that the Earth is spinning?
Speed.
Nigga, speed is not the experiment.
Yes,
I need you to
it is.
calm down, bro. See,
Yes,
that's
it
your
is. So
problem.
I'm gonna need you to just shut up for a minute. The speed, right? It decreases as you move towards the poles. Huh? Here's some observable effects. We do not need to feel the rotation because everything on Earth, the atmosphere, the oceans, and us is moving at the same constant speed. However, we observe the effects daily. Why? Through day and night. Day and night is a way to prove that the Earth spins. The Coriolis effect is a way to prove that the Earth spins. Right? Hadouken.
That's not proof, sir. That's
All right.
observation. What
Yeah,
experiment has been conducted?
observation, proof is always observable.
No, nigga, you can't observe, son. I could say I seen my grandma. She's not alive
That
anymore.
means your
So,
grandma's real. If you seen your grandmama, that
nigga,
means
she is not going grocery shopping tomorrow, nigga. Cut it out. You see what I'm
it
saying,
doesn't have to
Cosmo?
be shopping tomorrow. But your grandmama was real, just like Charlemagne was.
No, see, that's your philosophizing problem right there. You take something and try to grab it, but you have no proof that the earth is spinning, no
You have
experiment.
no
You
proof
say,
that your grandma existed.
look,
Man,
see, my thing
philosophy
is
is real,
you
dog.
no, you and
Philosophy is
OTK
based on real.
Is philosophy based on reality?
Junior,
Yes, is
Junior. I'm
it
gonna
based
start
on
calling
Is
real?
YouTube vote
philosophy
Junior,
based on
Junior.
reality?
Oh,
No,
damn
it's
It's
not.
right.
talking about shit they see, bro.
No, it's not, bro. Where does it
It
say
is,
it's
bro.
based on
What is
reality?
oh, you wanna get punched again?
Yeah, pull it
I'll
back
hit
up.
you again. I'll hit you again. Is
Oh,
philosophy
wait.
based
Really
on
quick, let's just touch
reality?
on this note. Hold up. It's saying
No,
here
no, I
Andrew
want to hit
Carnegie
you again.
founded
I don't
construct
want to hit
well, hold
you
up.
again. No, shut up. I want to hit you again. Is
No,
philosophy based on reality?
what does it say, Cosmon?
Yes. In its broadest sense, philosophy is based on reality, but it deals with reality in a unique way. It seeks to understand the nature of
The
reality,
nature. That
our
means the
knowledge of it,
realness of it, bro.
and values we derive
Right.
from it. How philosophy relates to reality. The connection between philosophy and reality is typically broken down into three main branches, which is metaphysics, one,
Mm,
right? Epistemology, or the knowledge
mm,
of reality, and ethics and aesthetics. These are
mm,
the proofs
mm.
Proves
derived
that
from reality.
philosophizing is not something that's actually real. It's someone's opinion of what reality is from their perspective. It's not an
Hadouken,
actual overall fact. It's an opinion.
Hadouken,
Oh my God.
And again,
Oh
Hadouken.
they're
my
using
God.
metaphysics. They're using what they think reality should be, like Sims. That's somebody's
And then
reality,
what's the
right?
third one?
Hadouken.
And what's the third one? And what's the third one? They using real people
Yeah.
and real things.
Aesthetics. Yeah.
What's the word? What's the third one?
Ethics and aesthetics. These
Now,
Mm.
branches deal. Hold on. Do you know what ethics and aesthetics mean?
it's still a part of
Do you know what they
philosophizing,
deal
sir.
with? Do you know what they deal with?
It's still all part of philosophizing, sir.
I am way out of your class, bro.
Uh,
Listen, ethics and aesthetics deal with value judgments. What is good, what is right or beautiful, why they are more abstract. They still
Somebody's
rely on,
opinion.
listen, they
Somebody's
still
opinion, bro.
rely,
It's
listen,
opinion based
but they
philosophy.
still, but listen, they still rely on the reality of human existence and experience.
From their opinion perspective. Okay, got it. On
in
to the
No,
order
next
to
it's not
subject.
from
in
their
order to
Back to
it's
give
the
not
their
earth
just from their
spinning.
perspective,
perspective.
dog. Listen,
Listen,
in
it
order to
deals with
give their
ethics.
perspective, they got to be seeing something that's real.
Real.
Okay. I got it, guys. Back to the earth
God
spinning. So,
damn,
what's
How?
bro.
your
Come
proof?
on, bro.
No,
What is
Hadouken,
the
nigga.
experimental proof that
No,
they
nigga,
have?
Hadouken, nigga.
You didn't Hadouken me. It's somebody's
Hadouken, nigga.
opinion. Philosophy is somebody's
Hadouken, nigga. It's
opinion
not an
of
opinion,
reality.
stupid.
It's not fact.
Ethics deals with human behavior, dummy. It's not opinion.
It is.
Yeah.
It is.
It,
It
No,
is.
and it's the
so, hey,
reality
so
of a shared
absolutely.
society. That is
Yeah.
what ethics is.
Yeah.
It deals with
So, hey,
it
absolutely.
deals with human behavior within the
Uh-huh.
reality of a
Right.
society. That's what an
Right.
ethic
And
is, nigga.
So, who started this philosophy?
absolutely. It also said absolutely that it deal with the nature of things. So when
Mm-hmm.
you hear something say that it deals with the nature of things, that mean they're getting to the root of
Yeah.
what they're seeing and what they're understanding. Therefore, they can get the understanding of where this came from
He
or what
don't
it's
even know
like this and just
what
like
does
that.
metaphysics
That's
mean?
what the nature mean. Nature means the original, bro. That means reality, bro.
Right.
Nature is
That's just
what
he
us
don't
in the America. That's what we
he
roll
don't
off
know
of,
that's
bro.
what He don't know that's what metaphysics mean. It means the
Yes.
nature of reality. That's what
It,
metaphysics is. Metaphysics
Being
is
the
the
core of it.
study. Listen,
Being the core of it.
metaphysics is the study of what is real.
so who created this whole philosophy
Yeah, I
jargon
Google it, nigga.
nonsense?
Look it up.
So you guys ever heard of
Look it
Aristotle,
up.
maybe Plato, or maybe
Look
Yo,
it up.
Socrates?
you the one who
You look it
used
up. They don't
philosophy,
exist,
bro.
nigga.
You
Remember,
the
they
one
don't
who brought
exist
the
for you,
word
nigga.
up, bro.
Stop
We
talking
wouldn't
about
even
them.
use no Greek. We wouldn't even use no Greek word. You use that
Yeah.
Greek word, bro, not
Yeah,
us.
nigga, and they don't
You
exist,
called
goofy.
us that.
Remember,
You
you said they don't
philosophizing.
exist, goofy nigga. So what is you
Yeah,
talking about
come
them
on,
for?
bro.
So
Stop that. You
philosophy is
Greek.
pretty much the backdrop to the history, like I was saying. It pretty much deals with science, law, politics, technology, and the whole educational thing that we're going through. It's
It
all
deals with
philosophizing
reality.
our words. They're putting our
Wrong.
words
It
in a
deals with
philosophical
reality.
way. It's
Wrong.
called pseudo
Wrong. It deals with reality
philosophy.
because
Have
it's
you ever
yeah,
heard of it? And
philosophy is
again,
the way you gain knowledge. It's real, bro.
okay, okay, let me go here. Let me go here to Andrew Carnegie really quick here. So this is how they got libraries all over the world,
I do.
including in Africa. They were funded by this whole eugenics movement. And of course, we all know that Andrew Carnegie was one of the great founders of the eugenics movement here in America. So what they were
Yeah,
doing
Carnegie
was
Hall.
making sure that all the history matched up. Now, Dosey had a question about, now, how would they have done this from the 1880s on? Now, my thing is, after 1865, they started this plan, and they called it Reconstruction. By
That shit ain't
187
real.
by 1877, they
You
were
know,
already working on
it
books
ain't
and
real, bro.
things of that nature. And
Yeah,
again,
Not
Carnegie
real,
ain't
they were
bro.
real.
also doing world fairs during the same
They
time as
didn't do
well
no
to get
world
workers
fairs,
over
bro. That
here.
shit ain't real. That shit's made up.
Yeah,
So,
Carnegie ain't real.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that shit ain't
Carnegie
real,
ain't
man.
real.
What is you
so
talking
these are
about?
things that
Yeah.
we do have more
No,
so facts
you
on
don't have no
of
proof of
these
that.
people
Nah.
actually
You ain't got no
existing.
proof of that. Prove
So
No, you ain't
anything
got no
before
proof. You ain't got
1800
no
is
proof
actually
he
hard to
existed, bro.
prove that that
prove that
stuff
he exists.
existed.
No, bro. Prove that he
That shit didn't
existed, bro.
exist, nigga. Wasn't no
Prove
goddamn
that he
none
existed,
of that
bro.
shit happened. You talking about?
You
Yeah,
talking about
bro.
Andrew
Prove
Carnegie?
he existed. Yeah, can you prove that he existed?
Oh yeah, I can actually prove that he existed. He has actually ID cards and other things with his names on it. Like a lot of the people that you guys say
What?
existed, like the war
What?
guy that Bat was
Whoa,
talking
whoa,
about. The
whoa,
guy
whoa,
had
Who?
whoa,
no
whoa,
war
whoa,
Who?
veteran
whoa,
cards.
whoa.
You said
There's
he
nothing
got a
with his
card
name
from
on
where?
it.
Where he get a
Nothing
card?
nowhere in anybody's system.
Where he
Where
get
you
a
get a
card
card
from?
from, bro? You get a card.
He got
Well,
a
this is
plastic card.
Carnegie. This is in the 1900s when they were starting to do real documentation. So whatever
Oh,
they wanted to do in the
He got a card.
1900s.
What
1900s,
kind? He got a plastic card to do what?
I'm just
1900s.
saying
I
these
thought you
guys
said this
actually
was
have real
1800s.
There
documentation
ain't no
of existence.
documentation. He ain't
No,
exist.
bro. Nah,
Now
he ain't
you're
exist.
1700s and beyond that, like going into 8th
None of
century
this shit even
BC.
happened, bro. What is you talking
None of
about?
that.
Yeah,
None of this what you talking
yeah,
about.
So
yeah.
again,
Word.
as you guys can see,
Andrew Carnegie
Carnegie
didn't exist, bro.
You
in
can't
his
prove that he exists.
Yeah, well,
2,509 libraries
ain't no
that they put up all over the
2,500
world
libraries that he
actually
built.
was
So,
the
Ain't
framework
no
of
way.
our
you
history.
believe
Ain't
that
no way.
so you believe that he literally made 2,000 libraries.
No, what he was doing was taking over the buildings that were already in certain cities.
All
I got
right,
a
Also,
yeah.
fake
So
ID.
do you
I got a fake
believe that
ID
he
from when
took
I was
over
17 to say my name is
2,000
John Stevens.
buildings?
Does that mean
Who
that
was he,
John
bro?
Stevens is real?
Yeah, where he get his money from to where he can buy 2,000 abandoned buildings or other people
No,
buildings
no, no.
and make a
No,
library?
he's saying he
Where was
built
he
them
getting
from the
all these
ground
books
up.
from, bro? Yeah,
He
where
don't
was he
say
getting all
found
these
it.
books
He
from,
said
bro?
he built every one of them.
of
Yeah.
course, that's the
2,509
story
of
they tell you guys. But we know that
And
he
this an
didn't build these
AI
buildings. These
overview,
buildings
dog.
were already in these spots.
Do you got any
Not real, bro.
historical information on this dude rather than this AI overview? Do you got
No,
any
I actually got a PowerPoint on this cat. No joke. I do got a
Yeah,
PowerPoint
man,
on
I know,
Yeah,
Carnegie.
but
that
I
power, your
gotta
whole
watch your
PowerPoint fake.
PowerPoints though, dog. We gotta watch your PowerPoints because you like to make up a bunch
Yeah,
of your
you
own
mix
shit
up
and make
shit
it
and you
look
don't
like
read
it's
well.
something. Yeah, and make it
You
look
don't
like
read
it's
well,
something
bro.
that you brought it from,
Well,
bro.
actually, that
We
still would have
caught
worked
you
in
with
my
that.
favor because the Excel spreadsheet, I was proving it to be a fake anyway. So it don't even matter. None of the shit existed. That guy was never real, if
Yeah,
that's what you're
none of yeah,
referring to.
Carnegie ain't real, so fuck
Okay,
that
bro.
shit you talking about.
All right. Okay. Well, who did
Wasn't no
Carnegie come
splitting up
from?
of no
Who
countries.
is
None of
Carnegie
this shit ever
ancestors,
happened.
bro?
Nigga, you
Yeah,
don't
who is
even
Carnegie
exist.
ancestors? Who was Carnegie ancestors, bro?
Well, his
Since you
backdrop is
say he
definitely fickle,
existed.
but after they were able to make their own documents, just like they recreated the Dawes Rolls and took the actual people that should have been on the Dawes Rolls off, so they were
They
able to write
recreated the
themselves
Dawes Rolls.
into history and put themselves as being
They
great
recreated the
once they were
Dawes.
able to get into office and
This nigga
recreate
just
the
making
document.
shit up.
This
Show us they
nigga,
recreated the Dawes Rolls.
this nigga went from
This
playing
nigga just be making
football
shit up. He
to
say anything. He a buck
basketball
dance all
to
around that
tennis. Now this nigga playing pickleball.
shit.
I'm just giving you guys the timeline. And like I said, Cosman, I would really like for you to
What
prove that the
system
earth
are
is
you?
spinning
What
also.
system are you using to tell time?
No, I would, and Cosman, I also remember letting you know that they didn't have longitude and
It's
latitude
called a
lines before
Hadouken, nigga.
1884.
It's called a Hadouken,
uh,
nigga.
So, and I
uh,
really would
And
like to see an
they
experiment of the earth
definitely had
spinning.
longitude and latitude before 1884.
Now, I want you to have
man.
proof of that. I got proof that
I
they
can
didn't
just
have
pull up it.
longitude and
I can
latitude
pull up
lines prior
any
to.
map of the 1700s and show longitude and latitude on it.
All right, pull it up right now, and I'm gonna pull up something that says they did not have longitude and latitude before 1883.
All right.
Dulcie, could you pull up 1880? Well, I guess he's about to take the screen. Just pull up was a longitude and latitude lines made after 1883.
No. You say you got a source, bro. We ain't Googling nothing. You say you got a source. He say he can pull up a map in the 1700s showing longitude and latitude on it. You said you went out into the 1800s, bro, and show that. So ain't no Google search gonna go on with that, bro. You got to show us that they ain't create longitude and latitude to the 1800s, bro.
And I also still need to go back to making sure that you guys prove with an experiment that the
Yeah,
Earth is
yeah.
spinning. I don't
Everything
want
He
to
said.
be
and,
looking at the
He
sky.
said. Hold on. We
nah, I
already
ain't never
proved
seen
that.
nothing about the Earth.
We already
Hey,
proved
yo,
that
bro,
You
what
anyway.
was
didn't
the
prove that the Earth is
what
spinning.
Yeah,
was
I did.
You said go
yeah?
look outside.
Hey, what was
Is
the
what the
No,
fuck you
I
said.
didn't
Geneva?
say
What
that.
was
I
the
didn't say that.
Geneva, bro? What was the Geneva Convention about, bro?
He don't know. And look, here go a simple thing, just simple way to debunk. He said longitude and latitude didn't exist before 1883. Well, here's a
And
map from the Library of Congress from 1865, right? Almost 2 decades before what he talking about. Let me show y'all this, right? From the Library of Congress, map
you mean
division.
from you mean from
You dig what I'm talking about?
1765?
No. 1865. He said it don't exist before 1883. I'm gonna just show 20 years
1883.
before that, it already
Okay, all
existed.
right, all
You
right,
dig what I'm
bet.
talking about? I'll go back to the 1700s, but we can just share this screen
Yeah,
real quick and kill that shit.
yeah,
Well, I ain't on my
big
computer
fact.
right now, but you can pull
Look,
up. Now, what'd you just share? I
look.
didn't see the map. My bad.
Yeah.
Let's take the enlarged,
Hey,
right?
Robert Lee, you
From
know what the
from Leroy, from George Louis Leroge, a cartographer, right? Called Map Monde Nouvelle. You dig what I'm talking about? This is a Paris from 17, written from a map from 1744, right? This is reprinted in 1865. The map dates from 1744. The language is French, right?
big facts
Let's
in
just go
French?
look real quick right on the map and see longitude and latitude right on the map from 1744.
And this was
Big
a
fact.
French guy that knew all of the longitude and latitude lines in 1744 before they
Yes.
established
They
the
knew him
line.
before that.
Yes,
They
bro.
knew him
He
before
knew
that, bro.
all of the
Yeah,
yes, bro.
yeah.
The
And
French,
look,
the
they
French
hadn't even
been in
look.
Canada, bro. The
Yeah, and
French
look,
been in Canada.
they hadn't even mapped out
Yeah.
the whole middle part yet.
Big
Look at the map.
fact.
Look at the map. Hold on. Look at Canada. They got Alaska.
Yep.
Right? They got it
They
over
ain't
here, but
been
look at
through.
the middle. The French hadn't got all the
Yep.
way here yet, but they was all
Big
through,
fact.
all up in here, all
Nova
through this
Scotia
shit.
and all of that.
You
Yeah.
dig what I'm talking about?
And
Yeah.
they mapped this out with the longitude and latitude lines, some French guys. Now, who's the French guy?
1744. 1744.
1744. I'm gonna look up that map really quick.
Right? It's called, hold on, let me back up out of it for you.
It's
So
in
you
the
can see what
Library
it's
of
called.
Congress, bro. Yeah, it's in the
Yep.
Library of Congress, bro. So don't have a problem with cars. Go take your problem up with the
Hold on, I
Library
want
of
him to
Congress.
see it. I want him to see though. It's called the Mappe Monde Nouvelle, or the map of the new
Map
world.
of the new land. Yeah.
Yep.
Yep. Map of the new world. New land.
Roche Rue des Grands,
Yeah.
Augustins Vive La Penière
August.
Fleurie, 1744.
Yeah. So it was in August that he wrote this.
Hmm.
All right,
Yeah.
all right. I got his ass.
Hey, absolutely. Don't worry, dog. Ass from all this.
Man, damn,
I just want
absolutely,
you
man.
to
I
get
hate
that
I
thing,
hate
man.
whooping on you like this, cuz.
Yeah, man.
But you did get disrespectful,
Keep
so I
the
had to put hands
same
on you,
energy.
nigga.
Yeah.
You got a
Keep
little
the same
disrespectful, called me
energy when you
stupid,
to
nigga,
the right.
all this crazy shit. Nigga, I'll dust you off.
All right, so if you type in greenwichmeantime.com, that'll pull up what I'm talking about. greenwichmeantime.com.
It's called Greenwich. And that, this nigga talking about when they set modern Eastern Standard Time.
Just type in
Nigga,
greenwichmeantime.com, please.
go ahead, sir.
And that's spelled. Well, I don't have my computer, so I can't even pull it up. I don't know if I can pull it up on my phone.
I'll pull it up for you.
Thanks, bro.
One second.
Absolutely.
Say
You
it
ain't got
again.
no computer.
Greenwich,
Greenwich.
GREENWICH.
Mm-hmm.
Meantime, MEANTIME.com.
Meantime. Oh, it's all one word.
Well, yeah, when you're doing the .com, yeah, it's all one word.
Okay, hold on.
And what is this
Meantime.
absolutely?
What? Yeah, what's this,
What is
dog?
this? What is this absolutely?
Now, well, I'm just showing you that the Greenwich Meantime. Maybe that's not the right one. Let me go to history first.
Hold on, we're gonna pull up this Greenwich Mean
No. Hold up. What is this saying? Absolutely.
why is it no longer used? The
Let
Greenwich,
me go to my.
hold
I
on.
got a little
Listen, wait a
presentation.
minute. The
He
Greenwich,
might be
hold
on
on.
to something.
The
He
Greenwich
might be on to
Mean
something.
Time is no longer used. The daily rotation of the Earth is irregular and has a slowing trend. Therefore, atomic clocks constitute a much more stable time base. On the 1st of January, 1972, Greenwich Mean Time as the International Civil Time Standard was superseded. That means they don't even use it no more. By Universal Time, Coordinated Universal Time, called UTC, and maintained by an ensemble of atomic clocks around the world. They don't use Greenwich Mean Time, brother. God damn it. Hadouken.
Hey, hey, bro. Let me see my Street Fighter shit. Why see that shit in the bitch? Oh shit!
Ah,
Hey,
shit.
listen, man.
Hold on,
Hey,
man.
listen. Y'all boy gotta be good, man. I'm trying to tell you, man.
Stop playing with God while I'll beat your socks off your feet. I'll turn your ass into pseudo jelly. You nigga don't talk about, boy. Stop playing with
Off
me,
your own shit. Off
boy.
your own shit at that. That's
Boy,
what's crazy.
boy.
That's what's crazy. But I love absolutely though.
That's my
You know
nigga.
what
He
I
got heart.
mean?
At least he get up here.
Word.
He do more than what most of these cats in the chat won't even do.
Yeah.
They
I
ain't got
want
the
him
heart
to
to
keep
get up
that
here and
same
stand on that shit.
energy.
So salute
Yeah.
Absolutely. That's why we fight. Only
Salute.
reason I even talk to Absolutely is because I like Absolutely.
Right.
Hey,
My
right
yeah,
back
that's
at
my
you, Cat.
brother.
But we ain't done with this
Exactly.
longitude, latitude. Wait, let me go to my Greenwich convention. I'm about to go get on my computer. You
My
nigga.
man, my nigga.
I'm about to go find my shit.
This nigga. This nigga
Oh,
diabolical.
Shit.
This nigga
Hey, yo,
diabolical.
I'm
absolute.
about to pull it up.
Absolute.
Yes, sir.
Hey, bro, I want you to have this same energy now. You know what I mean? Uh, and without saying people didn't exist, I want you to have this same energy. And when
Yeah.
people talk about these people, then you find out what the fuck they had going on, bro. And you will know the history before they even came over this motherfucker.
Type in Prime Meridian. Let's just go to the Prime Meridian Wikipedia. Let me go ahead.
Did the prime meridian move? Huh? Absolutely.
Did the Prime Meridian move?
Oh
No, this is
shit.
when they started the Prime Meridian
No,
doing this.
Did it
no,
move
hold
since
up,
they
hold up.
started it?
Did they move? Did they move the prime meridian, brother? Yes or no?
Like what, 2 feet over? What you
And
mean? In London?
what happened? What
Like
happened?
2 feet over. They moved it like 2 feet over in London. It ain't moved far.
But they moved it.
Yeah, they moved it in 1972, I think it was. But after Woodrow Wilson signed it in play, it was always going through London. So United States
Uh,
actually set that up with Taft, President so-called
uh,
Taft. But it was really the eugenics play that they put into play when they put the coordinate system onto the maps. That happened after 1883. There was no coordinate system before 1883 on any
the
map.
prime meridian ever in America.
Well, America had its own prime meridian, and it wasn't called a prime meridian. We was going off solar time. Whenever the sun is over your head,
Mhm,
that's high noon.
mhm.
That's the beginning of your day.
All right. So now, was they prime meridian off? That's why they changed their calendar more than once. And was ours right? And are we using somewhat of our calendar of the past today? Yes or no?
We're still on the same calendar. What they've done is just changed up the number of the years. So they can, like I said, they changed up the number of the years also in 1883, 1884, doing this Prime
Days,
Meridian
the days,
Greenwich Conference.
not the years, the days and the months, not the years, bro. The calendar didn't necessarily tell you the year. It would tell you your month. Um, I would go as deep as some calendars will probably tell you your zodiac. You know what I mean, depending on where you was at. Um, yeah, days and months, bro. Not years.
What do you
Not years.
mean? So they had to make up the years to make up the days and months.
No, like it's up to you. to keep track of your age, your year, or whatever like that.
So
Like
if somebody comes along and put a time to it, it's not your
the reason
time.
why
So
I'm
they made
telling
up
you
that
that,
time.
the reason why I'm telling you that, bro, because when we find these calendars of these people, we can't, we can't, we don't know a date of existence as far as time. They will say we always been here, like before this calendar. So they didn't use the calendar per se as far as keeping track of years. They used the calendar as far as dealing with nature, as far as um agriculture, harvesting, time of the seasons. You know what I mean? When it's time to prepare for certain things, like to deal with nature, bro. It's just now that people use the calendar to tell years. That's why the calendar started what? What we in year 2000? You understand what I'm saying, bro? If they was keeping track of time back then, our calendar today will probably be a million years right now, bro, and counting. If that makes
No,
sense.
no, 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 OTK. They started the time off of the Bible time. That's why we're only in year 2025, because Jesus is said to have lived 2,000 years ago, right?
Well, they
So
didn't.
that's what
They
they
did,
set the
bro. What
time
I'm
off
telling
of.
you is you can't show me nothing over here, bro, that say how long we existed over here, bro.
But to say we're
That got
going
a
off
date on it,
Jesus
bro.
time
What,
2,000
stop.
years ago ain't
No,
right either.
bro. I ain't say we going off Jesus time. I say they are.
No, you are too if you own this 2025 count,
Well,
OTK.
okay, I got you. I understand what you're saying. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, I got you. I got you. I feel you. I feel you. I understand you. I
So,
understand
and
you.
then we got to ask ourselves why
Hold
we
on. Do you
only
got
count.
another count? What you
What you
mean?
say?
You ain't got no other count. You locked in with this Justinian Gregorian calendar just like anybody else. You
Yeah,
don't
just
know
like
another
anybody
year
else.
other than 2025. You not cold like me, nigga. You can't whip out no charts and actually show that the year is 72,177 of the Cosmine era, nigga. You don't know this is year 177 of the Cosmine era since upright thinking man like me and you, nigga.
Cosman, could you pull up the
Yeah,
International
nigga.
Meridian Conference? That's what I meant to say.
Already.
International Meridian
Now
Conference.
that happened in 1884. Now the question was, did they move the line?
Yeah, that's what they're gonna tell you. They moved it from Greenwich to
All right.
London. So
So
they
they
did.
OTK,
It
are
was
you on
so
your
they
computer?
so the line was created and made up, right?
there was never a line until the United States said we're gonna make the line in London. That's what
You're
0 degrees
wrong.
would
You're
start.
wrong, brother. Every country had its own meridian.
So
Right.
okay, so
Right.
wait, Cod. Well, you're
That's
proving
a
me
center
right,
point of
Cod.
Just when they went to
AC.
a standard in 1884, every country used its own meridian.
Yes. You
Because
retarded. That's
that's what I'm trying to
literally.
tell you. Didn't I just say the prime meridian
Hey,
was not even
do
called a
that one
prime
more
meridian?
time
And
for me, Cosmo.
cause
Hold
Hey,
on, hit this nigga one
you're
more
not
time.
explaining it right.
Wait, hold on, y'all. Hold on. OTK, are you on your computer?
Hold on, we gonna say something else.
what happened, sis?
Are you on your computer?
Wow, what happened, sis?
I sent you an email.
Oh, okay. Um, what you want me to do with it?
I'm giving you the
Hold on.
controls.
Oh, damn. Everybody already
You
talking
can't
shit,
get one.
man.
You can't get one milestone. You can't get one milestone. Like no licks,
Hold
nigga.
up. Hold
I'm like,
up.
bro. Remember when you used to fight your big cousin? You used to hold his hand out over your head and hold you by your head. You be swinging like you be swinging. You be swinging. That's how I got. That's how I got absolutely right now.
Hey, You ain't proved the Earth spinning yet, but I ain't gonna let that ride either. But we're gonna get back to this longitude latitude line.
No, man, I'm done. I'm falling back.
And absolutely, you don't
Yes,
believe
I.
that Earth is spinning. Do you believe that the sun or the moon is spinning?
I mean, that's what we're going off telling time. OTK is called universal solar time. That's what we're
No, no,
using.
no.
That's what they're
So,
calling the atomic
so
clock.
the sun
The
and the
sun.
moon. So the sun and the moon is spinning.
It's not spinning, it's circling around us. So you can call it a
That's
spin over
spinning. That's
360.
spinning,
Okay,
bro.
Spinning.
okay. We'll but it's circling above us. It's not spinning,
So
it's
everything
circling above
spinning
us.
for us, right?
Ah,
Yeah, we're
Right.
stationary.
So everything is spinning, brother. You just admit that it's spinning. God damn.
No, the earth is not spinning, sir.
Yeah,
You don't
yes,
have
it
no
is.
proof of the earth spinning, but we know that the sun is spinning. If
Listen,
you
if
want to say that.
everything besides the earth is spinning, right? Why ain't the earth spinning?
The trees ain't spinning, fool. I'm saying, man, look,
Everything is moving, brother.
everything ain't moving. No
Everything is
instrument,
moving.
no experiment has proved that the earth is spinning,
Everything is
cause
moving. That's the very first law. As a matter of fact, and it's part of the second law of thermodynamics that nothing that anything that's in motion will tend to stay in motion till acted upon by outside forces, and things that aren't in motion tend to not stay in motion till acted upon. That's the second law of thermodynamics. That's
be
Newton,
right
nigga.
back, y'all.
I don't subscribe to Newton being the end all of the law
Nigga,
of
that shit.
physics.
Anyways, man, you right. You right. Go ahead. Newton didn't exist. My bad.
No, because wasn't Newton the father of physics? There was
No,
no
he didn't
physics
exist. There
until.
ain't no physics. Physics don't
So
exist.
the law
There
of the
is no
thermodynamics and all these other
no,
laws were
none of it
based off
exists.
Newton's
We don't
findings,
even
correct?
exist. Absolutely.
This is the same guy that had an
You're in
apple
the
drop on his
matrix.
head. Now, what
You're in the
apple trees
matrix.
were
That's
in
what I'm
London?
saying. None of this
London
exists.
had no apple
Brother, there
trees.
is no London.
Where is Newton from? Where does they
It
say he
doesn't
was from?
Newton doesn't exist.
And tell me what apple trees they had out there. They were
There
not
is
growing
no
apples
apples,
in England.
sir. There is no apples. Trees, what trees? What are you talking about?
That's what I'm saying. The story is pseudo, cause.
Yeah, there's no trees.
So gravity is pseudo.
Everything's pseudo.
Just tell me how you get gravity from an apple falling on your head. Just tell me.
There is no gravity from apples because there is no apples or gravity, sir.
And do you have proof that Newton existed
Do
while
you
you're
have
following his
proof
theory?
that Newton existed?
No, that's why I'm asking you, because
Okay,
there ain't
so
no
then,
proof that
so
he
then
existed.
Newton didn't exist. What are you talking about?
There's no proof that he actually existed.
Okay, well, nothing exists. It's not real.
Now,
You're
you know that
yeah.
Einstein supposedly debunked
No, there
Newton in
is
his
no
gravity theory,
Einstein.
right?
Brother, what are you talking about? He didn't exist.
Now, I'm just saying Einstein is in the
No, I'm just
1900s,
saying
correct?
there is no Einstein. There's no such thing as Einstein.
When was Newton? Newton was not in
Wasn't
the
no Newton.
1900s, correct?
No.
Einstein was.
Mm-mm. No, he wasn't. Wasn't no Einstein.
See what I'm saying? The 1900s is things that we can actually vouch for.
There
But
ain't
when you
no
go back to like the
1900s, brother.
15, 16,
You
1700s,
can't prove it's the
talk about
1900s
Newton,
outside of the Gregorian calendar. Brother. Stop.
the Gregorian calendar was actually started in 1884 with this whole new calendar set up,
Guess what?
bro.
You don't know any time outside of that. You're bound to it.
Well, you know what? Like I said, man, before they got here and actually,
I'm just
so to
saying,
speak, conquered everybody, we had our
ain't
own calendar,
nobody
right?
conquering didn't exist. Didn't happen.
All I'm saying is that longitude and latitude lines
There is
started
no
after
longitude and
1884.
latitude, brother.
And so you would have to
Brother,
prove
you
to me
can't
that
even
this
move
French
on the
map
ground,
maker.
brother. Listen, no, listen, bro. There are no maps.
No, for real, you got to prove
No,
to
no,
me
for
that a
real. I'm
French
saying
map
no, no,
maker actually
no.
created that map with
No,
longitude
there
and
is no
latitude
map.
lines.
What are you talking about?
Let me go pull up this French map maker. I
Ain't
want to
no
see
map.
where did he get his longitude and latitude knowledge from, because that took a lot of
Longitude and
extensive work.
latitude wasn't no longitude and latitude, brother. Remember?
But I'm telling you,
Wasn't none. So what are you talking about?
And see, that's what I'm saying. You got to really dig in deep on these sources that you guys are pulling up.
What source? What source you pull up?
Like, you still haven't shown the source that the actual Earth spins. I
I
mean, that
did.
would have been great to see if you had an
I showed it.
experiment.
I showed it.
No,
And it's
you
tons of
said if I go
experiments.
out and look at the sky,
No,
that
I didn't
proves.
say that. You made that up. I didn't say
No,
anything
you
about
said if I
looking
look
at
at
the
the
sky.
aurora borealis, that
I didn't
proves
say
that the Earth
anything
is
about
spinning.
aurora borealis. You're lying.
You said if I watch the moon for 28 days, on the 28th day,
No, I didn't
Santa
say if
Claus
you
is
watch
going to
the
show.
moon for 28 days. You're lying. You're just confused.
And I told you that the tide happens twice a day. You said it's every
You're
28 days.
confused, brother. You're confused.
Now you prove that nothing that you said is actually correct. So you're such a good philosopher.
No. Ain't no falsifier. There nothing exists, brother. What are you talking about?
No, seriously, give me one
No,
experiment that the
seriously.
Earth is spinning.
I'm just saying. I gave you tons of experiments. You weren't able to comprehend that they were experiments and didn't think they were. So I'm not going to do it again.
Okay, so Cosmon, if you're
You
on your
said the
computer,
you said the earth ain't spinning, right? I say there is no earth. Prove that
no,
it's
it's,
earth.
it's because you say these things because you
I'm
can't
just
actually
saying,
back up what you're
prove
saying
it's
though when I
earth.
really ask you the real questions
I'm just
behind
saying,
what you say.
I'm letting you know. I'm just using your theory and your logic. There is no earth. Prove that the earth under your feet is the same earth under my feet.
And see, that's where our logic gets thrown off course because I'm questioning your history that you're going off of, saying that people came from Europe, like small little France, and actually populated half of America, the interior of America. That's like outlandish, though. I mean, I hope you can understand what I'm saying, cause you know how big France is. To say that all these French people came from overseas and then populated Middle America during such a crazy time where they were being snatched up and kidnapped over in Europe during the same 400-year span that they were coming over to
Bro,
America and conquering us.
bro, what French was being snatched up and kidnapped when the French was in power in the 1700s, bro? What are you
So
talking
weren't the
about? Because
Moors
you don't know
snatching up people
history.
all along
That's
that
how I know
island?
you don't. That's how I know you don't know history,
Wait, wait,
bro.
wait. Weren't the
That would not
Moors
came
snatching
out of
up
your
people
mouth,
all?
bro. That would not came out of your mouth, bro. About
So
the French,
okay, so
man.
who are the
And
white? Wait,
they
wait,
was
wait,
doing the fucking kidnapping.
wait. So
To
OTK,
be
who are all the
honest,
white people in North Africa that are slaves during
uh,
the same time?
man, you had some people that was already white in Africa, bro. That's what I'm gonna say. What they would
Okay,
consider
no, I'm
being
saying
white.
like it was over a
Do
million
you
slaves
do you
there for like three, four
do
hundred
you,
years,
do
right?
you agree? Yeah, I already know, bro. During the height
And
of
what's
the
that time
transatlantic
frame?
slave trade, I can see you've been watching me. I can see you've been
No, but
watching
what's
me
that
because
time frame
Yeah,
of
he been
these white
watching.
slaves?
yeah,
He
you've been
been
watching
watching.
me, bro. Because that's the shit I brought out. Do you know
No,
that?
OTK, just
Absolutely.
answer my question.
No,
What's the time
absolutely. Do
frame
you
of these white
know?
slaves in North
And now
Africa?
people might have brought it out before me. Now people might have brought it out before me, and I regurgitate that shit. And I'm glad that I did because now it's
No,
hitting home.
OTK, we ain't on other
Nah,
people. I'm
fuck
asking you a
that.
question.
What?
What's the time frame of these white slaves in North Africa? Please just answer my
Um,
question.
17th, 18th century.
All the way up until when?
What do you mean?
So when did the white slave trade stop in North Africa is what I mean. You said from the 1600s and I'm asking till when?
No, you actually. When was all these people in Africa, bro?
I said North African slave trade with white people being the slaves in North Africa. When did that slave trade
Exactly.
happen?
When was they there, bro? That's what you asked me.
Okay, so when were they there being slaves in North Africa, the white people?
Oh man. I told you the years, the centuries rather. Shit, it might have been 15th century, 16th century shit. It might have started earlier than that. Matter of fact, it did start earlier than that. You know what I mean? But I don't want to get into all that. It actually started like we can go far as back as fucking 711 AD.
Okay, that's where I was gonna hit at with the history that's been
Yeah,
told us, because they also said that hey, they had white slaves during that time in North Africa and Spain.
yeah, and they was that's the trans-Saharan slave trade.
Now, where are they
Have
getting
you
these
you
white
ever
people
heard of that?
from? OTK,
Have you
wait,
ever
wait,
heard of that? Hold
wait,
up. Have you ever
OTK.
heard
There's
of that?
white folks
Hold
already
up.
in Africa, brother.
Yes.
No, no, no,
Yes,
no,
yes,
no.
yes. Yes.
Yes, it
It had
is,
been
bro.
there hundreds of years.
Yes,
Look up
bro.
the Vandals.
Yeah, they've been
They
there
had been in
hundreds of
North
years,
Africa for
bro.
hundreds of years.
Yes, the whole Ptolemy
Right?
bloodline,
White
my
people
dog.
who had already
The
been
whole
there prior.
So you're telling me
Talking about
that
Prior.
the
in the
black, the
500s,
so you tell
400s,
So
they're there.
So you telling me
Ptolemy
that the
bloodline.
Moors in Spain never went to kidnap other white people from Europe? Are you? That's what you're telling me?
They didn't go that far up, bro. The
Yes,
Moors
they
didn't go
did.
that far
OTK.
up, bro. No, they didn't. Well, how far you say they went, bro?
They were
That's what I
snatching
asked
people
you
off
earlier.
the
How
coastline
far did they
for
go, bro?
ages.
He asking
No,
you how
no,
far did
no,
they go
bro. No,
upwards
bro.
into
You're
Europe?
talking about the Barbary. You're talking about the Barbary slave trade. I'm not. I'm talking about that too. But you said that they went and they was kidnapping white people. How far did the Moors go, bro?
All the way up to so-called United Kingdom in today's time. They were all the way up there snatching
All right,
people for
all
years.
right, bro. Do you know how vast Europe is compared to where just the United Kingdom, which is if I'm not mistaken, the
A
United
little
They
Kingdom
bitty
rode the whole
and all that ain't
coastline
no
up,
fucking
OTK.
island.
They rode the whole coastline up. They were snatching
Yeah,
Frenchmen. They were snatching.
aren't those like
They
islands?
were
Ain't those,
not.
those like fucking islands, bro?
They were not.
So who were they snatching then?
They weren't snatching anybody.
Yeah, they wasn't, bro. They people was selling them.
They didn't snatch nobody on the
So you mean to tell me?
on the whole western coast of Europe. Not one Ottoman or let me specifically say more snatched anybody
Big
on the
facts.
western coast or the islands of Europe. Not one person.
They was breeding with them.
Mm.
So you telling me
They
the
was
Moors was
breeding
just
with them,
breeding
bro.
with the other people, but they were enslaving the white
Yeah,
people
they
in North
was.
Africa? That's what you're telling me
For
now.
what, bro? No, they wasn't the one that was enslaving, bro. They was breeding with them.
So there was no so they weren't enslaving the other white people in Europe. They were only enslaving the white people that were already in North Africa. Is now what you're telling me?
They were slaving primarily Christians.
Yeah, against it was a religious thing, bro. Because remember
So
now,
were French called
Your
were the
Moors
French
brought
Christians also?
Islam. Your
Not
Moors
all
brought
of them, no.
Mohammedanism, bro. Your
A lot
Moors
of them
brought
were pagans
Mohammedanism, bro.
until Charlemagne in 800.
Big
Hmm.
facts.
Hmm.
So we're
See how
talking
we
about the
came all
time
the way
frame of
back around? See how we came all the way back around with that
I
Hadouken?
see you talk about the Moors and not talk about Charlie. Hey, cuz I should have never brought that shit out.
So
I should
are
have
you guys
kept
saying
that in the
Charlemagne was
cut.
also a white man that was doing that ruling? Or are you guys saying he's a
It
black
don't
guy?
matter.
Who was
It
white?
don't matter.
Who was white? Who was white at this time, dog? European don't mean you're white, bro. Do European mean you're white? Is that what you saying, bro?
Well, you guys haven't substantiated the
No,
color here,
ain't no
but you
you
were
guys
saying
shit.
Because the
No,
color
no,
don't
I'm not
matter.
asking about
it
you
does
guys. I'm
matter.
asking
It
you.
doesn't.
Does
It does.
European
Color is
mean
low
white,
hanging fruit for
bro?
low vibratory
No, it's
people.
not. It's while we're in a racial war right now, cause
Well,
that
we're
that
Bro,
didn't
not.
sound
does
too.
We're not in a
European,
racial war,
bro,
stupid.
does
Stop.
European mean
We're not
white,
in a racial
bro?
war,
Yes
nigga.
or
We have
no?
babies with white girls. Stop it.
Right. Does European mean white, bro? Yes or no?
Stop it.
European means
You're
you're a
low
thief. That's what
vibratory
the word
thought.
means. European means
All
you're a
right.
thief.
Okay. All right, all right.
I'm saying
So
more
does
mean
African?
melanated
So
European.
if they
That's what it
was
means.
using Africa at this time, if they was using Africa, would they be saying Africa means black?
Mm.
Are you asking me, does Africa mean black?
In this time, you said European doesn't mean white. So does African mean black?
Well, I'm just trying to put a fist around what you guys are saying in your story, saying that this guy, Charlemagne, came from France, went down to South Africa and sailed the river
Hey,
and
who
went
kicked
all
the?
the.
Let me ask you a question. Who kicked the Moors' ass and kicked them out of Spain?
According to the story, they said the Christians did it.
Which Christians? From where?
According to the story.
Should have been the Christians that were from the Castilian and Ferdinand family lineage.
Where they from?
They should have been coming from Upper Spain.
Nope.
Francia.
France.
Francia.
We're Gauls.
Francia.
So okay, so
And
when did the France or the Gauls kick them
remember,
out?
it is the Vandals.
Yes, and Ferdinand and Isabella was the union, homeboy. That's what combined all of Europe together
Wait,
to make
guys.
them
So
a
you're
formidable force.
OTK. So let me
Yep.
just stop you guys. So you're saying that Ferdinand and Isabella were French, but they spoke Spanish?
No, they
No,
were Spanish.
no, no. Isabella was not French.
Yeah, she
So
wasn't
who was
French.
French? Wait, who was French then? Since you're telling me they came from
Ferdinand.
France,
No, neither one of them
Ferdinand,
are
bro.
French.
I know
Neither
that.
one of
That's
them
so
Yeah,
are
why you
French.
bringing up France?
Because
he was
we
the
talking
king of
about
that.
who kicked them niggas out, who kicked the Moors
Who
out.
kicked them out?
The
And it
people who
was
kicked the
them.
Moors out were French.
So who was the French man that came and kicked the Moors out? Who was the leader of this
Look
French
it up.
coalition that kicked out
A
the
bunch
Moors?
of them. Look it up.
It was
But they
the
called the
French
group.
army, bro.
They called the group Andals Vandals.
So it wasn't Ferdinand and Queen Isabella that kicked the Moors out?
Don't that come later?
Yes. Yeah, that shit started
The
before
whole later you
Isabella.
mixing up the timelines.
No, I'm
It
not. No, I'm
started
No,
not.
with
you
Isabella
are.
Mama. It started with Isabella Mama.
So who
Actually,
kicked them out in 1492?
Who did?
that was
Who,
Ferdinand and Isabella.
who was there? Who was they kicking out in 1492? Ferdinand and Isabella.
The Jews.
Yeah.
So those people are no longer called Moors. Now they're Jews.
The
I
Jews.
don't know,
They've
bro.
always
They
been
Jews,
Jews.
bro. That's what they are.
They,
They
they
Jews,
had an
bro.
expulsion before that in 1484.
Fact.
So
That
these are
led up
not
to
Moors.
1490. That was
So
Isabella Mama.
A
Big
Moor
fact.
can be anybody, man. It can be
Anybody,
they're
bro.
conversos. They
no,
was
no,
Yeah,
no, no,
Jews,
no. But a
they was
Moor was a
Islamic.
Muslim. A
You
Moor
can
was
be
a Muslim
Christian.
according
You
to the
can
story,
listen.
though.
You can be a Jew. You can be a Muslim and a Christian and a
all Christian.
Buddhist and still
Big
be a
fact.
Moor.
Big
No, you
fact.
couldn't. You couldn't do
Yes,
all
you
that back
can.
then. We're talking about
Yes,
back
you
then, though.
can. Yes, you
Yes, you
can.
could, bro.
Not according to history, dog. You had to choose one or the
You don't
other.
even know that the Vikings were known,
Yes,
many
bro.
of them, as Moors.
According to history, bro. Yes.
Yeah.
According to history says yes, bro. It's just a bunch of stories with them. And then we see later, dog, that they was getting demonized. Like being called a fucking
Yeah.
Moor was being demonized, dog. Like, you know what I'm saying? So that shit had dig
Hold
way
up.
more
Wait a
deeper
minute,
than
guys. So,
than
wait. Wasn't Spain speaking Arabic during this time of Muslim rule?
No.
So they were
Al
speaking
Andalus.
Spanish the whole time in Spain.
They was
They've
no,
always
that's
spoke
what
España.
that was
No,
part
it's
of the
Castilian.
creation
They don't
of the
speak
Spanish.
Spanish. They
They
speak
speak
Castilian.
Yeah, that was
España.
part
It is
of the creation.
Castilian is Latin.
Right. Right.
It's not Spanish though.
It is.
No,
Spanish
It's
is
Spanish came
Latin.
Castilian.
later, bro.
It's
Yeah,
the
it came
same
later,
thing.
bro.
It's just like
Right.
it's like
A
the difference
mixture.
between modern Spanish and Castilian. Castilian is more like
Greekish.
It's a
more
shoot
like
off of the real
no, it's
Spanish,
not. It
basically.
comes
Yes, it is.
before it.
No, it don't.
It's a
No,
It's
it
not
shoot
a
don't.
off
shoot
the
off.
Latin,
Castilian
bro.
comes before modern
Yes.
Spanish.
It don't.
It's a
It
shoot
does.
off the
And
Latin, bro.
and they still speak Castilian
Yeah.
today, and there's a difference in the language. Spanish, modern Spanish is almost like a lingua franca, or you dig what I'm talking
Right.
about? It's got more street savvy, suave to it.
It's
Castilian is
got
strict.
American words in it,
No,
so it's the
because
original
it's
Spanish.
strict Latin, damn near.
Yeah.
It
No,
has a
Spanish
whole
is
Yeah.
the
total.
original
It has
Spanish
a
that was
total.
born
It has
here.
a total different
Castilian was
structure.
taught to those people over there. That's the
Wrong,
offshoot of the original Spanish. That's not the
wrong,
original
Nah, bro.
before
wrong,
Stop that
our
shit, bro.
Spanish.
Stop
wrong,
that shit, bro. Stop that.
wrong.
Stop
They
that.
spoke Castilian before they spoke modern Spanish.
Yeah, bro. Big
Yeah.
No,
facts.
again, that's something that
It's
you
the
would not be
offshoot
able to
of
prove with
Latin.
hard facts. But I'm gonna
It's
let
Yeah,
the
you
man,
slide
it's
on
offshoot of
that
easy.
one
It's
Latin,
easy to
bro.
prove, man. You can
because you
Google that.
never
Yeah, it's
mentioning that they
That's
spoke
dumb,
Arabic
bro.
in
Bro,
Spain, and
stop.
they did
Stop.
speak Arabic in
Absolutely.
Spain prior
That's
to.
dumb, bro.
bro.
You
The
can just
whole
Google that on
Italian
your phone real
language.
quick. Does
How you mean they spoke
Castilian
Arabic in Spain, bro? Don't you know that Arabic has Italian language in it? Italian helped form the fucking Arabic language.
it's
Latin.
it's it's
Latin
in
is part
oh
of
my
the
god.
Arabic language, bro. Or the
Oh.
progenitor of it. So what
No,
are
that's
you
because you're
talking
saying that
about?
because you think Latin actually came from Italy. That's why
No,
you're
bro.
saying
What
that.
I'm
Latin
telling you
comes from
is
Europe, bro.
Arabic is a
It's
combination of languages, bro.
Proto-Indo-European.
Yes,
Uh,
it's a
I told
combination
you
of
they just
languages,
made up that
bro.
Proto-Indo-European language cause. I know we've been through this.
Man,
I
man,
beat you up
stop that,
then too. I
man.
don't want to beat you up
You
no more.
didn't beat me up. I showed you where they
I
just made
knocked
up
you
those
and Chief out.
Proto-Indo-European
Nigga, I had
languages.
you and Chief with your booty in the air, nigga, knocked out. Nigga. Yeah, slumped your ass, nigga. Had
You
both of you
really
niggas looking
didn't.
stupid because you niggas couldn't prove that Latin came from America, nigga.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
nigga,
no way, no
Hadouken's your
how,
dumb
bro.
ass, nigga. You and that nigga.
I
There's
did
no way
prove
Oh
to
that
yeah,
find
Latin
that,
came from
clearly.
bro.
America. I
Everybody I beat
proved
up,
that Latin
I
came from
remember because
America.
I gotta
No,
remember
you didn't,
why you
bro.
don't like
No,
me.
you didn't.
I gotta remember why you
Mm.
always trying to tit for tat and all that because I be beating your ass.
Man,
You
I
dig
proved
what I'm
that
talking about?
Latin
And
came
they
from
always
America multiple
yeah,
different ways. I just told you
always
that
trying to
they
get some get
created
back.
that Proto-Indo-European
Y'all niggas,
languages in the
man, y'all niggas
1800s.
always trying to get some get back because you up here lying and we be beating y'all ass up with that dumbass
So
shit y'all be talking
absolutely,
about.
what you saying? Absolutely, you saying that our peoples them took our language over there and created their language? That's what you're saying, bro?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Just like
Uh,
JB was talking, like
okay.
in today's time,
Uh,
they're making up words that we already had here. We already had the word motor and cycle here way before
yeah.
in the
Well, don't you
1800s.
know?
Those two words have been in America. So, but they just
What?
got the word motorcycle
Don't you know?
recently, and they're
Don't you
calling
know
it
it was
something
some
else.
words? Don't you know it's some words in Spanish to where they don't know that we got, and all they do is add the O or the A at the end and say it exactly like us?
That's what
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you. That my guy just said, JB from Zimbabwe, that they're doing also. That's
Um,
how I'm telling you. Castilian is a new
Man,
language. We
JB
have the old language.
Houston, nigga. That nigga is
bro.
not from Zimbabwe. That nigga is American.
No,
Big
his
fact.
He's
people
a
are from
whole citizen.
Zimbabwe.
That nigga is a whole citizen.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
his
he a
people are
whole
from
different
Zimbabwe.
person.
So what?
And
There's
what?
nothing wrong with that. Hey, I don't mind. I'm just saying that he's saying that
Is
they're
JB
creating new words every day in their language from the American
is we
vocabulary.
is
Well,
JB good
damn,
people?
bro. Don't we create new slang words every day?
Yeah,
No,
but
he
we're
missing the
creating them.
point.
Other
He
people are
missing the point.
taking
Is
them and putting
JB
them in
good
their
people?
language.
Listen, is
Bro,
JB good people?
why come
Absolutely.
up with a
It,
word, dog, if you don't want nobody else to say it? You might as well
No,
keep that
that's
shit
not
to
the. That's
yourself
I'm
then.
giving you guys a history rundown of how they're using our language and then
well, you
taking it
don't
to
Dog,
got
their
you
no
not
language.
history.
giving us
You don't have no
shit.
history. Absolutely.
Yeah,
None
we
of your
like
history
giving
exists.
shit.
Who has the only Latin alphabet that was in use before anybody else's
The
Latin
Latin,
alphabet?
the
No,
What
Latin,
year was
no.
that Latin alphabet
the
found, bro?
Romans, the Greeks, the
And where
Man, the
Etruscans,
was it
Romans, the
founded at,
Greeks,
bro?
none of those
and
people
the
And
existed
where was
over
Etruscans.
it
there,
founded
bro.
at? Where was it founded at, bro?
What, the American Latin language in
Where
There ain't
America?
where was it
American
founded at?
Latin.
What year in
No
America
such
it was
thing as
founded, bro?
American Latin.
You can go back and see that we've been using the Latin script since the inception of writing in America.
Wrong.
Where can I find this at, bro? Hold up, where can I find this at?
You can
Found
find it
the
right
manuscript
now when you're writing your
before
words. We've been using that
No,
Latin
no.
alphabet.
James wrote it
Can
down.
you give me can you give me an author or something like that? Or you going off of your subjective thought?
Right. He gonna regurgitate what I taught him. Go ahead.
No, I just go back to the 1828 dictionary.
And
1828. I thought you say so Webster existed?
I never said Webster never existed.
Webster couldn't
I'm
exist.
asking you though, did
He got a
Webster exist,
philosophy.
bro?
Webster got a
Yeah,
philosophy. His
because
philosophy
that
is that
definitely was a
words have
philosophy.
meaning, nigga. So that mean they ain't
Bruh,
real, nigga.
yeah, you thought we didn't know what 1828 was, yo? Is this
Yeah, nigga.
dictionary that Webster created? How many words came out the American language inside this dictionary, my good brother?
Hmm.
All of them.
Okay, then. So, did Webster
That kills your
exist?
whole point.
Word, that kills your whole
Man,
point.
you lucky I ain't got that Hadouken screen up there. I'd have been hit your ass about 3 times.
I'm just saying, this is an American word dictionary. It's based on the American words and it's written in American languages. The script is an
So
American
what?
language.
America has the most long words of any language.
And diphthongs. Hey, check this
Yeah,
out,
nigga.
Cosmo. Watch this
Yeah,
right here.
nigga.
Hey, yo. Hey, yo.
Oh,
Hey, absolutely. Who was one of the first people to write our language down to teach everybody? His people's them, their people's them, her
It
people's them.
would be our people, the Aboriginal. We're still speaking the same
No, no,
language
no,
we've
no,
been
no, no,
speaking.
no, no, no. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm talking about people that came over here, immigrants. Who was one of the first immigrant to write about our language,
Now, I
showing
wouldn't
them
be able
how
to
we pronounce
pinpoint.
our language?
I'm going back
Hold
to
up, listen to my
1828.
question. Listen to my question real quick. That tells you about how our vowels are being pronounced and all of this, and even um translating our language over to them also. Do you know who that person is, bro?
Now, if you ain't talking about American orthography, I'm not too sure who you're referring to if it's not an
Mm.
orthographist.
All right. So when do you say that you see the first writing of American English?
I'm going with 1828 as far as the first dedicated writing of showcasing American English. It would be in 1828.
Absolutely, bro. For real. Dog. I can't believe that you was up here questioning JB the way that you was, bro, when you ain't even qualified in this aspect, bro. I love your work that you do and all of that, man. But you got to go fight in the arena, in the battle lead some more, dog. You know what I mean? Because you're not ready for real, what we would call, what they would call history.
Well, when I'm
You
talking
know what
about
I
Noah
mean?
Webster, he's the first one to come out with the American orthography during that time frame of 1828. That's pretty much
Okay.
the standard of how we still spell things in today's time.
So
That
have
Noah
you
Webster
so
dictionary.
have you ever heard of the Indian grammar book?
Yeah, I've definitely heard of it.
What year was that?
I can't even remember what year the Indian grammar book was.
Was that before 1800s?
I'm probably pretty sure it was if you calling it something Indian.
All right then. So how can somebody in the 1800s come out with a book and you take an authentic claim when you saying you know that there's a Indian grammar book out and years before the 1800s. Now this Indian grammar book is teaching them how to pronounce vowels, dip sounds, and how we use our vowels in words and stuff, correct?
Of course, of course, of course.
All right. So now this Indian grammar book led up to them printing the first Indian Bible. Now you know what I'm talking about, huh?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I just can't get with the whole
Yeah,
John Elliott story though, bro. It's just too many
right. But
flaws
see,
in
people only
1666.
people only know about John Elliott from the Bible, but they don't know that he produced a book of how to pronounce the letters and stuff, how we pronounce them. He came out with a whole literature and a grammar. So when they got the Bible, they would know how to read the Bible in our language on how we pronounce our words. He came out with a book first of that to teach his peoples them. Sent that shit back to England, bro. Back
So
to
he sent the
France.
book back to England after they wrote it
Back to
here in America.
France. Yes, yes. After traveling and dealing with the peoples, because the French wasn't hostile, bro. They wasn't hostile. They was trying to learn the ways.
So how many people you think came over from France to be able to do all this and bring a printing press
Man,
from the
dog.
Gutenberg printing
No,
press of
no. Ain't
1455?
about no printing press, bro. If you write one book and you send that book back, the printing press is over there.
That's what I'm talking about, OTK. That some of these
Uh
stories are just like too hard to
Publishing, they
believe, especially
retard.
with 1666 with this John
Yeah,
Elliott
bro,
Bible and grammar book.
that ain't hard to believe, bro. This shit is real. It's documented.
Yeah, in
The hell wrong with you,
1666.
bro?
In
Yes, it's
1666, that's
documented.
why I
It's
didn't bring that up
documented,
because that's
bro.
too far back in
It's
time to actually
documented,
say that was
bro.
actually real.
Man, listen, them boys been all up in Canada since the 1500s, bro.
Not no
The
white
hell
French
wrong with
dudes,
you?
bro. You gotta white
I ain't
French
say they was
dudes.
white, bro. I ain't say they was white. Why you going on a color?
No, but you didn't you send these French this
Nah,
French
bro. Stay
wait, wait,
away
wait.
from.
Didn't you telling me
I
a
did
French
say
guy
he was
wrote in
French.
American
Yes,
English?
yes. He learned American English over here.
From
He
who?
was a French Jesuit
But
from
who
the
he run who
tribe.
did so you
From
telling
the
me the tribes were
tribe. They
already
taught him.
speaking American English?
Yes, yes, bro. He traveled
See, that's
through
what I'm
multiple
talking about.
chieftains.
So how
Yeah,
did the
he
tribes
traveled through
already
multiple
know
chieftains.
English if the English brought English over here? How did they already know
The
English?
English didn't bring no English over here. Who told you that, bro? Who said that?
So what language was these Frenchmen speaking? They brought French over here and taught these
Latin.
people English?
Latin, bro. They were speaking
Wait, so
Latin.
the Frenchmen came over here speaking Latin.
Yeah, they were speaking Latin.
But
Prove
they
me
wrote
wrong.
in American
Prove me
English.
wrong, bro. Prove me
See,
wrong.
that's what I'll be
No,
talking
they
about.
didn't write. Hold up, hold up. Absolutely. Shut your mouth real quick, dog. You try to confuse people, dog. Chill out. They learned how to speak our language. They learned
In
how
what
to
language
write
were we
our
speaking?
language, bro. American English.
So who taught those American Indians
I just
American
told you,
English?
dog. Who else taught anybody else American English? Us. You retarded motherfucker, dog. That's not rocket science. What is wrong with you,
So-
bro?
But English came from Latin according to their history.
No, bro. English did not come from Latin. That's your bullshit. That's that Moorish bullshit. Quit saying that shit. It didn't, bro. Quit
No,
saying that
nigga.
shit.
Wait, bro.
Dog, can you
Wait,
prove it
bro.
right now? Can you show me something right now that show that American English come from Latin, bro?
No,
Let's
they're
go.
saying English comes from
Bro,
Latin. That's
listen,
what I'm
no,
telling you.
show me that American English come from Latin, bro. I'm tired of
I
y'all
didn't
with this dumb shit.
English and their history is said to have come
Bro,
from Latin,
man,
right?
listen, man. You talking? I'm
You're
not talking
telling
about
me that
Shakespearean
the people
English.
in America were already
Dog,
speaking American
dog.
English.
Yes,
So,
yes.
and you're telling me that the Frenchmen weren't speaking French; they were speaking Latin when they came over
They
here.
were speaking French is Latin, bro. They were speaking Latin. What the fuck is wrong with you? Do you know your history? Do you know your history, bro?
so,
Do you
so
know
the
the French were
Frenchmen come over
speaking
here
some of the
speaking
closest?
French.
Do you know the French was speaking some of the closest to Latin, to the original Latin that it was? You don't
Wait,
even
let's
know
just go
this.
back to this language barrier here. So you got
The Spanish and
Frenchmen.
the Portuguese dog was speaking offshoots of that language, of the
So
Latin.
who? So you telling me that the Aboriginal people in America were already speaking the American language that we call American English already before anybody got here?
Yes.
Okay, stop right there. So when they say that we're speaking American English, we're really not speaking American English then, right? We're speaking just
No,
American.
we are. No, we are.
Oh God.
We
So
are.
where did we get this English part from?
That's what they named it.
So we're not speaking any English. We're just speaking American languages that they're calling
In
English,
that
right?
case, if you're gonna take away the English, you might as well take away the American too. We just speaking our language over here. And everywhere you go around the United States, bro, of America, you got different dialects, but we all understand each other.
But the
A
language that we're
universal
speaking,
language. A universal language that didn't have to be taught. That shit got taught other places. That shit didn't have to get taught over here. We understood each other. That's why it's a universal language. Common sense should tell you that, bro.
so you're telling me they stuck the name English on the back of this American language.
Yeah, just like how they stuck American on it.
And again, the language that we're speaking is not anything to do with English.
It's not nothing to do with Latin.
Okay, so
Now
you
the
saying,
words,
okay, got you.
now the words get added in from Germans, Latin, Scottish, Britons within our vocabulary. Yes, that came later on when the immigrants started coming. Words got added in,
So you're saying the Roman
but
Empire didn't exist because they said that they were speaking this language
I ain't
also.
say the Roman I ain't say the Roman Empire didn't exist, bro. And they was not speaking it. The Roman Empire was speaking Latin, bro. Do your fucking research. What is wrong with you?
Well, they said Latin has been a dead language since the 8th century BC
Dog,
and nobody has
no,
spoken it.
man. The Romans and the Greeks, they all was speaking Latin, bro.
No, but they said since the 8th century nobody has spoken Latin. Do
Uh,
you hear what I'm saying?
Man, I don't care what they say, dog. All of them was speaking Latin. What happened, the reason why the language and the dialect started changing because they had plenty wars that was going on in Italy. You had the Vikings that came into that motherfucker and sat in there for
How
a
did the
couple of
Vikings
years
get
and
there
brought
if they're
their
from
language.
Norway? Ain't the
Oh
Vikings from
my
Norway
God.
way up
No,
north?
bro. No, 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 bro. No, the
So
Celtics.
where the
Matter of
Vikings
fact,
from?
let me give them their real name. The Celtics, the Celtics, and all of them boys there. The Celts, the Celts, before they was
Now,
called the
the
Vikings,
historian
bro.
behind the Celts and the Celts
Oh
history
my
has been
God,
proven not to
man!
be factual and given history of the
Absolutely,
Celts and the
you
Celts.
You
all,
lying,
you
absolutely.
all over the
You just
place, dog,
lying, man.
bro. You just doing, dog. You ain't gonna win shit tonight, bro. Especially not with me. I know
Well, you
my
haven't won
history, bro.
anything. I'm
And
actually
if I
whooping
don't
y'all up a
know
little
about
bit.
it, and I ain't gonna lie
You
to you,
just said,
absolutely. If I don't know about it, absolutely, I will definitely tell you, hey, yo, bro, I ain't gonna lie to you. I don't know too much about that shit. I ain't got no problem with telling you that, bro. But when you dealing with shit that I know, bro, and you don't know, don't ask me questions and then combat something that I tell you rather than just going and looking it up, bro. Don't do me like that, bro. For real, goddamn.
No,
You
you
ask me
just said
something
the
I don't know
Vikings were
nothing
in
about, bro.
Italy, but they're supposedly from Norway.
Yeah, they wouldn't consider the Vikings then, bro. The Vikings was a later term, bro.
So this must be a big sect of
Your
people because
Nordics.
not the,
You ever heard
the
about your Nordics?
yeah, that's what I'm saying. The Nordic people, meaning the up north
Your
people.
Nordics.
You ever heard
Yeah,
about your
that just mean
Druids?
up north, bro.
Yeah,
Your
yeah, that's
Druids.
supposed to be over there toward the
You
Yeah.
same
ever
area.
heard
The
about
ones
your
that,
Espans? Ever
yeah,
heard
yeah,
That's
about
yeah,
straight
your
yeah.
above. That's
Lohans?
straight above Italy,
Ever
man.
heard
What is you
about your
talking about?
Saxons?
Your
These are the people
Saxons,
that went over
all of
to the
them, bro.
United
Ever heard of
Kingdom,
a
right? The Jutes.
Norman?
They went over there later, bro.
Have you ever heard of the Rus?
This motherfucker
Stop
crazy
it.
as shit, man.
Stop.
He don't know
Yeah, but
nothing
what
about
does that
that.
have to do with him saying that we spoke American language here and it was never overseas? So that's where I'm at with his
Hold
conversation
up.
right
Who
now.
Yeah,
said that,
that's it's
bro?
simple. It come
Who
from
said
American
that?
language.
Who said that? Who said that, bro? Who
You
said
actually
that?
said that, OTK.
No, I didn't, bro. No, quit putting words in my mouth. Absolutely. You got a problem with putting words in people's mouth, bro.
You
You
do. You
got to
got a
stop
bad
that
problem with
fuckery,
that,
dog.
bro.
Stop that, bro. You got two ears
Listening
and
is a
one mouth so you
skill,
can
bro. You
listen
ain't gotta
more than
lie.
you talk, bro.
You ain't gotta lie to kick it.
Damn, and ain't nobody cursing you out or no none of that. Like motherfuckers just talking to you, bro. Like because some people might be learning with some of the questions you ask. Just don't be condescending with the questions you ask, and you trying to get a gotcha moment. And ain't no gotcha moment gonna happen, bro. Especially when you talking about their history that they're writing. It
In
really
modern
ain't no wrong or
times,
no right, bro.
they're writing
Well,
their
just
history in modern times, though, and
no,
they're
bro. They was
backdating it.
writing it. No, bro. They was writing their history at the time things was going on. At a
That's
certain
not
point,
believable.
they started writing their shit down in stone and all kind of shit, dog, as it was going on.
Now, OTK, you said the American language is what we're speaking right now, but if
Oh,
you go over to their history, they're writing in our language
mm,
in like the
mm, mm,
15,
mm.
1400s. They're writing in so-called English, which is supposed to be what we're speaking, right?
Do you know how it got over there, bro?
They're not writing in English, brother.
They're not.
It's
Then
They're
what?
it's not. You
using
can't read it.
the
You
so-called
can't
American
listen.
script to write
So-called
their
Middle
words.
English, High
Yeah,
Norse, Lower
old English,
Norse.
that
No,
type
any of those.
shit.
You can't
Yeah,
read a word of that shit.
word
But they're
and
using our
and
script.
and
They're using
They're
and the
our
not
American
using
national
our
script.
language,
script.
bro.
You're
And the
wrong.
national
They're
language
using
was
American
Latin.
language words and they're applying a Latin-based script to those words.
Big facts. Big facts, bro.
They called that, right, from the signed language, English.
That's why I try to tell him, do he know what year that American English got over there, what we would call American English?
Right. They didn't speak
And
what we call
you
American
know,
English today. The British never spoke it. We
never.
taught them. The Scots never
Big
spoke
fact.
it. They spoke the Irish brogue. They
Big
spoke
fact.
Celtic tongues. They spoke
Celtic tongue.
Gaulish, right? They spoke Rus. They spoke
Some
Espan.
big
They spoke
facts.
they spoke German. Whatever it is, they spoke it, right? And we taught them. And because our language that they chose to use is a trade language,
Big facts.
depending on whoever you was talking to, if they had things in their language that we didn't have terms for, we just simply took the term.
Took the term, added it into the vocabulary so we
Right.
can have an understanding for trade.
Correct.
Word.
This is how you get
But
words like
American
Frankfurter,
English.
kindergarten.
Hey, Cosmon, out of all the what language is sign language in, bro? Cosmon.
Oh, say it again.
What language is sign language considered, bro? What language is considered that they're
It's
teaching
English.
sign language?
It's American English. That's why they call it American Sign Language. The American indigenous people have spoken this language for fucking ever. This is how the Okono people in way up in Lake Superior, Michigan, dealt with the Maya way down in the Yucatan. How? They obviously didn't speak the same language. One spoke Algonquin, one spoke Mayan, right? Or Nuatl, wherever you want to call it. You dig what I'm talking about? They didn't speak the same language. Well, how did they get all these tons and tons and tons of copper down there in Mexico?
Sign language first.
Sign language is a trade language.
It started first.
Right? Our trade language became what we know today as English.
Big facts.
That's it.
It's a universal language, man. It ain't nothing like the American English.
That's why it's one of the most difficult to learn. Because
They
it's so
start teaching me.
multifaceted, multi-symbolic. It takes everybody language and make it its own. It's like the Borg. You know what I mean? It don't want to kill you. It want to assimilate you.
And damn near every country from the time they're in elementary school, they're teaching these kids English, American English.
And look, the learned people of the world in different areas, other people learn their languages, right?
Yes.
Notice, y'all don't learn no other languages, not for the most part. Y'all learn English. Why? Because we are the most intelligent and dominant people on the planet. So everybody learns your language.
And that's
because
it.
it's most important to speak with Americans.
And that shit come natural to us.
Yeah, it did.
Like
Our whole culture, which I say is hip hop, is assimilation.
Big fact.
We birth a bunch of new shit, but we'll take some old shit and give it a whole new spin
and rock it
and rock that joint. And now it's the wave.
Big fact. That's
right?
why we unique.
We don't hate rock and roll. What do we do to rock and roll? You can't even make a rock and roll beat without a hip hop break beat in it.
Shit. Rock and roll came from.
We didn't hate R&B.
If it wasn't for us playing music first, it wouldn't be no rock and roll.
Wouldn't be no rock and roll. We didn't hate blues. We took it and used it. We twisted it. Did a little something. We chopped it, put a little paprika in it.
All right. Damn, absolutely. You all right? Oh shit. Damn, cause you done beat that nigga up. That nigga ran, cuz. Cuz, why you stupid? That nigga ran, cuz. Yo, mic check. Mic check. Damn, my shit not gone. Damn. Me, mic check. Man, we done been on for like 7 hours. I don't know if y'all can hear me or not, man. But,
yeah, we can hear you, bro.
Oh, okay. I can just hear you now.
Ooh.
phone super hot. This bitch about to blow up. Love out here. Like that. Hey, Cod, you if you can hear me, bro, you will close out.
Yeah, man. Y'all go to Cosmon Cal TV, sub, like, share, thumb up the video, man. Show some love to the channel. Shout out my sister Dulcie. This gonna be a good debate. You dig what I'm talking about? We'll see how it play out in the end of the day. You dig what I'm saying? Shout my dog OTK. You dig what I'm talking about, baby sister Sharice? I ain't even see she slid up here. You dig what I'm talking
Yeah,
about? What up,
she
though?
been up here. She been up here.
Yeah,
Hey, yo,
man. Hey,
Cod,
yeah.
I want you to do a favor for me, cuz.
What's that, OTK? Huh?
Huh?
You need me to breathe in? Huh? Let
Yeah,
that
and
light
let the
in.
light on through.
You dig what I'm talking about? You dig what I'm talking about? Hey, man, y'all just stay low key firing, man. I'm gone. I'll let
I
y'all,
love
man.
you, bro.
Love you too,
Hey,
bro. I
y'all
see you
make
in a
sure
minute.
y'all go sum up the Cosmo Cow, man. You know
Salute,
what I
man. We out of
mean?
here, man.
Real
One.
fire bills over there, man. Where make sure y'all go subscribe to my sister Sharice channel on the road to 1,000. And make sure y'all please hit the like, share, and subscribe over here because we working on my sis channel, my other sister channel now too. So this what we do, man. We network all over the place. You feel me? Shout out to all the people in the chat, man. Without y'all, there's no us. Big facts, man. Appreciate y'all, man. Appreciate the people that came on the panel today. Appreciate Bat for having this debate, man. You know what I mean? And we need to keep having these debates, man. It don't have to be no personal, no hard feelings. It's just about testing your information. You know what I'm saying? Just choose your battles wisely, is what I would tell you. Dulcinea is a warrior. Lucky is a warrior. You know what I mean? It's gonna be a good debate. So make sure y'all tune in for that. It's gonna be on the 7th. And if y'all miss the face off earlier, man, make sure y'all go back and watch the face off over there on Aboriginal Power Channel. And if y'all ain't subscribed to that, make sure y'all subscribe to that and share it out, man. You know what I mean? Because we're trying to have a place where intellectual knowledge can unfold at. You know what I mean? With an unbiased platform. And I think that's why they're doing this an open debate as far as the public. So you can be your first time coming in there and you can vote. You know what I'm saying? So it's all good. You know what I mean? It is what it is. But the way how we look at it, it ain't never losing when we got an opportunity to teach and to bring information out. I don't want to say teach like that, but because we're not teachers, we are master students, but we can show you some of the things that we learned along our way of being students. So it's not teaching, it's just sharing the information per se. You know what I mean? So shout out to all of y'all, man. You know what I mean? Sachi came through with the fire, truth came through. You know what I mean? Smoke signal came through, Cosmon came through. You know, Sister Sharice came through, Sister Nisha came through. And yeah, man. We got more to come, man. For real. And y'all already know how I get down, man. In case ain't nobody tell y'all that they love y'all out there, just know OTK and the family out here, man. We love y'all for real.